Okay, 3 minutes late. Let's go. 3 Miniosos. Minioso's late. That's okay. That's okay. So we can do 203 tonight. Easy 12 hours coming up. Coming up hot. Coming up spicy. I love that the mic doesn't pick up any of the background noise that was picking up last time. Let's just double check how it sounds in here. I love that the mic doesn't pick up any of the background noise that was picking up last time. Let's just double check how it sounds in here. Okay, this is gonna be sexy. I can feel it. I can feel it. Okay, so we don't. I don't know where I am in the game. I think we should probably do VOD review. What the fuck is going on here? This is a weird ass team. Why do I have a? Am I doing? Am I doing? Oh, is that is that waterfall surf strats? Okay, that is very funny if that's waterfall surf strats. I also like that I named it Lauren Southern. I think that's kind of humorous. A little bit humorous, if you ask me. What are we gonna play? No, we should just. That is quite silly. Okay, so I don't know what we have to do. Yeah, VOD review, VOD review. Focus up, focus up, focus up. We only have 12 hours. Come on. No, I don't want a YouTube studio. No. Just give me regular old YouTube. Alright? This is StarCraft? Damn. Okay, focus up, focus up, focus up, focus up. Your videos. Alright, last time. What do we do? Can I fucking watch it? Wait, hold on, your videos. Can I just go to my channel then or something? Jesus. Live. I'm actually shocked the audio stayed up for this. I was literally just streaming music.
Glad I picked up that item.
I think I might play music and have it client side. Sorry guys. This is gonna be boring. There's gonna be some boring shit going on. Okay, fuck VOD review, VOD review. What happened last time? Oh fuck, the fucking Wigglytuff incident, like my 8th Wigglytuff incident. I'm pretty sure half of this is just making sure you outspeed the Gengar, so it's oh yeah, and then we need to be fast enough to outspeed the Gengar to kill. Okay, so we're beating what's his name today? Nice. Right? Like we got through the Wiggly. Here, let's see what the speedrun says. We got through the fucking last whatever. Oh, we need to beat the rival maybe? No, I beat all these guys. Leader Morty. Why is there rocket grunts here? Leader Bugsy, rival. Leader Whitney. Oh, and then yeah, the beauty with the Wigglytuff and the. Okay, so next up is a rival fight. It looks like. Followed by a rocket grunt. And then a couple mediums. Okay, so the rival fight is in there. Which did we just win? What's our team? Fuck, 100 special attacks, crazy. Like I know we need to get the thing up for. But do we just sweep? Oh no, I need Haunter. Haunter blank, so it's like 35, I think. This thing has great special attack. Everybody supersonic racing. Got pretty shite speed tier, but I mean it's faster than fucking anything, so it doesn't really matter. And then we got Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball's melee move. Shadow Ball. Will it kill everything on this team? Can the Ghastly kill me? I don't think so. Lick, Mean Look, Curse, Scary Ice Fang, Astonish, Supersonic, Sonic Boom, no priority moves anywhere. It'll kill the Ghastly. Will it kill a Croconaw? Honestly, I'm pretty certain that it will. Yeah, it's a guaranteed one hit KO. Do we have any item on this Ghastly as well? We don't. Yeah, this is gonna kill everything. I don't know. I'm even pretending. Okay, let's just go and do the fight then. The fuck? Oh. Alright, cuck. Come on. Yeah, fuck off. Oh, fuck. Is this thing gonna have Pursuit? The fuck do Rattatas learn Pursuit again? Ah, fuck. I think I fucked the dog. We haven't even started yet. Yeah, I think I shit the bed. We haven't even fucking started yet. It's gonna pursue me. Ah, fuck, it's gonna Pursuit kill me. It has Quick Attack, Bite, Pursuit, and Focus Energy. So in theory, I should be able to just kill it with, what's it called? With Punch. I only have 5 Sucker Punches, though. Okay, fuck. Jesus Christ. Where's the fucking... I don't have any. Okay, please don't show up again. Okay, I need to stop doing this shit. Jesus. Oh my god, my frame rate is fucking low. No, you're not fucking switching. Magnanimity. Gotta go wake these fuckers up. It's another fucking rat, and it probably has Pursuit as well. Jesus. Dude, this is actually scary. I shouldn't be doing this. Okay, we need to get fucking repels. How much money do we have? Okay, so that fight's done. It recommends that we like beat up some fucking like mediums or some shit. I don't really know what the point of that is at this point. Like, isn't Morty just available to win now? Can't we just beat Morty? Like, there's a fucking like rocket grunt. I don't even know where the fuck this rocket grunt is. Before, oh, I guess there's a rocket grunt it wants us to beat up, and then I guess the mediums are just like the people in the gym. Like, they're just random fuckers in the gym. I guess. Oh fuck! I realized I left now. It's because I'm gonna go on to like almost the largest grind in the game. I mean, I'm about to do almost the largest grind in the game. The fuck is the rocket grunt? Does he have anything? Like, it's just a coughing, isn't it? Fuck, maybe I already beat it. Oh shit, it's kind of dark in here, eh, bud? Is that a visual glitch or is that supposed to happen? Is it over here? Is this where the rocket grunt is? Shadow Claw. Could actually be useful. Strength! Nice. Alright. Is it? Yeah, I guess it's time to train this little bastard. What's the play again? How the fuck does this work again? I actually don't remember. What do we need? So like, you need like for leader Morty, you need like there's like two problematic Pokemon. Yeah, it's all the Sucker Punch Pokemon that suck. I think. Like the Ghastly Kanaido mean like it's the Sucker Punch Pokemon that suck, and we need to outspeed them with a equal priority move. But they can curse and they can hypnosis as well. That's like the main problem. And mean look. Yeah, Haunter number 2 is the problem. Like Gengar isn't that bad. Wait, does it have a oh it's Shadow Sneak, that's what it is. I was like, what how do we kill this thing again? It's Shadow Sneak, because there's like Sucker Punch isn't very reliable. Yeah, it's Shadow Sneak on Little Cunt here. But McCullen, I think that's the premier of like PEI or some shit like that. I don't remember. Oh, maybe this is the main. I don't know. I don't know this person's last name. Yeah, plus speed is kind of cracked. So we need to outspeed the Gengar and Shadow Sneak it. That's like that's why we have it. Shadow Sneak also needs to kill. And then I'm guessing everything else will just follow suit. Okay. So we have Ariados. 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 I don't know what its level needs to be. Let's just get like 30 to start. Just to like get it out and see. Against Gengar. I think it's like fucking 25 or something. It's got a how many IVs? 12. 12 and everything. Okay, so we need to be quite the speedy little guy. We need to be quite the speedy little guy in order to yes, that's not gonna happen. But luckily, hold on. Right now, I'm a Spinnerack. I'm a level 15 Spinnerack. I'm a plus B nature Spinarak. I'm a jolly Spinarak. So I'm a jolly Spinarak. And I have which attack? Ah, being fucking blinded by this shit. It's not gonna turn anymore, is it? Nope, you're just gonna have to deal with me in the fucking blinds. Wait, shit, sorry, what's my attack? Perfect attack IV, question mark? Hold up. There, let's go 29. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, it's 27, isn't it? 20, say. Okay, so potentially, like, very high attack stat. Okay. So 14 and 27, and I'm jolly. Ariados. Well, then we'll EV train the shit out of it. Oh fuck! Wait, this thing can like, kill it. Wait, okay, but I also need max attack IVs, and then like it's gonna be a shadow snack. Does not do that much damage to this Gengar. This Genjar. Okay, we need to be like level 40. Wait, don't we have like a choice band or something that we can use? Isn't there like some sort of item that we can use that can make it stronger? Isn't there gonna be like isn't there gonna be like a shadow tag or something we can use? Like a muscle band? I feel like we have something that we use to kill this thing, make it stronger. Honestly, level 40 is not even that bad. I can do that. Okay, what is in the Route 1 that gives like attack IVs or some shit like that? We don't have fly either. Fuck off. No, I'm not. Fuck, I'm stupid. Hold on, best dodger in NA. Fuck off. Yeah, I didn't look that up. What about it? Throwing ends. Leech Life Constrict Scary Phase. Jesus, this is a shitty moveset. Wait, when does Ariados learn? Sorry, I'm gonna start looking stuff up on other tabs you guys can't see, sorry. Just cause fuck you. It loves at 22. We need to get to 40, right? With perfect, if you give it like perfect stats. Try to sneak at 19. Okay, well then what fucking route is this, like route fucking like 23, HeartGold Soul Silver? Oh wait, no, it's gonna be like 32 then. Johto. Fuck, I actually almost remember the name of the route. That's nerd shit right there. That is like legitimate nerd shit. It's 31. You are watching a true geek in action. Nah, this is HeartGold. Okay, so let's go back to being a Spinarak for a second. Level 15. We're jolly. Okay, we're definitely faster than everything on this route. Nightshade and what's the other move? Leech Life. Constrict. Man, there's some fucking dog shit moves. When do I get a good move though? Fuck, this shit's taking a while to load. Hello, are you like responding at all? Computer's kind of shit in the bed here. Yeah, it's still Shadow Sneak at 19. This thing gets no good moves. I lost out on Poison Sting. I don't think I need it though. Seems pretty useless. Do I get Shadow Claw just because she should go by faster? No, I do get Thief though. Could probably use that. Okay. Okay, in HeartGold there is Pidgeys that give speed, right? Is that what Pidgeys give? Pidgeys give speed EVs? EV yield 1, it's speed. And it's the Bellsproutes that give attack, right? Yeah. And then the rats, I don't fuck with the rats. The rats will kill me probably, right? At level 5. Yeah, it'll kill me. It'll kill me. No, we don't fuck with rats. Rats will kill you. And you don't have any protection for it. So ignore the rats. Keep my business off the ground. Switch my style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. So we're just killing Bellsprouts and Pidgeys. Okay. So Bell Sprout. They are level what, like fucking 4. Level 3 always? That's pretty good. Nightshade doesn't kill. Because it has perfect HP. And what about Pidgey, I'm guessing? Pidgey always at level 3. It's kind of good. For this instance. It's going to suck eventually, but it's pretty good for right now. Nightshade doesn't hit it. I forgot. Okay, so we can't hit Pidgeys for a while. Actually, for quite a bit. Because Spinnerack doesn't get a fucking move until... Give me Teach Think Thief. Do we get like 8 gems or something? There has to be a way around this. I'm not teaching a fucking Fury Swipes. I'm not teaching a fucking Constrict. Doesn't get any good moves. There has to be like a TM I can give it. There's just no way. I got Thief, didn't I? Attract, Shadow Call, Bullet Seed, U-Turn. Yeah, you should be able to learn U-Turn, right? And that could actually be a useful move somewhere down the... What a fucking cut. Oh my god. Okay, no, we can't teach Shadow Claw because it's a normal type move. Flash, Bullet Seed. Isn't gonna kill anyway. Strength or Cut? Cut is only 95 back though. It's not good. Nope, unable. Where do you get Thief in this fucking game? Captivate, Poison Jab, TM, Dig TM, Return TM. The fuck do you get Thief and HeartGold Soul Silver? Team Rocket HQ, where the fuck is that? Ah, shit. Oh, this is a shitty grind. Like, I'm not even grinding to a move either. That's the scary part. I can't even grind to a move because he doesn't have a move that can kill. All I'd be grinding to is, what's it called? Picking up a KO with Leech Life, which is a shitty idea at best. Let alone if this is defensive Pidgey. Bold Pidgey. I actually kind of need Poison Sting. If I had Poison Sting, I actually would be doing good right now. Yeah, in like a few levels, Poison Sting would kill. Like level 17 probably. Okay. Maybe like level like 20. Yeah, level 20 Poison Stings that kill. That's fucking crazy. Okay, we have to find a TM. I'm not doing this shit. I'm not fucking doing this shit. Is there a team we can buy? Goldenrod Department Store Lottery. Should we go to Goldenrod? Oh, secret power. Oh, could be Lake of Rage. No. It doesn't need Psychic anyway. We need the Psychic TM for like it needs to kill something somewhere with Psychic. I lied. It doesn't. Because it's only post game. I can't believe I need to use Facade on a Friday. Today is not a Friday. Fuck do we get a return from? Goldenrod Department Store on a Sunday? Well, it's not fucking Sunday, is it? But frustration. Oh, fuck. This is so annoying. Poison jab. After defeating Jameen or whatever her name is. Sludge bomb. Wait, isn't this road like? Oh no, this is going to the Lake Rage. Fuck. What if I just like? What if I just like ignored him for now and we just went on with the rest of the game? Because without like a move to kill this any of these Pokemon, we're kind of fucked. What if I gave it XP share? Where do I get experience share? Where do I get experience share? Any Pokemon that gains experience will also gain the EVs awarded from that battle. From Generation. If any non-fated Pokemon holds the experience share, the total experience earned from the opposing Pokemon is split in half, 50-50 distributed evenly. Non-fated Pokemon who participate in the battle. From Generation, any Pokemon that gains experience will also gain EVs from the battle. Wait, we're at 30. In exchange for a red scale, you have to give it to Mr. Pokemon. There's a Goldenrod Pokemon Lottery Corner. Where the fuck is this? Oh. I'll pretty much never get that. Well, shit. Okay, I think we just need to keep progressing in the game instead of... This is what I've deemed. I made an executive decision. We're not doing this Spinarak shit. We're just gonna go. I don't know how the fuck this thing doesn't get U-turn. And I can't... It gets EVs if I switch it in and out. Like, I could switch train. That would be fucking boring. I'd be here for 8 hours. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so we're gonna ignore him for now. Which I think we can do, right? You can do Morty. No, I think it's Jasmine Bryson. Fuck, I don't think we can ignore him. I think we have to switch train for the next 40 minutes. Because I think you need Surf. Right? Oh, what it is? You need Surf? Sparak, you fucking suck, man. Can you not learn any HMs? Only TMs? Okay, what does your dad learn? It doesn't really matter what your dad learns, because by the time we're at 22, so it doesn't even matter at that point. But just to reference, he has to learn an HM. Or U-turn. Just fucking anything to kill this shit with. Bugbear level 1. No U-turn TM. That's crazy. Honestly, we just have to wait till fucking Sunday. Like, I don't think we can progress. I don't think you can do it in any order. The third job. I think you have to do HMO3. Otherwise, we could just go into the Lake of Rage now. Like, literally just go right and go do it. But I don't think you can do that. Badges required? Yeah, you need the fucking fog, bro. The fucking fog badge from Eckertique City. Shit. Oh, I don't want to fucking do this. Okay, well, no point in bitching. Just fucking focus up. Stop bitching. Nightshade will kill the things eventually. They don't kill them right now, but they will kill them eventually. Just fucking switch train to whatever stat you need, and then kill the fuckers after that. Wait, switch train doesn't work. You can't switch train in this game. That's not how that shit works. There's no. You have to switch train against metapods, and then you're getting defense EVs. There's no fucking switch trading in this game. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I can't do anything. I have no way of getting this thing experience without getting the wrong EVs. At least a good chunk of them as well, like a solid chunk. Fuck, this is annoying. This is really annoying. Is there any other place to get like speed EVs? Or attack EVs, I meant? Level 3 Rattatas, I guess. If you can reliably spawn them in, which you probably can't. Keep my business off the crayons, to try stack, acid chance, going to war and foreign land, fuck out the way, bitch, back it up, shit better be made in the palace. Well, yeah, this game sucks. This game actually just sucks. I guess we just say fuck the EVs. We need to get you to a higher level. Well, that's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Not much we can do. I guess we can switch this thing in. Like we can kill. Oh wait, this is. Hold on. Hold on. I think we just did it. Because us not being able to kill Pidgey is also our greatest strength. I can't believe I found it. You can kill the Pidgey because it only has tackle, right? Yep. Problem solved, baby. God, we're fucking hot, aren't we? I'm tweaking. I'm geeking. I can't save no hoes. And we have payback, so we can always do damage. Look at that. 11 experience, no damage. Oh, that's hype. That's so hype. Metro. I got that shit here booming. Should we watch a YouTube video? Let's do, let's go to YouTube. Listen to YouTube video. Oh, we're getting these Pidgeys like crazy, though. Okay, you're getting like no experience. That's okay. Okay, 11, that's a little crazy. That is a little wild. We're gonna have to heal this Gengar like 40 times before we even get any experience. Alright, let's see what's going on in Destiny World. Man, the red pill content's really boring. It's not even political. Yeah, all this content's boring now. It's all like here, sorry. All this content's boring now. It's all like it's not actual political content. It's just like what's it called? Like red pill shit like that. I don't know what else to call it. And if we go to Vosh, it's gonna be like, watch, this will be like, what do you call it? Like, yeah, trans genocide, yeah. Calling out David Pacman about my trans genocide takes. There's no genocide happening, blah, 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 why the left is addicted to losing. Yeah, like, it's just fucking boring on this end. It's so boring. So boring. Like, should we just do like grind podcast? Do we grind podcasts? Home. Is there a new strategist? I don't think so. I don't think there's a new strategist. They delete them after a while, eh? It's kind of interesting. I got nothing. I guess we'll just listen to like, random podcasts. There's like a fucking new one of these every day. Alright, do we just go in order?
Searching online for questions about your health isn't always healthy. If you look up something simple like, why do I keep getting eczema? You could just talk to a pharmacist. Stop going down internet rabbit holes and start connecting to care. Visit ontario.ca/yourhealth to find pharmacists, nurses, and answers, and see all the ways we're helping you connect to care. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Wow, thanks, Government
of
Ontario.
CBC podcast.
I'm glad they're looking out for me, man. Makes me feel good.
Hi there, I'm David Cochran, and this is the Power and Politics podcast for Monday, February 13th. On the pod today, 4 objects shot down over North American airspace in 8 days. 3 of them a mystery as to what they are, who owns them, and what their purpose was. What is going on? We'll ask Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino just ahead. Plus, a workplace affair forces John Tory to step down as Toronto mayor, but not right away. How did this shocking news unravel? We're going to speak to one of the reporters who broke that story. And then the Power Panel looks at what's next. But first. All right, we begin, though, with the mysterious objects being shot down in North American skies. The chain of events began Saturday, February 4th. A U.S. fighter jet shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon off the coast of the Carolinas, estimated to be the size of 3 buses. Last Friday, a second object, described as the size of a small car, was shot down over Alaskan airspace. Then, on Saturday, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau ordered the takedown of a cylindrical object flying above Yukon. And the latest, an unidentified object discovered over Lake Huron and ordered shot down yesterday by U.S. President Joe Biden. Efforts to recover the debris from all 3 objects is ongoing. So why are we suddenly seeing more of these unidentified aerial objects?
One of the reasons that we think we're seeing more is because we're looking for more. They have modified the filters and the gains, as we call it, of the radar capabilities to look more discreetly at high altitude, small radar cross section, and low speed objects.
Here's your boring, reasonable answer.
Okay, let's get the Canadian perspective on this. Marco Mendocino is the Minister of Public Safety. Minister, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
So we know of a Chinese spy balloon and now 3 other mystery aerial objects all shut down. To the best of your knowledge, what is going on here?
Well, those are the fundamental questions which we are posing right now, and I would begin by saying that recovery operations are being conducted in real time as we speak. We have deployed the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, and the Coast Guard to locate themselves within the remote stretches of land and water where we believe we will be able to recover some of the debris of the objects which have been taken down. Once they have conducted those operations, we will begin to dig into the very basic questions that you have posed and which I'm sure Canadians will want to know answers to. But in the meantime, I want to assure your viewers and all Canadians that we are using every tool in our arsenal, including most recently the deployment of NORAD jets this past weekend to protect Canadian and North American airspace and to protect our national sovereignty.
It seems pretty clear the first one was Chinese in origin, right? I mean, they've just said it was a weather balloon, but we know it's something that came from China. These 3 mystery objects,
it was probably,
do you believe state actors are behind these?
Well, in the first instance, we will never shy away from condemning any hostile state activities as we have done in the past, whether it's PRC or anyone else for that matter. But as to exactly what the origins of these objects were, we are going to examine that question very carefully, which is why we've got CAF and RCMP and Coast Guard to take a look at these objects to determine where they may have originated, to give us their best advice and intelligence analysis on what capabilities they may have posed. But we're deploying all of those tools and measures to ensure that we protect Canadian airspace and sovereignty.
Right, but the Prime Minister said today that there's a pattern emerging here with these objects. Is that pattern China? Is that what's happening here? Is it the People's Republic that is sending all of these over?
I think he's right to foreshadow that there may very well be as we conduct the recovery operations and look more closely
that's him saying,
at any physical evidence
up,
and take the analysis that is necessary.
So early.
We'll be able to sharpen the extent of that answer. But in the meantime, we'll know, your Canadians should know, that we'll deploy NORAD and Canadian forces and law enforcement and public safety agencies as we need to protect our national security and sovereignty.
But just to circle back, do you believe, whether it's China or not, do you believe this was a state actor? I mean, could this be some scientific balloon? Could this be an amateur balloon? Or do you think this is something
Is it an alien?
that
Say
takes
the thing. Say the thing. Say the right
of
thing.
a government somewhere to settle off?
I understand why you're pressing on the question. I would discourage any speculation. I think it's really important to allow all of the agencies that are on the ground to do their job. They need to be able to do it thoughtfully and methodically. The exercise of doing a forensic analysis and understanding exactly what kind of patterns may be emerging, as the Prime Minister said, is going to be an important part of that exercise. What the origins were, whether or not this is a state or a non-state actor, those are all questions which we want to make sure that we get right before we share those details with Canadians.
But have you asked the question directly? Because I know journalists asked the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson if these 3 mystery objects were Chinese. The answer was, I do not have anything on that. Has Canada formally asked China if this was them?
Look, I think what you need to know and what Canadians need to know is that
Listen,
whenever it comes to condemning the activities of a hostile actor, that we never shy away from doing that. And that is true of foreign interference. That is true of any violations of our airspace. As
all right, this new reporter for Power and Politics is kind of pissing me off.
And we need to do the work now to make sure that we understand exactly what these objects were. Here's what we know: 1, they're obviously airborne. 2, they carried no payload. But 3, they were violating our airspace, and that's why we acted swiftly and decisively and seamlessly with our American partners through NORAD. And we'll continue to deploy every tool in our arsenal to protect our sovereignty.
So, but does the hunt for answers include formally asking China, or are you going to wait till actually have the debris and you can look at it and see what it is before drawing conclusions? Where are we?
We won't shy away from condemning. We'll obviously engage diplomatically where appropriate through my colleague, Minister Joly. And in the meantime, what's important is that we carry out these recovery operations and that we continue to take swift and decisive action when it comes to protecting our airspace, our North American perimeter.
Okay, so shooting it down when we see them and tweaking the radar specs, as Mr. Kirby said at the White House today, to find these things. I understand all of that and condemning it, but This is a violation of Canadian sovereignty, is it not, for a foreign power to send something without approval into Canadian airspace? So if we know one was state responsible to some degree, if we find out that these are state actors, what's Canada's response here?
Well, I think there are a number of important points in your question. I mean, in the first instance, yes, I can confirm that these were not authorized to be in Canadian or North American airspace. That's the reason why we deployed quickly.
Okay. Here's why the reporter's being fucking stupid and why I should never ask these questions to the Canadian, basically the Canadian fucking military is what he's asking. So he's asking him, so let's say hypothetically it is China, right? Sorry, I'll keep playing. Fuck. Let's say it is China doing this, right? And it probably isn't. If we're being honest, it's 99% of the time it's probably some dumb fuck. Like it's probably just like he said, they adjusted the radars and now they're picking up way more shit, so they have to shoot down way more shit. It's probably some dumb fuck in Yukon, like building a balloon or some shit. Like they're building some like unauthorized weather shit and they're shooting it down. That's like 99% what's probably happening. But let's say for that 1% that it is China, and this guy's going on Power and Politics and making a public statement about what they would do if they found out it was China. That is probably one of the worst foreign policy strategies of all time. Publicly announcing, like, okay, so if you ever want to do like a public announcement, you do it. What's it called? If you ever want to do a public announcement. It's very intentional. Like you're doing it for a specific reason. Like we're doing this public service announcement because we want China to hear this. They don't if they like what they might do, like what they might retaliate or what they like might get NATO involved, like something like that. You don't want to say that to China. Like if they went on and said, well, we get NATO involved and we probably start like bombing the shit out of them, like not something like that, but you know what I mean? Like if they said something along the lines of like we talk to NATO, that's pretty fucking scary for China and they probably don't want to hear that at all. So like these are like hyper escalating questions. In my eyes, these are very, very escalating questions, and I'm not a big fan of this like line of questioning because these aren't questions you don't want to ask in the public sphere. Like this isn't stuff you want the Chinese to hear if it is the Chinese, which it probably isn't. So I don't know. Very, very dangerous questions here from our dear friend.
And took swift and decisive action to protect our sovereignty in the air.
That's perfect. Protect our
Number
sovereignty.
two,
Just say the same shit.
You pointed out, I think quite rightly, that there may very well be an evolution in the threats to our national security landscape, whether it's by air, by land, by sea, or digitally for that matter, which is why we continue to invest right across our national security apparatus, which is why we continue to invest in NORAD. $40 billion to enhance Canadian capabilities in a binational force that has protected North American sovereignty for the last 60 years since the Cold War. I think this past weekend is a shining example of how that cooperation and how that seamless coordination is working to protect Canadian and American interests, and it will continue to going forward.
You've seen the criticism, though, that it was American jets that took the shot, that took these objects out of the sky.
Fuck
in
off.
other cases, I know it's been a joint command and a joint response, but it was the Americans that took it down. So how do you respond to the fact, the criticism from the Conservatives in particular, that Canada just isn't pulling its weight militarily when it comes to these things?
I've seen it. I would discourage Monday morning quarterbacking the day after the Super Bowl. I think it is important, on the other hand, for Canadians to know that the Prime Minister ordered, after a call with the President of the United States, that the object be taken down. Once NORAD is deployed, those are binational forces, and it is through the collaborative efforts of both of our countries that we were able to protect Canadian airspace.
That is a pretty
and we
shitty
will continue
critique.
to use
That'd be like
that,
if you have like a big alliance of people
going
and
forward.
like
We heard from John.
like that'd be
Kirby,
like if
the
you have
US
like
National
a
Security Council
basketball
spokesperson
team,
today.
right?
For
It's
one,
like
he
a
reassured us it's
binational
probably not
basketball
aliens,
team,
so we can
and
put
Giannis
that
takes
away.
the last
But he
shot
did say these objects
for the
passed
Bucks,
over
right? And the
sensitive
Bucks win the
sites, and there is
championship,
some concern
and they like
what
go up to Joe
information
Biden
they
and they're
maybe
like,
could
Joe,
have gathered by doing that.
why wasn't
We've
an
heard from
American
other
taking
experts
that
that
shot
maybe
to win
this
the
is an
game for the
attempt to test
Buccaneers?
the
You know,
responsiveness
like
and the
that's so
readiness
what a
of
stupid
NORAD
fucking
by
like, you're a team.
infiltrating airspace
You're
with
a
a
team. You could say we're not holding our brand to
non-aggressive
the team.
asset
Sure.
in a way to see where our
But it's a fucking
vulnerabilities
team.
might be.
I don't know.
What do you
Stupid.
think these devices are being used for? What information do you have as to what the purpose and intention of these things are?
I want to make sure, and I think the government needs to be sure, that we get the best possible analysis and intelligence on all of that before we answer the question. In the meantime, what is important for Canadians to know is that in the face of these threats, that we will never hesitate to take the actions that are necessary through the deployment of NORAD, through the deployment of our Canadian Armed Forces, through the deployment of the RCMP, through the deployment of the Coast Guard to protect all modes and to protect our sovereignty. And again, using every tool in our arsenal, staying in contact with our American allies, staying in contact with our provincial and territorial partners. This past weekend, I had a chance to reach out directly to Premier Pillai from Yukon, along with my colleague, Minister Van Dal. I think it's important that we provide that information to impacted areas, staying in touch with Indigenous communities and First Nations communities that have been impacted as well, is all part of the whole of government approach that we are taking to make sure that we protect our sovereignty.
Right, and Premier Pillai is going to be on the show a little bit later to speak to us about this, but I guess when can we know more? I appreciate there's a recovery operation happening in the rugged terrain of Yukon and in the deep waters of Lake Huron, but what's your sense of how quickly Canadians can get an answer to what exactly is floating through our skies up there?
Fair question. I'm a little reticent to give you precise timelines because, for example, in the recovery effort that is being conducted in Yukon, it's in a location between Mayo and Dawson, which is a really remote stretch of land, not easily accessible, even dangerous at this time of year. So we do have to allow the time for the agencies that are on the ground to do their work in Lake Huron. We don't know exactly precisely yet where the object is, but those efforts are afoot. If it's an underwater operation, it's going to be difficult at this time of year, given we're in the middle of winter. And so we do have to allow for the space and time for the experts in the field to do their work. But as soon as we can share more details, we will. And in the meantime, we'll deploy all of the tools in our arsenal to protect airspace and our sovereignty.
Okay. Minister Mendicino, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
The minister held that one together after a ton of shitty questions.
After spending a couple of days in Ottawa last week, Canada's premiers reconvened this afternoon to once again talk healthcare. It was their first meeting since the federal government put a new funding agreement on the table. So what did they decide? Let's bring in Heather Stephenson, Premier of Manitoba and the Chair of the Council of the Federation. Premier Stephenson, thanks for joining us.
Great to be here with you, David.
I'm wondering what you can tell us about how today's discussion went with your provincial and territorial colleagues. Are you going to accept this deal, or are we in store for some more federal-provincial fighting?
Look, we had a very good meeting today. We were very much united on our front that we will be accepting the money from the federal government, but also recognizing that this does not represent what is a long-term funding need for our healthcare systems across the country. So
no, you didn't like that it was
conditional
the Prime
Minister to address some of the challenges associated with individual things within the agreement.
Okay, I want to start with that first part, that you will be accepting the money. I mean, I know it's not everything you wanted, but it is billions of extra dollars across the country, which is hard to reject in any capacity. So does this mean you're not going to try to reopen conversations with the Prime Minister to extend the term and increase the dollar amount? You've accepted this is it, and you're going to move on to your bilateral agreements?
Okay, I take it back. This guy's actually a fucking hilarious instigator. He basically said, "You're not really going to take that deal, are you?" Like, me personally, I would have, you're not really going to end conversations with the Prime Minister and take the money, right? Right? I mean, me personally, I wouldn't have that. But, if you're going to take deals and end, that's sort of what the question was getting at, so you're not going back to the table? Really? You're just going to take the money like a bitch? You're just gonna take the billions of dollars like a little bitch instead of going back to the table and arguing for more for your province? Really? Really? That's sort of the tone he was giving. I love that. That's awesome.
This for now, but we will move on to the bilateral agreements. But we
do
recognize that this is not a long-term within the agreement.
Okay, I want to start with that first part, that you will be accepting the money. I mean, I know it's not everything you wanted, but it is billions of extra dollars across the country, which is hard to reject
makes sense.
in any capacity. So does this mean you're not going to try to reopen conversations with the Prime Minister to extend the term and increase the dollar amount? You've accepted this is it, and you're going to move on to your bilateral agreements?
You've accepted this is it, and you're going to move on to your bilateral... That's fucking based, man. That's so funny. What a Chad. You've accepted you're not going to do any better than this, so you're just going to fucking move on. That's king shit right there. That is legendary. That is legendary. I like it.
We've accepted this for now, but we will move on to the bilateral agreements. But we do recognize that this is not a long-term solution to the healthcare funding that is needed within our country. And this is by no means a panacea to fixing healthcare across the country. So it's a step in the right direction. We recognize that, and we'll be moving forward from here.
Okay, you say it's not a long-term solution, but it is a 10-year financial commitment of $196.1 billion.
It's 10 fucking years, bro. That's a lot of time.
Does it need to go beyond 10 years before you consider this a long-term solution? What are you looking for in terms of length, then?
He's such a fucking
instigator.
No,
I think it's significantly less than what we had originally.
I didn't like him when it was about foreign policy, because like that's actually kind of like dangerous shit. Probably shouldn't be fucking with that. But now that he's just like probing them about local stuff, this is funny. Like, this is good content. See, would you rather listen to this or listen to Destiny talk about like red pill versus blue pill shit for the 4 millionth time of the last 8 months? Fucking boring ass content. See, this is good shit right here.
Indicated was needed to address the long-term financial challenges within our healthcare system. But we recognize that this is a step in the right direction, and so we've agreed to move forward and accept that federal funding for now. Again, there are some challenges with respect to the bilat. What happens at the end of the 10-year agreement? We're concerned about the fiscal cliff that could be as a result of that. There's existing bilateral agreements within healthcare out there where we're concerned about what does it mean in terms of the potential fiscal cliff of those monies falling off. And so there's still a number of issues that we want to be addressed, so we will be writing a letter to the Prime Minister from all of us to address some of those challenges.
Okay, you talk about a fiscal cliff, but presumably the money that the Prime Minister laid out in this 10-year plan, that gets baked into the base every year in terms of what the transfer would be to the provinces. Is that not your understanding?
No, that's not our understanding right now, and we're very, very concerned about that. What happens at the end of those 10 years? We know that the end of these bilats.
Yeah, what happens if you end up with a conservative government? What happens if Polyev is even doling out the money after this shit? Then you're fucked. I'm sorry, bro.
Programming.
And you're really
fucked. So we want to ensure that that is baked into the bottom line moving forward.
Okay, so I just want to be a little bit granular, if I can, for a second, because this offer from the federal government is kind of broken into two parts: the Canada Health transfer increase across the board and the bilats. Are you saying the fiscal cliff is in the one-on-one deals with the provinces or in the whole package? Because the Canada Health transfer, as I understand it, is a permanent increase in the base.
That's a permanent health increase.
It's not actually a permanent increase in the base at all. It's just $2 billion up front, and if it was built in the base, it would be $2 billion per year. So it's just $2 billion, again, significantly less than what we need to see to help the funding challenges within our healthcare system.
I thought it was.
So there is a challenge with that, but there's also a challenge with respect to the bilateral agreements, which end after 10 years, as we understand it.
Right. So I can understand the concerns you might have with the bilateral agreements, but the Canada Health transfer, according to the documents I read from the federal government,
built in.
is a 5% floor guarantee in each of the next 5 years.
I'm not schizo.
And then it would revert back to the 3% or the nominal GDP growth percentage, whichever is higher. Is that how you understand this plan to go?
So what we were looking for is $28 billion to go in the baseline funding. So that's $28 billion per year. The $2 billion is not even in the base funding. So that would have been $2 billion a year for lifetime moving forward. But that is not baked into this. And so we do have concerns about that. It's just the one-time funding that, yes, will escalate based on the escalators. But again, the escalators is, it has a base of around 3% right now. So the difference between that 3.5% and 5% is the only increase that we're actually receiving over the course of the next couple of years. And then after that, there's no guarantee after the 5 years. And so there are some challenges around that. There's no question.
Sweetie.
But this
That's
is not
sad.
$2 billion to the baseline funding of the Canada Health transfer.
Right. The initial $2 billion you're talking about is sort of the one-time immediate infusion of cash that they're promising to give you in this fiscal year to deal with the
It's one time.
It's one time. No, I get that.
I'm so sorry, honey.
Back to your fiscal cliff and the long-term concerns. This is a 10-year. The bilaterals will be 10-year agreements, and then the other component also runs for 10 years. How could the Prime Minister of 2023, no matter who it was, commit to something beyond 2033? I mean, normal planning and funding cycles going out a decade seems like they've already stretched kind of far. I mean, Would you make a commitment now for 2033 with a municipality or another organization in Manitoba?
Commitment right now for 2033?
Well, again, if they put it into the baseline funding now, which is what we've been asking for, then that would be ongoing and recurring over the course of the lifetime of the agreement. And so, you know, right now, what the challenge is after 10 years, and 10 years can go by pretty quickly, I can tell you. And after 10 years, what happens to those investments that need to be continued on the programming that those investments are investing in? What happens to those programs at the end of those 10 years? If there isn't the extension of those agreements in any way, then that's what we call the fiscal cliff. That's what happens at the end of that time frame.
But is that a conversation for right now when you're trying to deal with these urgent reforms and staff recruitment to the system, or is that a conversation for 5 years from now when you're sort of in the middle of this and closer to the end of that planning horizon to figure out what next steps will be? Because you don't know what the needs of the health system will be in 2033 compared to right now.
There's no HP increasing nature.
I think it's a discussion to have now and 5 years from now, to be frank with you. And I think it is something that we need to have those continued discussions. Exactly what you're saying is that things can change over the course of time, and we need to make sure that we have flexibility within our healthcare systems. But really what we need is the sustainability of long-term financing for the Canada Health Transfer, for the funding of healthcare across our country. This is not that agreement today. And that's why we want to make sure that some of those challenges are addressed in the long term. For right now, this is $46 billion into our healthcare systems across the country. It's more than we had before. So certainly we're willing to accept that.
So what are your next steps, just as a final point? You say you've written a letter, you're going to write a letter to the Prime Minister to talk about this long-term sustainability. Is this something First Ministers need to meet on, or do officials do this?
No, so what we will do, obviously, after this, we are accepting the financing from the federal government. So after this, we will sit down as individual provinces and territories and negotiate and have discussions over those bilateral agreements moving forward. But I think what is also, it has to be on the table, is some of the concerns that we have with respect to the long-term financing and sustainable financing of our healthcare system. This doesn't necessarily deal with that, so we need to continue to have that dialogue with them as well. So whether it's a review after 5 years or what that may look like, those are some of the things that we will address in a letter to the Prime Minister and have future discussions, we hope, at that FPT table.
Okay.
Or, sorry, the FMM table.
Right, the FMM table. All right, Premier Stephenson, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, David.
He's not opening that fucking letter.
Okay, so bilateral talks on healthcare are already underway. Today, federal ministers were in Halifax meeting with Premier Tim Houston.
We spoke about what matters to Nova Scotians, greater access to family medicine, reducing backlogs in surgeries, investing in mental health care, especially for younger Nova Scotians.
Sounds like.
We're hopeful that we can arrive at an agreement in principle quickly with the government of Nova Scotia.
I'm sorry, I'm flaming.
Okay, so how soon? How quickly could these bilateral deals be reached?
How soon, bro?
Tim Houston is the Premier of Nova Scotia. Premier Houston, welcome to the show.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
I wonder if you could build on the news we just got from Premier Stephenson, that premiers have collectively agreed to take the money from the federal government and move on to focus on the bilateral agreements. How did Nova Scotia get to the position that you're comfortable doing this?
Yeah, thanks for that. And we've certainly been very focused on healthcare in this province. Fixing healthcare, my number one priority. Paying for the fixing, that's those are my two focuses, fixing and paying for it. So look, the federal government put some new money on the table. Of course, I would always push for more for Nova Scotia, but we know the reality is that the money that's there is there. So no point in dragging the feet. We're just interested in moving forward and getting on with making the investments in healthcare that will make healthcare more accessible for Nova Scotians and for Canadians. So time to move forward. We want a partner in Ottawa. They have a partner in Nova Scotia. It's all about putting access before anything else.
Okay, Premier Stephenson raised some concerns about what she's calling the fiscal cliff, that the bilateral agreements end after 10 years, and she has some concerns about the other funding after 10 years. Can you realistically expect arrangements that run more than a decade out from the federal government when it comes to really anything, let alone health?
Yeah, I think, look, everyone, we're going to make funding investments now. We're going to make commitments to Nova Scotians, to Canadians on those investments. So nobody wants to think about a situation where you got to go backwards or unwind maybe some of the care that's being provided. So I think it's realistic to have agreements between the levels of government that they'll continue to monitor it. They'll look at it and make sure that at that point in time, we're making the best decisions for Nova Scotians and for Canadians. So we don't want to see that drop off, and I'm sure the federal government doesn't want to see that either. So, the best we can do is agree that we don't want that drop off. Nobody wants that drop off, and when the time comes, we'll have to address that. But for today, the investments, the new money coming to Nova Scotia, our share is about almost $150 million. We won't have any trouble investing that in the healthcare system. The needs are very significant, and that's where our focus is.
Okay, you've had a busy day because you just had the call with the other premiers, and you've also met with Ministers LeBlanc and Minister Duclos from the federal government who've been on the East Coast today. How would you characterize that meeting in terms of where you are on moving ahead with your bilateral agreements with the federal government?
Productive. I would say they're productive. So I had my health minister, Michelle Thompson, with me, and our whole health team, senior officials, deputy ministers, and as did the federal government. So, look, everybody wants to move forward. As I say, we wish it was, we can always want for more and push for more, but we know the realities and the priorities we're aligned on. This is about access to healthcare. This is about accepting the challenges around staffing, around human resources, around technology. So all of these things are really critical to getting us past the crisis we're in here now. So the federal government put some money on the table. We want to work with them to make sure that goes to the proper investments to support improving healthcare, and there's no time to waste. So we're just getting on with it. We're moving forward.
I saw a news release from your neighbor next door in Newfoundland and Labrador, Premier Andrew Furey, who said that he and his officials are immediately moving to negotiations on the bilateral agreements. Is that where Nova Scotia is? Are you on the by the federal budget timeline?
Yeah, immediate. And we had some of those discussions today about what those, how we would deploy those investments. So I would say it's not even really a question of immediately moving to them. I think we're already there, and that's what Nova Scotians expect. So they want me to move quickly. I feel a sense of urgency. I kind of push that sense of urgency down through the healthcare system. Everyone working on the front lines of healthcare. I want them to know that we feel the urgency. We have to support them. We need to recruit to support them. We need to retain them. So there's a lot of work to do. I think good things are happening too. Sometimes we focus on a lot of the negative stories, but I'm also starting to hear good stories, good positive interactions with the healthcare system, and that's important too. So there's a lot of work to do, but our sleeves are rolled up, and we are actively working as aggressively as we can.
Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan said today that the volume of money, the quantum that was put on the table, isn't enough to make sort of big transformative change in the healthcare system. You mentioned the negative stories. You've heard about the challenges in your emergency room, people who died waiting for care and other things. How does this money allow you to attack those challenges, and what kind of solutions does it buy for you?
Yeah, so Nova Scotia, we put out our Action for Healthcare plan. We put that out back, quite a number of months ago. It was the first real plan for healthcare in this province, and certainly well over a decade. So the plan is there. So what this new money allows us to do is kind of speed some things up. Where there's a lot of changes happening. There's a lot of, positive incremental changes happening. But now with some additional money, we can speed things up and get to things faster that we would have, maybe we're a little further down the timeline. So
what kind of things,
we hear the voices of those in the front lines. We listen to them, certainly in the emergency room situations. We acted very quickly to add patient advocates in the room to support advanced care paramedics, nurses. We're looking at the scope of practice. So things are happening. But as I said, we know, look, we're under no illusions about it. There's a lot of work to be done. I may have inherited a broken healthcare system, but I will give every ounce of energy I have to fix it, and that's my focus.
What kind of things can you get earlier? You said things you can accelerate and move up. Are there specific things? Because I know everyone has a shortage of doctors and nurses, but there's not like there's this giant pool of unemployed doctors and nurses, right, that everyone can dip into. So what do you move up to the front of the line now?
Yeah, certainly. Being some common sense around credentialing, making sure that we're accepting of credentials from other jurisdictions. We can never sacrifice the standard of care, but we'll have to have some common sense about the experiences people have and the credentials they have, certainly across the country, but internationally as well. So working with immigration, investments in technology, investments. We've invested in this province in a number of transport drivers to move people around from appointments from hospital to hospital, which were normally, they'd been done by advanced care paramedics. But with the new system, that frees up these paramedics to go and respond to 911 calls. So those types of investments, and they're investments and they're significant. But now we can start to move faster. Maybe in that case, more transport drivers. Maybe more on the recruiting front. But certainly, investments in technology, that's a no-brainer. We can really make significant investments in technology to help improve the efficiency, to support those working in the system. But now we can move a bit faster on some of those things. So we know what needs to be done, and our priorities are aligned with the federal government because they're the priorities of Canadians. So we're not worried about the strings attached. We're not worried about the accountability. We have a full website. Any Nova Scotian, anyone can go to our website, Action for Healthcare, and see how we're progressing on what we say we're going to do. So we're accountable. We want to be transparent. We know there's work to be done, but I also want to assure Nova Scotians that the work is being done. Things will start to get better.
Okay, Team Houston, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
I've decided that I will step down as mayor so that I can take the time to reflect on my mistakes and to do the work of rebuilding the trust of my family.
That shocking moment Friday evening when longtime Toronto Mayor John Tory announced he would be stepping down. Tory admitted to having an extramarital relationship with a former staffer who worked directly for him. Though he says he will be stepping down, he's yet to officially resign. Well, the Toronto Star first broke this story, and David Ryder is that paper's City Hall bureau chief, and he joins me now. So, David, thanks for joining us. I wonder if we can start at the beginning. Just tell us how this story came together in the first place.
Yeah, it seemed very sudden at the end, but it actually was a long time brewing for us. This started back in early December when I first got a tip that the mayor and his wife were estranged and possibly heading for divorce. They're kind of a power couple in Toronto, so that's something we would do, a small story. It's not the kind of usual sort of City Hall political story I do, but I did reach out to his office and sort of saying this is a sensitive issue, but is there something to report here? I was told there's nothing that the mayor is willing to talk about right now. And I said, okay, fine. But if I hear something official or somebody files divorce papers, I'll do a story. So I left it there. But I did, when I was talking to people around the mayor, as I often do, I'd say something about are you hearing anything about his marriage? And it turned out it was kind of an open secret in political circles that he and his wife were estranged. She was primarily living in Florida. And of course, he was keeping up his very busy City Hall schedule here. Fast forward till a little less than 2 weeks ago, and one of the sources came forward with more information and said it's not just an estrangement or sort of growing apart, that in fact, there's another person involved, and it's a very young woman, and that she is not working for the mayor now, but she used to be a junior staffer in his office. That set off some alarm bells because, these days, post Me Too, a powerful boss in politics or in business, having any kind of personal relationship with a junior subordinate, is at least cause for concern and for a lot of people. So I'll admit, though, I didn't really believe it. John Tory's sex scandal was not on anybody's bingo card. It seemed totally out of character. I started asking around. A few people very close to him, said, that's impossible. That's not John. But a couple of people said, I know what you're talking about. So we kept reporting. And that culminated with last Thursday when I put very detailed questions to the mayor through his spokesperson. And then on Friday, we got a statement from his lawyer, essentially confirming everything we had said and adding some detail on the timeline, which confirmed what we heard, which is that the relationship actually did start when they were both working in the mayor's office. Right. 1 hour after our story went live on thestar.com, John Tory held a press conference and announced that he was resigning as mayor of Toronto. So obviously when you got the statement from the mayor on Friday confirming everything, I mean, that's the green light to press go and publish. But in terms of deciding it was worthy of reporting, was it the affair itself or is it the relationship that's really the tipping point when you're getting to that decision? Because of the power imbalance that you mentioned, the professional relationship. It's really the nature of the relationship and not the relationship itself. I mean, we had a lot of internal discussions, and I'll be honest, even though we'd done, a couple of weeks of pretty hard reporting work on it, if we had concluded that we were convinced that there was no relationship while he was her boss, that anything that happened after she had moved out of the mayor's office, we probably wouldn't be talking right now. I don't think we would have published a story. In Canada, generally, in political coverage, politicians are allowed to have a private life, and there is a line, and the line for us is, does it impact his duties as the mayor of Toronto? Does it impact his office? In this case, it seemed clear to us that once they confirmed that, in fact, there was a relationship while they were working together. We also had some internal reports from people working there that they found that she was given senior duties that were unusual for a junior staffer. She went on several trips with the mayor, including to Europe and New York City, that raised some questions. And also her post City Hall employment is involved with a company that the mayor has been involved with in the past. So all of those raised flags that said we should keep reporting, and then in fact it was newsworthy and was worth reporting.
Okay, David, we just lost your video there for a second, but I'm going to keep going while we wait for the picture to come back. He's announced he's leaving, but he hasn't officially resigned. And there's a budget meeting on Wednesday for the budget that essentially he drafted as mayor. So what do you make of this decision that John Tory is sticking around to at least deal with this and push ahead before officially resigning?
It makes sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into it, because I was talking to city staff on the weekend saying, how does this work if he's not mayor anymore, and under the strong mayor system, he is actually presenting his budget to city council? Like, does the acting mayor do it? And the answer I got was that it was going to be difficult and kind of messy legislatively. So the most likely scenario was that he would stay at city council and present his budget and take questions on it, and then submit his resignation papers, which seems odd. He's kind of, dead mayor walking, and it's going to be weird to have him there in city council, and kind of awkward, to be honest. But that's the way it is. Having said that, he is still the mayor of Toronto, and there is a push by some of his city council allies and people outside of City Hall to convince him to stay. We're told that he's listening to them, maybe in some ways regrets taking the advice of his kitchen cabinet and resigning. But as far as we know, he still plans to make good on his word and leave office after Wednesday.
It is rare to see a politician in this day and age immediately accept sort of responsibility and resign. But do you think I read your reporting today about the advice he got. It does seem untenable. I mean, do you think he could have stayed and pushed through it and fought and been an effective mayor?
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
How do you think it would have played?
Probably could have just...
I think the advisors, they're political pros. And, I think it's possible he could survive. I mean, Rob Ford, buffaloed his way through all kinds of things for longer than anybody thought. People are, fairly forgiving. But the fact is, a lot of the reporting we're doing now might not be relevant. We might not do it if he leaves office and is a private citizen. Like, then he hasn't surrendered his privacy, and he's not sort of fair game for a lot of the kinds of loose ends we're looking at. I think so. It would be extremely difficult. And basically, the way they gamed it out to him was, if you don't resign now, you just resign later. There would be an integrity commissioner report. The integrity commissioner would want to speak to the woman involved. The mayor apparently is very protective of her, doesn't want her kind of dragged through the mud. The other thing I'll say is, one of the questions I keep getting is, is there more? And is that why he resigned? Because a lot of people are surprised that he resigned. I think in any, affair, there is more. Whether or not it's reportable or not is another question. But I know from the people who advised them, because I spoke to them for my follow-up story, that when I gave them the very detailed questions on Thursday, they learned new information about the relationship that the mayor hadn't told them.
Right.
And I think that was that scared some of them. And they thought, well, if the Toronto Star knows more than we know, and we're standing around advising this guy, what else could there be?
Yeah. That makes sense.
And that's a tough spot
for
a political staffer or advisor to find themselves in. David Ryder, thank you so much for joining us tonight to walk us through your story. That's David Ryder of the Toronto Star.
Thank you.
Toronto Mayor John Tory has announced his intention to resign after admitting he had an inappropriate relationship with a staffer in his office.
I don't remember. It was like 15
I'm deeply sorry, and I apologize unreservedly to the people of Toronto and to all of those hurt by my actions, including my staff, my colleagues on City Council, and the public service for whom I have such respect. Most of all, I apologize to my wife Barb and to my family, who I've let down more than anyone else.
Tory hasn't officially resigned yet, and he intends to lead this week's budget meeting. Now, it's time now for the power panel to weigh in on this. Sharon Carr is a former deputy chief of staff to former finance minister Bill Morneau. Brad Levine was the principal secretary to former NDP leader Jack Layton and is now with Council Public Affairs. Kate Harrison is with Summa Strategies, and Kelly Kleiderman is with the Globe and Mail. Happy Monday, everyone. Thanks for joining me.
Following
Brad,
the leader of the official opposition
Friday,
to the fucking City Council of Toronto. It's fucking embarrassing. Sorry. Next.
The mayor resigning because of this controversy, but immediately sort of taking accountability for a breaking story like this. Did you expect John Tory to resign when you heard this news?
No. To be honest with you, no. Because, of course, you know, at the time when the story is breaking, you don't know all the details. But I think it is right and proper, the course of action that he did take. The key issue, I believe, is that it...
That is right and proper. Okay, give me a fucking couple minutes. All right, it's rat time. Here, let me show you how the rat. This is my rat setup cam. Does that work? It's my laptop there. There you go. There's my rat setup. Oh, this looks like all the other ones. Oh, it says 10 minutes though. 10-minute returns. It's kind of good. Okay, I gotta blow my nose. Apple. Again, I think I take this shit off and then put it in. Like that. Ah, fuck. This is one of the newer rats, I guess. We'll let it sit for a couple minutes. I wonder when Hunter's gonna get the level up, and if he has any more EVs left in him. Because he might. probably good to go now. One, two, three. Oh wait, that's a fucking slimy one. 3. Is that clear? Yep. Looks like COVID to me. It'd be fun to do Nuzlocke if they take damage and they die or whatever. It'd be pretty easy though. You just route stuff. Very, very easy. Impossible in black and white though. I'm trying to say that for forever though too. Keep my business off the gram. Switch my style like I switch lanes. Going to foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch.
It wasn't that he had an affair outside of his marriage, but it was somebody with whom he worked and had a supervisory rollover. So that made tremendous sense. And I don't know if Mr. Tory at the time knew that he would stay on in order to exercise Doug Ford's strong mayor powers to get a budget through, but I think there is a bit of a contradiction if he says on Friday night that he's lost the moral authority to serve as mayor until I get my budget passed. He failed to mention that to the people of Toronto on Friday night. But I'll let people weigh in on the timing. But what I think this means going forward, I mean, this is the fact that he stepped down. There will be a by-election in the coming weeks. Mm-hmm. This is a tremendous opportunity for progressives in the city. We've had 12 years of Conservatives mayor. We've had Rob Ford, and then we've had a number of years with Mr. Tory. There's a tremendous opportunity for the progressives in this city to use this as an opportunity to bring about the change I think a lot of Torontonians want to see.
Kate, I'm no expert on Toronto municipal politics, but I have seen some analysis that the Progressives tend to run 13 different candidates and split the votes a bunch of different ways, and you tend to get your center and center-right candidates elected. So what's your sense on what this looming departure from the mayor means for Toronto City Council and politics there?
Yeah, well, Brad talks about the opportunity for progressives. I think equally there's an opportunity for a small C conservative. You could make the argument that was Tory and Ford. I think Tory would be much more on the center than the center-right, at least if you're talking to conservatives. So if we look at what's happened in Vancouver and in Ottawa and elsewhere, there's been a lot of change. We had a change towards more of a centrist direction in both of those cities. Crime played a major issue. We know that there's been a number of violent incidents in Toronto that have captured a lot of headlines and a lot of people turning their attention to whether or not that's something that should be a focus. So Toronto is in a really unique position right now with crime being an issue, with a provincial conservative government that has a lot to say about transit in the city, and other infrastructure issues, and the fact that we're in a recession, I think that actually lends itself well to a true small C conservative occupying the mayor's office, particularly if there's a divided left like we've seen in the past.
Sharon, what's your sense of where this goes? I mean, we do have the strong mayor powers, which, correct me if I'm wrong in this, I believe are new since the last municipal election. And you do have this crime dynamic that is dominating a lot of headlines in the city. I mean, where do you think municipal politics goes next in Toronto in the wake of this?
I think what's going to be really important for anyone who's engaged in municipal politics, or even just people in Toronto, is to focus on what we can do to kind of move past this situation. There is a serious crime issue in Toronto. I think we just saw today that a woman on
Okay, give me a sec. I gotta fix the door. Fuck. My bad. My bad. I was gone for a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's my bad. Fuck. Well. Here we are. 4 hours in. Okay. I should probably make dinner, but instead I'm gonna play Pokemon. I should bring dinner though. That would be cool. This is sunset, so we have a different encounter table, don't we? Should I just change the time? Oh. That's helpful. At least that person stuck around for 30 seconds. That's good. Oh, whoops. 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 It's like they know what's about to happen. Just keep your eye out like aye, Captain. I kind of don't like wearing headphones. Can I just do this? How bad is it if I do this? Is this bad? Can you guys like... Does the audio quality sound like shit, or is it not that bad? Is it bad or no? Maybe if I bring it over here, this is better. Is this better? Hello? Hello? Yeah, it doesn't look great, to be honest. It's not really great. Especially I like to talk on like this tone. You probably can't hear me that much. My bad. Especially I like to talk here. I like to talk in here. Yeah, I think I am gonna listen to music and just do a client side. No, wait, we have to finish the podcasts.
The Spadina station was slashed in the face, and this is stuff that we're seeing daily. So I think council needs to come together, and whoever decides to run for mayor and whoever the candidates are need to focus on crime in the city, because I think crime is an issue that is truly kind of taken over everyone's mind, and everyone's afraid to kind of walk around the city. But we do have things like the budget that's going to be going through on Wednesday. There's a whole bunch of other pieces that need to happen in this weird purgatory stage that we're kind of in right now. So I think it's important that council come together and kind of rally into figuring out how we get past this budget and then what we do in next steps.
Kelly, weird purgatory stage, I think, is a good launching point for the fact that he announced Friday night he was going to go, but now he's going to appear at the budget meeting on Wednesday night and present the fiscal plan that his office helped draft. I mean, what do we make of that? And do you think he could have held on? Do you think his resignation was inevitable, or could he have fought this?
Don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it.
You know, from a few thousand kilometers away, where we have some experience with politicians hanging on once they've said they're going to resign, I would say, you know, what is very interesting to watch is the number of councillors who are calling for him even to stay. And while that may not give him the power to stay in office, it does give him the ability to point to some support for him putting forward this budget idea, or putting forward a budget that he has spent a lot of time on. He's not leaving office for political reasons, of course. It's for personal reasons. And that's not
true. He is leaving office for political reasons. Don't give me that excuse. That's bullshit.
A city that is facing so many issues at that time that want for stability and for
That's
things
total bullshit.
To be seen through, I would
He's
think,
not leaving for,
is strong in a lot of people.
Up.
And I have to think a lot of Torontonians,
Everything's political
whatever
reasons.
side of the political spectrum they're on, they're bracing themselves for a mayoral contest without an incumbent that could easily become a gong show. And that has to be.
They need to set the narrative. I should really get in on that campaign. I should just start working.
The city that feels like an election will take a matter of months. There won't be decisions made during that time. They want progress on issues like housing, like transit, like crime done quickly. And I think that might give the outgoing mayor some leeway to enact some of what he wants to do before he leaves office. I'd also be asking, 68 is not the end of politics in this day and age. So I'd be also asking John Tory whether he wants to run again someday.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting question if you were to get to ask John Tory that. But Brad, on that point, we had David Ryder on the show a few minutes back, and he said that there are allies and people at City Council trying to convince John Tory to stay, ride this out, and not resign as mayor. I mean, do you see any scenario in which the decision announced Friday night isn't officially enacted upon?
Well, it would be an incredible 180 if he were to make an announcement that he did not meet a moral bar that he himself established and said that he had failed to meet, and then say, oh, wait a minute, upon second thought, there are big issues. There was big issues facing the city on Friday. We had the homelessness crisis. We had crime and safety on our transit system and on our streets. We had, the broken water fountains. Everything from the big things to the small things were all in my opinion, in crisis on Friday when he made this announcement. And all of a sudden now, because he's consulting with his allies on council, if he's making the decision, he's got to stick with it. It's not like his smart track, his transit plan, that he promised back in 2018, and it just kind of disappeared. He can't disappear the resignation. He's got to follow through, and the people of Toronto need to move on. And as you see, more and more people coming forward. And I want to pick up on a point. Yes, I think this could be. If we have one progressive candidate and one conservative candidate, we can actually have a great debate on how to fix this city.
So there's going to be 400 progressive candidates.
But I think a lot of people are. When you eliminate incumbency, you open up. It could go anywhere, and I think this is a great opportunity for progressive to rally around one candidate.
All right, well, Brad, you better get to work because, my experience is that you see a lot more than just one on that side of the divide. All right, we're going to leave the conversation there. Maybe if the one progressive champion emerges, we'll have Brad back to talk about that.
Obviously, there is some sort of pattern in there. The fact that we are seeing this in a significant degree over the past week is a cause for interest and close attention, which is exactly what we're doing.
That was Prime Minister Justin Trudeau earlier today, speaking about the 4 objects that have been spotted and shot down over North American airspace. One of them, we know, was a Chinese balloon suspected of spying. What the other 3 are remains a mystery. Opposition parties have plenty of questions.
Does the government now understand how vulnerable this country is?
We are continuing to monitor the situation. We are conducting recovery operations and will take whatever action is necessary, Mr. Speaker.
When will this government stop dragging their feet and take action to protect Canadians from foreign interference and spying?
There's more to do.
Jesus, what the fuck is Elizabeth May doing talking about this shit?
We've always taken national security seriously, and we've implemented measures
on this side of the house. We always take our cock and balls seriously.
All right, the power panel is back.
Sharon
Carr, Brad Levine, Kate Harrison, and Kelly Kreiderman. And gang, look, I appreciate there's a lot we don't know. If you have any information relevant to this, please feel free to share it. But Sharon, I just wonder, what do you make of the questions? What do you make of the explanations?
Well, the guys should be like, you think I'd be on this shitty-ass panel if I knew what the fuck was going on?
With alarming frequency in the skies over North America.
Yeah, listen, this is a really loaded one because I think we've all kind of been watching the news and social media with our eyes wide open, really confused as to what is going on. And everyone's kind of got their conspiracy theories out there. And everybody who was a monetary expert last year is suddenly become an extraterrestrial expert. So I think what's really important in this situation is that everyone kind of sit back and let the professionals look into what's happening. It's really easy for the conservatives to come out and say, we're not protecting our sovereignty. But the U.S. is in a very similar position, and I think NORAD is working the way it should. Now, there's valid questions that can be asked around if NORAD's system wasn't programmed properly to capture certain things at different altitudes. That's valid, and I think that can be looked into. But to kind of jump the gun and say this is a complete...
So valid, Queen.
I would say the government did a horrible job on it. I think it's premature. I think Minister Anand did a really good press conference on Friday night where she answered the questions pretty clearly and concisely. Or was it Saturday night?
It was Saturday. Yeah.
Saturday night. And
15 is 57.
When there's, I would say, bilateral discussions,
and then another
between
15
the US,
is 116.
Less is more until you know the facts. It's really not helpful to
Jesus,
speculate.
the EVs are hard to get in this game,
right?
eh?
Have everyone kind of jumping
I only
on
have 50. I only have 50 attack EVs.
So
57 attack EVs in the spinner
let
rack.
the government and NORAD and whoever else collect whatever they need to collect and analyze it. And once information is available, let's provide it. Speculating on something like this is not helpful.
Yeah, Kate, I never thought I'd see the day where defense spokespeople and Pentagon spokespeople were asked whether or not they could rule out the possibility of this being extraterrestrial, but here we are. But on this criticism from the Conservatives that this shows a failure by the Canadian government, how exposed Canada is, this stuff went across the U.S., not just in the last little while, but during the Trump years. You know, Mr. Kirby from the National Security Council said today they had to recalibrate the radars to look for this. So if the greatest military in the history of the world wasn't detecting these things any faster than Canada, is this really a failure of Canada's defense systems?
Well, I think it highlights perhaps our ill-preparedness to deal with these types of things, but that is not just a Trudeau government problem. That is a decades-long problem dealing with a procurement system that really means that this country gets good equipment last or maybe never. And so when it comes to things like updating warning systems and whatnot, we're always so far behind. So there's a legitimate debate that I think Conservatives are trying to force on that. On this particular issue, though, yeah, it's a little tough to say that, you know, we should have been on it if even the U.S. wasn't. Then again, we're part of these global alliances. And I think what happened over the weekend was a demonstration that this works, that the NORAD arrangement works well. So Conservatives have to walk a bit of a balance here, but I think they are right to highlight the point that we rely often on the U.S. for intelligence and to be a first response, and maybe Canada needs to be a little bit more proactive in some of these engagements and make sure that we have the right equipment to address these needs, not just rely on our big brother to the south.
Kelly, I have like a million questions, you know, about what is going on, and I appreciate there has to be a recovery mission in the remote wilderness of Yukon right now in February, and also in the deep waters of Lake Huron in the middle of winter. But I mean, what's the big thing you want to hear from the Canadian government?
Yeah, it's a little fucking cold, I bet.
As soon as possible on this.
I think, you know, one thing that stood out to me today was the Prime Minister speaking about the patterns that we're seeing with this. And I don't know if we have enough information for that, because you haven't heard that from U.S. officials. And I think John Kirby was, in fact, asked about that today and didn't know necessarily what patterns the Prime Minister was talking about. And I think, you know, that question that
the Prime Minister's also becoming schizo.
Tweaked our radar at this point so we can pick up slower, smaller objects.
Okay, let's see. We can probably get an exact EV spread. I mean, IV spread here.
This has been changed is amazing, but also
because we have used
know for how long North America has not been detecting these objects in North America, and everybody should be alert because we are shooting down foreign objects in North America right now. I think, you know, the significance of that cannot be lost from a military and security standpoint. And I do think it reinforces the idea that we haven't been paying enough attention to foreign interference, not only when it comes to objects drifting over North America with prevailing winds, but also when it comes to business, also when it comes to elections, also when it comes to other kinds of fraud.
I
think that is a
oh my god, it has a perfect attack stat
in a very public way.
Holy
shit! Over people's heads.
Yeah, Brad,
that makes me so happy.
This morning,
oh my
earlier
god,
today,
that's incredible.
when the Prime Minister talked about there's a pattern.
That's so fucking cool.
What pattern? You know, and I had Marco Mendicino on the show earlier, and he wouldn't really say, but, you know, the first one was Chinese, and the next three were unknown. Like, is that the pattern? Is that what he means? But it feels like it could be state actors.
Level 3 Pidgey will die to poison sting, but literally nothing else.
So what do you make of the pattern, and what do you think the response needs to be?
Fuck.
Yeah, I think that any reasonable observer would take the Prime Minister's remarks about a pattern to say that these are objects that are gathering information.
I really needed it. That's okay.
That they're and what you want to hear from government is once they know it, then they let us know, because if you let the conspiracy theorists run with this, then we're never going to get to. But if it is a foreign state actor, they're obviously looking for ways to get around our detection system. So the notion that we're not ready for every possible foreign actor really doesn't make sense. So I don't believe that there's a great partisan gain to be made by any party here, because a thief is constantly looking to break the security codes. Just because you have a security code doesn't mean it's eventually going to be unbreakable. So the fact that 4 of them have been detected in a short period of time gets to the point where obviously the retweaking of our surveillance has worked. The question I think Kelly is raising is a good one. How long have these been here? Yeah. Who are they? What are they gathering? And it's just a reminder that we're constantly... But this is not news that we think, whether it's China or another actor, it's not news that Canada is being spied upon. They're coming at us, trying to gather intel from the air. They're trying to get us in the companies. They're trying to get us
in the ass.
They're trying to get us in a variety of different ways. And it's a reminder that we need to be ever vigilant and constantly upgrading the surveillance, as opposed to some extraterrestrial alien species that I hope that's not the pattern. But I seriously doubt it. I'm sure it's more the Chinese and other foreign actors who are trying to gather Canada's and America's intel.
Ignoring the Russians.
And while we're all sort of freaking out a little bit about what are these floating balloons, there are spy satellites, orbiting the Earth and shooting down, which is,
and they are launched all the time.
Yeah.
They're out all the time, right? Like defense sources, when the Chinese balloon was shot down in the U.S., were saying this happens with regularity. Maybe now we're just talking about it because we've started paying more attention.
Yep. And it's a balloon, and it's more interesting than a satellite.
No, I was.
And we're shooting them down.
Glad they cut off that one.
The decision was taken to take this down over fairly unpopulated and sparsely populated territory to make sure that the safety of Canadians and of Yukoners was first and foremost. In the recovery efforts, a lot of it is going to be around searching for and hopefully finding the object, but there are also places and teams in place to make sure that whether it's hazardous, whether there's who knows what associated with the object, it be properly dealt with.
All right, that was the Prime Minister there on the ongoing search for debris after 4 objects were shot down in North American airspace in the last 8 days. One of them over the Yukon on Saturday, and that's where the Prime Minister is today. The RCMP and Canadian forces are searching for the wreckage within 3,000 square kilometers. And for more on this, I'm joined by Yukon Premier Ranj Pillay, who met with the Prime Minister today in Whitehorse. Premier, thanks for joining us, and welcome to the show for the first time, I believe.
Thank you very much, David. Thanks for having me.
I wonder, when you first heard something was flying over Yukon and was going to be shot down by NORAD, when were you told this, and how did you react?
Well, it was quite a busy week. I was actually on my way from Ottawa back to the Yukon after the healthcare conversations earlier in the week, and first was made aware of an object being shot down off of the Alaska coast, but just west of the northern Yukon coastline. So alerted at that point that there was some things happening within the region. I did have the Minister of Defense reach out to me on Friday evening, and then again on Saturday to organize the briefing from him. And between the time of putting the logistics together for the briefing, the news came out that there was another object, and that object was shot down over the Yukon. And then in the afternoon, I briefed up with Minister Vandell as well as Minister Mendicino, and then I've had subsequent conversations with Minister of Defense since the incident on Saturday.
So what can you tell us about the state of the search right now? It's happening between Dawson City and Mayo, which I understand is pretty tough at this time of year. What can you tell us about the state of the search?
Yeah, while the Prime Minister was here this morning, we did meet with some of the individuals that have been deployed. I definitely want to thank first and foremost the Minister of Defence, as well as the Canadian Armed Forces and the RCMP, who have put together a group of specialists that are, again, being deployed into this area. I mean, the search is ongoing. This is very rugged territory, significant elevation. We haven't had a big snow load this year, but still, it's February, it's the Yukon, and it's a very vast region. So I think there's going to be a lot of work to be done to locate these items or item.
Do you have any concerns about how you're notified of this and the way it was spelled out? I know the Prime Minister noted that there were talks with Indigenous leaders about the risks in bringing an object down and the possible hazards on the ground. Are you satisfied with the level of notification and being in the loop for you and your government as NORAD dealt with this?
Yeah, I think when I reflect on what happened over the weekend, the conversation with Minister Anand, balancing everything that she had to balance, and her respectful dialogue with me in this role, I felt was very satisfactory. We also, between the two of us, made sure that the two First Nation leaders, which traditional territory this item was shot down in, were also in the loop of communication. And I think she had direct conversations with both of those First Nation leaders. So when I reflect on the weekend, I think it was handled very, very well. Of course, this is a situation that we've not seen in our country before. So new for everybody. But again,
Jesus,
it highlights,
fuck.
the
just give me
concerns
one more
around,
fucking Bellsprout.
Focus on Arctic security. I spent time with the Parliamentary Secretary for Department of Defense on Thursday in Ottawa. Spoke with all the premiers across the country, ensuring that they would support the Northern premiers on putting Arctic security on our top of the list for our agenda for COF this summer. So again, I think this just validates the concerns which you've heard coming out for a while. And again, I think the NORAD protocols worked well over the weekend.
No, certainly 4 balloons.
No fucking
Bellsprout. Or objects.
Okay, last one.
Has a way of focusing the mind on this. Speaking of focusing the mind, the premiers spoke today. You were on that call with the premiers. We heard from Heather Stephenson, who is the chair of the Council of the Federation for this year, saying that you've all decided you're going to accept this deal and move on and focus on the bilateral agreements. What was your takeaway from the discussions of that call, and why is Yukon prepared to just take this and move ahead?
Sure. Well, I think the conversations early on in the week in Ottawa, very respectful conversations between all the premiers.
9 and 15.
Great alignment on ensuring that we could move forward on this. All regions are under a lot of pressure when it comes to healthcare. I think that which you heard, maybe not exactly what everybody was looking for, but definitely could be a catalyst for change inside our health structures. Going into last night, I had a talk first with the Northern premiers, and we felt comfortable going forward. And again, today, that seemed to be alignment across the country. I think the bilateral conversations are going to be key to the success of the overall package. There wasn't a lot of room to move, was the signal that we saw on the CHT piece. But again, the bilaterals and with the territories, there's a second bilateral portion, which we'll be really focused on. And, our sense is those conversations.
Okay, last thing that I'm making pasta.
Here in the north with,
I see I should bring this stream.
If I can.
Yeah, they're burning up the miles. They were in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador today.
It's going to be a fucking hassle.
Ontario,
my whole laptop.
Where do you see your priorities being in these? We've talked to Northern premiers in the past, talked about the difficulty in attracting professionals and remote distances and having proper facilities. What are your priorities going to be when you sit down with the ministers and start hammering out what's next for Yukon's health system?
Well, in the Yukon, we built out a long-term blueprint for delivery of health care, and it really was a holistic approach, but focused on items such as, first of all, family medicine, but also making sure that we had the right supports in place for addictions treatment, ensuring that we had more supports in place for mental health, ensuring that our seniors were aging respectfully in place and had the right supports as well. So I think that the pillars that the federal government have identified are in great alignment with what we're trying to do in the Yukon. The subsequent piece to this is really getting our act together as a country and as jurisdictions when it comes to recognition of foreign credentials and streamlining our immigration systems for healthcare workers. So these are all going to be things I think that we have to look at. Some of them are more policy changes and policy supports by the federal government. And then with the bilateral agreements, I think the funds, the way they're being put in place, definitely for our region, fits well, and it fits well for the priorities that we've identified in the short and long term here in the Yukon.
It sounds like the federal government did a good job in designing this package to get agreements without actually giving the premiers everything they were asking for. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I mean, we're going into some, interesting times. There's already been this signal on austerity measures when it comes to spend at the federal level. We know at the provincial level what, of course, and territorial level, what we just went through. The programs that were put in place, both at the federal level and at the provincial and territorial level, to make sure that we kept our economies going were really important. But of course, there was a cost with that. So now we're at a time where I think you're going to try and do as much as you possibly can with.
I shouldn't have all the Ariados to get the booster, but then I can start killing Pidgeys. Is the thing. I have a better margin for error.
That they feel is fair, and it's
Do I though? I actually don't.
Time, as you heard other colleagues of mine say, we're always going to ask for more, but at this time, it's just really important to put these funds in place, get the agreement signed, and operationalize our plans, and make sure we're serving here for me, Yukoners, with the best possible healthcare we can provide.
Do I have better margin for
my colleagues across the country?
Okay, Premier Pillay, thanks. And I stand corrected. It's your second appearance on the show. You spoke to my colleague Katie Simpson last month. But always good to have you back. Thanks so much for joining me.
Great, David. Thank you so much.
That's it for today. Make sure you follow the pod so you don't miss any of the latest political news. And if you like this episode, please share it with a friend. Thanks for listening.
Damn, we didn't beat it. Sorry, guys. MPs call for more action to support Ukraine ahead of first anniversary of Russian invasion. 3 MPs discussed the House's Foreign Affairs Committee report on how to support Ukraine. Plus, the Power Panel discusses who the next mayor for Toronto, Mayor John Tory. What is next for former Toronto Mayor John Tory? Who do you think? All right, hold up. Brief intermission from grinding to look up something interesting. Toronto mayoral race. Candidates, mayor candidates, potential candidates. Let's see. Let's start scouting. Look at 5 potential candidates. A progressive urbanist who came a second. Distant second to Tory. This guy's a loser. If he came in second already, a distant second sounds like a loser to me. Michael Ford, associate professor of political science at the University. I wouldn't be surprised if Ontario Premier Doug Ford was speaking to his nephew Michael about running for the next mayoral seat. Wait, have I ever had this fucker as my... Oh, no. Peter Giffey. I've never had that guy, actually. Fun fact. Josh Mallow, progressive councillor for Toronto St. Paul since 2010. Mallow's been one of the vocal Tory opponents in City Hall. Third place. I don't like these losers. Okay, what about... Here's the real meme. We're memeing it up. We're memeing it up. What are the odds? Over under. Over under. Mike Layton gets asked to do it. He could. He very well could. Don't act like he hasn't got the call. He's got the call. I'm convinced. No tweet about John Tory. Huh. Come on, Mike. I think your time might be up, Mike. Looks like nothing. Interesting. No bueno for Mike. Very interesting. I'd keep your eye out, though. You know, I'd say this shit is possible. This shit is possible. Don't act like he's never gonna. Don't act like it's impossible. Listen, I'm coping. I'm coping. I just want to see him do something. Cause I see him as like the key to success. You know, we need like a Matthew Green or a Mike Layton to take control of this shitty ass party. Michelle Rumble Gardner. Nah. I actually have Michelle Rumble Gardner on my team, don't I? Isn't it fuck. Isn't it what the what's his name is called? Harry Cross? Run? What the fuck am I doing? Why can't I decide to fuck to run or not? Fuck me. God, this shit's boring. Wait, I feel like I just kill no Bellsprouts. It's only supposed to be like marginally more common, like the Pidgeys. I feel like I just get no Bellsprout luck. My Bellsprout luck just fucking sucks. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. Is there like a better route for EV training somewhere? Like there has to be a more efficient route somewhere. Because I can't just keep fucking switch training. Yeah, like this is fucking ridiculous. Please, just no more fucking Pidgey. Okay, at least got to 8 there. 8 and 15 again. Really? Again. Okay, so another 8 brings it to 76, and this is 15, brings it to 155. So we're only 100 away on the speed side. Not the speed really matters because we're going to be probably outspeeding the Gengar before we're killing it with the Shadow Sneak. But it's fine. It is still crazy to me that we aren't killing it with Constrict or Leech Life or anything. I don't know what level we do start killing it at. 25? Oh, wait, hold on. We start killing Pidgeys at level 24. 23? Oh shit, we're only like 2 levels away from killing Pidgeys. Damn, bro, we're chilling. Max defense. Yeah, max defense Pidgeys. We're killing in like 2 levels. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not worried anymore. The only thing is it's inconsistent with... Like, we're gonna have to spam Leech Life, like, exclusively Leech Life. Okay, wait, hold on. Go back. Hey, you, don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it. Okay, we're close at least. Okay, I need to stop doing this shit, though. I need to go make pasta. I'm gonna get hungry. Hungry. I wish I could bring the fucking headset with me so I could at least speak. So I could at least be schizo. Like I could just come with me. Come with me. I can't do that though. It's not gonna work. Fuck. Okay, is that good? Is that like a fair... Okay, I'll be back. Yo, what's up? Yeah, it's just the water's boiling. What's the next one? The Ukraine one or whatever? Oh shit, we only like 3 of these after this. So it's 4 podcast. Fuck away.
Hi there, I'm David Cochran, and this is the Power and Politics podcast for Tuesday, February 14th.
I like David Cochran. I like the other
On the pod today,
better.
NATO defense ministers are gathered in Brussels for the next 2 days. Ukraine is asking them for fighter jets. What can or should Canada do? We've got both the political and military perspectives just ahead. And the search is still underway for the mystery objects shot down over Canada and the U.S. But there is the possibility they were commercial and posed no threat. A national security expert tells us his theory. Plus, another Liberal MP breaks ethics rules. This time, it was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister. The power panel wades into that controversy. But
not
first,
this shit again.
We begin in Brussels, where NATO defense ministers are looking in their war chests, deciding what else to send to Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky is pleading for fighter jets. Canada's defense minister, Anita Anand, is in Brussels.
We have sent those tanks. They are on the ground, and we have 25 Canadian Armed Forces members in Poland training the Ukrainian Armed Forces members on the use of the Leopard 2A4 tanks.
Meanwhile, Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly is in Kyiv, meeting with Ukraine's president over 2 days. Zelensky thanked Joly for Canada's support, but also pushed for further military aid. Okay, for more on this, we've got some MPs. Robert Oliphant, Liberal MP and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Garnet Jenis, Conservative MP and Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and he's also the International Development Critic. And Heather McPherson, NDP MP and Foreign Affairs Critic. Mr. Jenis, I'd like to start with you, because your committee's released a report today where you're calling for Canada to do more to punish Russia economically and then hold Russians accountable for war crimes. What are the key steps you want to see from the government on that?
War crimes.
So it's a good step that we have a unanimous committee report that identifies many areas of agreement. Like in the issue in general, there are a lot of areas of agreement.
Where the fuck do we get attack
There are also some areas of differentiation.
This is getting
Conservatives
ridiculous.
submitted a supplementary report, and a big part of what we put in that supplementary report was a call for the government to do more around contributing to European energy security. We want to see Canada expedite natural resource projects in order to help Europe become less dependent on Russia, have an alternative, which is Canadian gas. We also highlighted the need for the government to do more to prevent foreign state-backed interference here in Canada, whether the source be the government of China, the government of Russia, other actors. We think the government of Canada needs to step up on that. And then a big part of the committee's work leading up to it was to analyze the government's decision to grant a waiver of sanctions on Gazprom turbines. We think that was the wrong decision. Now, there's some other recommendations here that are interesting and new. One of them is to list the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization. That follows a unanimous motion in the House of Commons to do that. There have been other cases where the House of Commons has called on the government to list an organization as a terrorist organization, and they haven't followed through, such as with the IRGC. So we'll see if they follow through with the Wagner Group. So some areas of agreement, but some areas where Conservatives are saying we need to do more.
Heather McPherson, what do you want to see the government do to respond to the recommendations in this committee report?
Yeah, I agree with Garnet. There was a lot of consensus in the committee. It took too long to get this report out. I think that's one of the things I'm quite proud of is the fact that all parliamentarians are united, standing up for Ukraine, saying that the government needs to do more to support Ukraine. I think that's very important. From our perspective, I think the government hasn't shown the urgency that we would like to see, the urgency in making sure that the promises that the government is making are actually fully enforced. It was my motion that brought forward in the House of Commons the unanimous consent motion to declare the Wagner Group as a terrorist entity. Obviously, what we're seeing the Russian Federation do in Ukraine is abhorrent. It is a genocide. Canada needs to work with our allies to do everything we can. One of the areas that I've been constantly criticizing the government about has been on the sanction regime. We have
massive numbers of folks on that list, but
on
we
their
aren't
cock.
enforcing
I'm
them.
on
We
their
aren't
meat.
seizing those assets.
Okay,
we aren't
so it looks
making
like
sure
we can
that they're very
beat up
effective,
Centrets
and our
because
allies are
Centrets do hand
recognizing
out.
that.
Mr. Elephant, what's your
unions
sense of the urgency your government might
they do seem more
have
common,
in responding to these
potentially?
recommendations, and in particular working on the sanctions regime to make
and it also seems like we
seizing
should
and
have
the
been going after
forfeiture of
Centrets this
sanctioned
entire
assets
time.
more viable?
I think I would start by saying
wait,
that
but we can't hit Centrets. Wait,
the committee that has prepared this report over many months recognizes that this is not just Ukraine's war. This is Canada's war as well, and it's a war
What? No, don't say that shit.
that is against the illegal invasion of another country, but it threatens us as well, and the international rules-based order and the way we live our lives. And so Canadians have stepped up to the plate. As recently as last week, I was in Finland, and I have heard, as I've traveled around the world in Europe and other places, the recognition that Canada is a lead in this area. That Canada is a lead, in
this area.
our
What the fuck are you talking
assistance,
about?
our financial assistance, our military assistance, and we lead the way on sanctions as well. We are constantly in lockstep with our allies because we know that sanctions are best done with allies. Some 2,200 individuals and sanctions, individuals and entities have been sanctioned since Crimea was invaded. And we will continue to do that. We've engaged over $70 million is now committed to a sanction regime that is going to continue to do this work. It's slow work. It's careful work.
I can't afford any EVs.
The urgency that we are standing with the Ukrainian people and with Ukraine
this is where I wanted to waste my EVs.
Complete, and it encompasses our government.
Mr. Janis, I wonder what's next, though, in terms of what Canada can offer in tangible support. I mean, the request now from President Zelensky is fighter jets. I don't know if Canada's in a position to do that. But do you think NATO and the allies should give them fighter jets and give Ukraine the capacity to maybe strike deep into Russian territory?
Well, I don't. I mean, I wouldn't want to speculate on what Ukraine's specific plans might be around that. But I think Canada should be working with our allies to supply Ukraine with the military equipment that it requires in order to achieve a quick and decisive victory. It is in Ukraine's interest, it is in the world's interest for Ukraine to be able to win as quickly as possible and to move quickly, therefore, on sanctions enforcement, as well as on the provision of weapons. In terms of what Canada can do specifically, I'll just highlight again, though, that effectively sanctioning Russia means reducing the dependency of other countries on energy imports. Energy imports from Russia fuel the Russian economy and give them the resources they need to fund this aggressive war. If Canada could do more to expedite its natural resource projects, especially around gas, provide European countries with the alternative that they need, and this is an area where the government
India has become one of the biggest buyers of Russian oil right now, though. I mean, like, we have some Pacific projects. You could send things to India, perhaps, potentially, to wean them from it, because it's more than just Europe right now. They're diversifying reasonably quickly.
You hit them with the what about India?
I think throughout the world, Canada can be exporting its energy. There's gas exports throughout the Indo-Pacific. I think there's much more we could be doing with Japan on energy. There's more we could be doing with India. There's more we could be doing with Europe. And all of these countries are asking Canada to step up. Look, it's good for people here. It's good for jobs here. It's not just selfless, but it is also us playing our role contributing to global security. So weapons, yes. Sanctions, yes. But also recognizing the role we can play.
Why did I do that? That was so stupid.
But Heather McPherson, on the question of fighter jets, the reticence on even giving offensive weapons very early in the support for Ukraine was not triggering something that brought NATO into a wider conflict with Russia. If NATO jets are suddenly there, I mean, is that pushing up against that line, or is that something that the allies should consider if that's what President Zelensky says he needs?
Oh shit! The past is going to fuck.
You know, from my perspective, I'm thinking about those things that Canadians and that the Canadian government can do, and I think you made a great point, David.
I think I just shit the bed. Hold on.
assurance, Sigalith falls, and Skyle is left with just her Starmie. This is a nuisance of a Pokemon to take out, since we have no easy way to damage her, but fortunately, Mulligan can burn her with Will-O-Wisp, and then we can stall her out. Eliza's the one that ends up getting the kill with acrobatics, and thus the battle completely deathless.
Shit. Is that still working? We still good in here? Yeah. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Let's get down to business to defeat. I don't know how that goes. We're gonna watch the Flygon HG video, but I'm already a good shit ton of way through it, so. Oh, fuck. Yeah, this one. We're already like here.
A good chunk of your time is actually spent writing emails. If you don't know what Grammarly is, it's basically
but it's a critical hit, and Hamilton is killed.
Okay,
Peggy's free to come in and kill Kling Klang on their recharge turn, and then thanks to the Moxie boost, she's free to sweep through the rest of Chorus's team. But boy, does it feel bad to lose Hamilton
Ready?
here.
3, 2, 1,
I mean,
good luck.
with a name like that, he was destined for death, but not like this. Not like this. With Chorus defeated, it's time to face off against Ghetsis. You know, looking at him now, I'm a bit embarrassed that I ever believed that Team Plasma was anything more than a fascist cult. Like, literally everything about Ghetsis is evil. He's got a red monocle. He might as well have just been walking around with a sign that says, "I'm secretly evil" in Comic Sans. I probably should have done a little bit more critical thinking with that one. But now I have the chance to finally right those wrongs. It's just me and Ghetsis. Oh, and N's here too. Good to see ya, N. I'm assuming you're here to like help me out and not just sit there and do nothing. No? You are just gonna sit there and do nothing? Cool. Okay, well, the first thing to do is defeat Kyurem White. So at long last, here comes the General. Washington has a steel gem so that we can hopefully get the one-shot with a super effective Iron Head. If we don't, I'm gonna have a very crispy Bisharp on my hands since Kyurem White knows Fusion Flare. Thankfully, Iron Head does indeed get the one-shot, and the deformed dragon is swiftly defeated. But now we gotta deal with Ghetsis. N's not helping with that one either, I guess. Ghetsis leads with a Kofagrigus, who is very conveniently walled by Washington. All he can do is fire off quad-resisted Shadow Balls before eventually going down to a few Night Slashes. That brings Seismitoad in next, so I switch to Mulligan on either an Earthquake or a Drain Punch. Mulligan should bait Muddy Water, granting me a safe-ish switch to Lawrence, though he does get the accuracy drop. This could be bad if we miss, but Seismitoad just goes for Muddy Water again for some reason, and then we connect with a Giga Drain, so problem solved. Next is Electros, and it's off to Jefferson on a Flamethrower. We can stay in here and nail Electros with a Crunch, as we're guaranteed to survive a Thunderbolt since we can't be crit. Next, it's a switch to Peggy, who's immune to a second Thunderbolt. And from here, it's a freaking Peggy sweep. Crunch kills Electros and gets us a Moxie boost. Earthquake then kills Drapion and Toxicroak, such that Peggy is now at +3 attack when Hydreigon comes in. And that's just enough boost for a single return to one-shot Ghetsis' 6th and final Pokemon, winning us the battle and putting an end to Team Plasma once and for all. It feels good to at least, in part, make amends for my past mistakes. I can rest well knowing that Team Plasma is gone and they won't be coming back. But why stop now? We're so close to the Pokemon League, so let's see if we've got what it takes, yeah? Before the Elite Four, I have to fight my rival George one last time, and this is a tricky fight, especially without Hamilton to take care of his Bouffalon. I lead with Jefferson into his Unpheasant and nail the ugly bird with a Crunch before he U-turns for some chip and brings in George's problematic Bison. Without thinking too much about it, I switch to Mulligan expecting an Earthquake, but he just goes for Head Charge, which does stupid damage to my most defensively bulky Pokemon. Because of Stab and the 20% boost from Reckless, Head Charge and Earthquake have overlapping damage rolls. Jefferson would have survived a single hit, so it was a big misplay to not stay in and go for a bit of damage, but now I'm in a bit of trouble. Mulligan won't survive another hit here, and no one who can survive a hit has a way to take out Bouffalon before he fires off another one. So we need a sacrifice for a safe switch, and that burden falls to the Ensemble. He comes in, and then just as quickly, he goes down. Sorry buddy, thanks for the sack. That gives me a safe switch into Eliza, and with the recoil from Murdering Ensemble, Bouffalant is low enough that a Flying Gem boosted Acrobatics can finish him off. So Simisear is next, and even though an Acrobatics doesn't get the one-shot, Eliza survives a non-critical hit Flamethrower. Not much I can really do about dodging that crit there, we have exactly 0 Fire-type resistances. A second Acrobatics finishes off Simisear, bringing Unfezant back in. So I bring my lead back in as well, who shrugs off a Facade. A Cross Poison doesn't get the one-shot, but that's a blessing because Unfezant hits Jefferson with a Swagger, boosting our attack. A Personberry restores our confusion, so Jefferson is now free to demolish Unfezant with 2 Cross Poisons, even after George heals. And then Superior comes in and falls to a single Cross Poison as well, so that's our rival defeated, meaning that we've finally arrived at the Pokemon League. Here's our final team, leveled up to the level cap of 58. It's a pretty stacked team. Team Plasma really gives their grunts a lot of very strong Pokemon to play with. But the Unova Elite Four, especially on Challenge Mode, can be really tough. We've got our work cut out for us, but I know that we've got what it takes. If we can beat the mighty Getsus, we can beat these chumps too. Let's do it. First up is Caitlyn, and to keep things brief, it's an easy Peggy sweep. A Dark Gem is used to ensure a one-hit kill with Crunch on her first Pokemon, which ends up being Reuniclus since Caitlyn switches out Musharna. But after that, with the Moxie boosts, Peggy one-shots every single one of her 4 other Pokemon, winning us the battle. From here, things do get a little trickier though. I go with Grimsley next. He leads with Liepard and I lead with Eliza. A normal gem boosted Fake Out does decent damage, but because of Eliza's inner focus ability, she doesn't get flinched, letting her fire off an X-Scissor. It's not quite enough for the kill, and because Liepard has the ability on Burden, she can now outspeed and fire off a Night Slash, which crits, before going down to a second X-Scissor. Absol comes in next, so now's a good time to use our Flying Gem boosted Acrobatics for a clean one-shot. Scrafty is third and isn't guaranteed to go down to a single Acrobatics, so instead we gotta use Roost to get back some HP. Without Scrafty getting any crits, we're safe to get back to nearly full HP before firing off an Acrobatics. That does actually end up getting a one-shot. Well, whatever. Crocodile is fourth, so we head off to Burr on a Dragon Claw. Then an X-Scissor is enough for the one-shot. That just leaves Grimsley with his Bisharp, and even though we have superpower here, I can't stay in since this thing is holding a Quick Claw. Fortunately, Washington walls his twin quite well. And on the next turn, we can get a clean one-shot with a low kick, winning us the battle. That means that third is Marshall. He leads with Throw and I lead with Lawrence. Throw is way too weak to do meaningful damage to Lawrence, and we can put him to sleep with Spore. This gives me a safe switch into Jefferson, who proceeds to set up 2 layers of Toxic Spikes. After that, it's back to Lawrence. Throw is woken up at this point, so I try to put him back to sleep, but a Circle Throw actually activates Effect Spore, poisoning Throw before I can get off the Spore. This is annoying since Throw has Guts, but even with the boost to his attack, he's not doing that much damage. And Marshall eventually uses a full restore, which lets me put him back to sleep with another Spore. This might seem like a lot of gymnastics when I could just kill him, but the goal here is to get Throw in a position where he's asleep and at fairly low HP. Once he's in that position, I can switch to Eliza and kill him with a Cross Poison. Eliza now baits in Conkeldurr, and since we killed Throw with a Cross Poison instead of a Flying type move, we're now free to get a clean one-shot with a Flying Gem boosted Acrobatics. With Conkeldurr down, Lucario comes in next, threatening with a Psychic. So now it's off to Peggy, who's immune, and can get a clean one-shot on Lucario with Earthquake. The Moxie boost is nice, but we don't actually outspeed Mienshao, who comes in next, so we gotta switch back to Eliza. She shrugs off a high jump kick and then gets a clean one-shot with another Acrobatics. Last is Sock, so I use Roost to drop our Flying type as Sock goes for a Rock Slide, which just ends up missing. With the poison from Toxic Spikes breaking Sock sturdy, Eliza can now freely finish him off with one last Acrobatics, winning us the battle. Last for the Elite Four is Chantel, usually the hardest of the Elite Four members in Challenge Mode thanks to her Choice Scarf Chandelure. Like Getsus, she leads with a Kofagrigus, so I lead with Washington. 2 Night Slashes take out the Coffin, as Washington again just takes a bit of damage from a Shadow Ball. Golurk comes in next, so I switch to Lawrence on a Brick Break. A lucky Effect Spore paralyzes Golurk, though it would have been nice to be able to put him to sleep with Spore on the next turn. Instead, I set up a Rain Dance to better deal with Chandelure. An Earthquake does massive damage, but on the next turn we get most of that back with a critical hit Giga Drain. Lauren's is kind of an RNG monster. The fearsome Chandelure comes in next, but with the rain up she's gonna go for Psychic instead of Fire Blast, which grants me a safe switch into Peggy. Unfortunately, the AI is smart enough to switch, so Drifblim comes in on a crunch meant for Chandelure. Since that gets the one-shot, Chandelure comes back in, now threatening with Energy Ball. So it's off to Burr, who shrugs off the quad-resisted Grass-type attack. Looks like Chandelure's staying in now, so 2 Bulldozes are enough to finish off the lighting fixture. That just leaves Bayonet, but she can't do anything to Jefferson, who comes in and kills the Poltergeist with a crunch. Just like that, Chantel's defeated, and we've bested the Elite Four. But the champion Iris is tough. Real tough. And we're gonna need to play this smart so that her Haxorus doesn't get out of control. Just one last battle, and we'll become champions of the Pokemon League. Iris kicks things off with a pretty intimidating Hydreigon. She's far scarier than Ghetsis' Hydreigon, since this one has incredible coverage with a range of hard-hitting special moves. My only option is to lead with Burr, who can one-shot Hydreigon with a Bug Gem-boosted X-Scissor. Right away, that's a major threat taken care of. But Burr's not done yet. Aggron comes in next, and we get a clean one-shot with a superpower before she...
I'm sorry. 0% chance he farmed those gems. He definitely just fucking whatevered it in, like genned it in, because you are not farming those gems. Getting those gems is an absolute bitch. There's 0% chance. 0.
He can even move. So just like that, we're up 6-4. Archeops comes in third, so I switch to Washington, who still takes a massive chunk of damage from a resisted Stone Edge. Fortunately, he's miraculously able to outspeed and kill the Feathered Dino with an Iron Head. Now it's 6-3. Druddigon's next though, and it's time for a classic final fight sacrifice. Washington's been an essential member of the team in the late game, but we need him to get off some damage and give Peggy a free switch. So, for one last time, Washington nails Druddigon with an Iron Head, and then... Well, they don't call it Focus Miss for nothing, I guess. But the thing is, we still need a safe switch to Peggy. If Washington kills Druddigon here, Haxorus will come in next, and I can't risk her setting up a Dragon Dance. She might just go for Earthquake, but I've seen Haxorus go for Dragon Dance even when she sees a kill with Earthquake, so it's not worth the risk. I have to switch Washington out here since he only knows attacking moves. I try to switch him back in for the sack, but Washington actually survives an outrage. He just doesn't want to go down. So ultimately, it has to be Eliza who makes the sacrifice. I guess it's fitting that she's off to join her husband and son and ensemble in the great beyond. Rest well, Eliza. With her sister's valiant sacrifice, Peggy finally comes in, and with an Earthquake, she kills Druddigon, getting that sweet, sweet Moxie boost. Lapra comes in 5th, which I wasn't exactly expecting. I was so focused on Haxorus that I kind of forgot that Lapra would obviously come in first thanks to super effective Blizzard. Fortunately, Peggy knows Superpower, which is enough to get the one-shot on Iris's Icy Leviathan. That means that, fittingly, Haxorus is last. She has a Focus Sash, but with Peggy already safely in, we can use Fling to hit Haxorus with a Razor Fang. This breaks Haxorus's Focus Sash, and causes a guaranteed flinch, which lets Peggy finish off Haxorus on the next turn with a massive outrage. That wins us not just the battle, but the entire run. Not too bad for a former Team Plasma grunt, huh? Thanks so much for tuning in to another Evil Team Nuzlocke. I've now done this challenge with Team Rocket and Team Plasma, so let me know in the comments which team you want to see me tackle next. And if you enjoyed watching this video, it'd be great if you could like the video and subscribe.
There are thousands of high-paying jobs in the skilled trades. So trade a hobby for a career. trade up to a career you built in the skilled trades.
There's got to be another way that makes sense for you and your money. Paying lower fees, which can mean better returns, so you can retire on your terms. Become up to 30% wealthier with a Quest Wealth Portfolios RSP.
Here we got Mario Party, but the goal is to get second place. The only rule is that you must accept the star if you cross it. While this may seem easy enough, some people are simply more blessed than you think.
Oh, baby.
A star! Give him a star, baby!
No, I'm in second. There's no way, right? There's no way.
Let's get started.
Yeah, I always thought that if you weren't first, you're last, but unfortunately today, we're just subverting everybody's expectations, huh?
It's your time to shine, Evie. All right, let's get that 10. Oh, I called it, baby!
What?
My winner's huge! Yeah!
Bro, how'd I get third with a 7?
All right, let's get an 8, Daisy. All right, it doesn't work twice.
Oh? Okay.
Nice.
He's already playing for the event-based bonus star?
Give me this. Evie, you have to get second place, not last place.
Shut up, Nick.
Dude, it's only turn 1, man. Come on.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, thank you, Brent.
Also, what were you saying, Nick? You were saying something about me getting in last, but Brent's the one with the least amount of coins right now.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You're very skilled, Evie, compared to Brent.
Oh, I just dodged it. Nice.
No! Come on!
Bernius! Brent is in our team!
Brent's days are numbered.
I hate this minigame, dude.
Check this gameplay out. Outplay, buddy.
Wow, Brent!
Oh
Every time, bro!
Outplay it again. No!
God.
Damn, I can change in time!
Watch. I will dominate Evie.
Carry us home, Daisy!
What?
What?
Yeah, losing was optimal. Exactly, guys. Please remember, we're playing with a gimmick here.
The goal here is to be winning and then just troll a little bit in order to get a little bit farther below. You don't just start losing right off the bat.
I can't even pay for the Piranha Plant. I hate this game. Yo, it's Lakitu. How's it going, dude?
Lakitu.
I know it's Lakitu. Who the f actually says Lakitu? That's so gross.
Well, Brent, you're Canadian. You say things funny. This one, I'm kind of nice at it, but I still lose somehow.
I cannot mash just as well as Brent can, so like, honestly, what's the real point?
What's the point? What's the point of living, bro? If Brent's gonna match faster than us!
Vern dies.
I'll take it. I'll take second. All right, second place, baby. We're in the lead. We're in the lead.
Second place, we're in the lead. I never thought I'd hear that.
Oh.
Please not on Vernius's plant. I would like somebody. Oh!
Bro, Mario characters are like the most fun to mimic in any video game ever.
Honestly true.
Peak noises.
You mean and
Oh, wait! I mean... Oh, wait a second. You don't have the money for it.
Also, are you serious, bro?
Oh, no.
Wait, he's in third.
Oh, wait, and he's third.
Oh, no, no.
Oh, my gosh.
Snow World. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. God, this is like one of the worst minigames. Oh, my God.
I don't mind hammer drop in this game.
Oh, I almost fell off.
What?
Oh, Brent,
no, you lose all your money?
Wait a second, that's so base and dang. Also outplayed.
Dude, I'm getting like Eevee rolls for some reason. Wait, did I get it?
Bro, it's always the DK.
Oh, did I get a star? No, wait. Oh, let's go.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Thank you, 420, for blessing me.
Nobody's gonna point it out that I'm rolling a 4 on the forbidden turn.
On the forbidden turn. And 20 coins you just spent. The optimal roll.
You got a star. Yes.
Yo, double one. Let's go.
Tiny wiener rolls. Book squirm. Book squirm.
Oh! Wait, what if I do what nobody's expecting? What if I just like go to the one that it definitely is and just stay there? What the heck? Oh.
I'm getting mad coins. We're in a good place.
Come on, bro. Just give it to me.
Hey, Brent, get away.
Why am I following you? Go away, bro.
You actually smell, Brent. I don't want to hear you.
Where did this come from?
Nice two plays.
I know I play Smash Bros, but goddamn, bro. I'll have you know I shower twice a day and wash my hands as often as I can, bro.
I'm legally not allowed to shower before gaming because then I'll perform worse. Brick swarm, brick swarm. Yeah!
This is gameplay.
Ah!
Ah! Oh my god! No! Wait, life!
What? Oh my god!
Yo, Vernius, we got pranked, bro!
What happened?
Darn it!
When it speeds up, it really does, like, tricks on your mind. Guys, chat, I lost that on purpose. Please, I didn't want 20 coins.
This game mode is just for you to, like, just inhale the most copium, bro.
Oh, these are ass.
Because you're in first, buddy.
Oh, I am That's bad.
See? My strategy's paying off. I'm currently in second place. Outplayed, Nick.
Alright, that's fine, bro. That's fine. It's not how you start, it's how you end.
What? I do not sound like that, bro.
It's just when I hear you speak, Brent, I just imagine Patrick speaking all the time.
Why am I getting roasted, bro?
Now, the real question is, do I want Bowser to give me his seed or do I not?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, actually, maybe Brent should be Squidward.
Fair change, young man.
Bernius is definitely SpongeBob.
Yeah, Yeah, I think I'm a SpongeBob.
And Eevee is Patrick with the rock squishing his head.
What? So wait, who's Nick?
Who am I?
Nick is Plankton, bro. He's the type of guy to go up to someone and just say, "Shut your mouth, you mediocre clarinet player." That's literally Nick, bro.
I'll have you know, I took a which SpongeBob character are you test one time on Facebook, and it told me I was Mr. Krabs. So, get hit on.
Pose a party, pose a party, pose a party.
Oh! Who likes this?
Me!
Me, bozo. Wow, I just got 38 in one combo. What the fuck? I need to replicate that.
Oh, awesome, Brent. You must get plenty of chicks.
Shut your mouth, you mediocre Mario Party player.
Wait, I'm winning? What?
How do you guys have so many?
Come on, come on. There we go. There we go. Easy.
Oh,
what?
Wait!
Wait, what? Wait, Eevee, were you just mashing up?
Yes.
Oh, I knew it.
What? What do you mean? That was high IQ gameplay.
I was trying to actually play the game.
You're a poopy head.
Chat, what do we think? Left or right?
Yeah, take your time, Nick. Take your time, bro.
Flower power. We're all just next to each other.
Uh-oh. What is he cooking? I wonder.
Oh my god, he's going for chance time.
I'm not going for chance time straight out the gate. I
was gonna say, yeah, it's still early.
I want the event space.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay, that's a little scary, actually.
This is big, scary plant coming your way.
The only time I will ever buy this item.
Let's go, Vernius!
Oh!
Auto paddle!
All right, good work. Me and you together, great team.
Because if I use my custom to get ahead, then Brent's just gonna potentially switch with me.
Potentially. It's only 1 and 3, though.
Let's live a little, fellas.
Are you actually doing... No, that's not chance time. Oh, you want Bowser.
We go for the long run plays here. And I'm a master at controlling Bowser, so I know exactly where I want
Revolution!
to watch. Oh,
wow,
right,
no. It was close.
This works too. This works. I always f***ing lose in this one. I don't remember the last time I won in this. Fucking Eevee always sabotages everyone.
Oh, okay. You know what? You
Get away!
Are you speaking? Are you talking, buddy?
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, I was hoping I would fit in between.
Why? Right between me. How did Eevee not die either? That should have 100% hit him, but Rose's skinny ass hitbox.
Nick just died by himself, bro. It wasn't even Eevee in that far.
Yeah, it wasn't even me.
That's doubles.
The question is, will I get 2 out of this double?
Opera GX is my preferred browser. I used to use Chrome and then I finally opened my third eye. Chrome just is a giant resource hog. It's not worth it and it tanks performance. Hot tabs killer, force dark pages, cleanup tools. Just so much right there. Opera GX is just a fantastic
look guys, it's
browser.
the unfunny,
Another
like,
fun tool
reaction,
is that
dude.
it can easily import all of...
Okay, give me a sec. Hey guys, it's me, Charlie. Time for me to give an incredibly boring, uninteresting take in the most monotone fucking voice of all time. I hope you guys have a fucking bombastic time. Was that accurate? Said cock and ball is somewhere in there, right? Alright, what if I watch Pulp Fiction and you guys can't hear it? I'm watching Pulp Fiction in another monitor. Suck my cock. There's nothing you can do about it. Sorry. Not sorry. But also sorry. I did sign in, no? To Netflix? Hello? Oh. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait, Pulp Fiction's not on here? Aw, this is some fucking bullshit. Damn, man. I just assumed Pulp Fiction was on here. Fuck. Well, I don't have any desire to watch any of these movies. I don't watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or The Hateful Eight. Isn't that a comedy? It's a fucking 3-hour long gory, violent western? Pass. Pass. Hard pass. No, thank you. Okay. Well, I guess we're back to grinding podcasts. I'm not sure
that Canada can participate in that way. Of course, we need to give the tools to Ukraine to do what they can to get Russia out of their country, to have their country back, to have the sovereignty of their country. But where does Canada have strengths? You know, the things that we can do is we can work with our allies. We can make sure that there is that role for humanitarian to rebuild the country when the time comes, to make sure that we're working on demining. You know, there is a food crisis that is happening around the world because of the illegal invasion of Ukraine. What role can Canada play there? You know, let's use our strengths. Let's use those tools that we have at our disposal. One of the other things that I think is really important to highlight is that we have to do it urgently. Like this sort of drib and drab strategy has not it has not been helpful. The best way to stop loss of life, the best way to protect civilians is to make this war end, to give Ukraine the tools to make this war end. We all want peace.
I just want to change the fucking time.
We all want a peace for the people who are living in Ukraine, for the civilians who are being attacked right now.
Right.
What's Canada's best way to help with that?
Mr. Oliphant?
There is no foreign policy issue, no military and defense issue that is more important to Canada right now. We have a whole-of-government approach when it comes to energy security. Our government is looking at this. Our allies need energy. We have energy. But we're not taking a 20th century solution from the Conservatives. We're taking a 21st century solution. That's why the Chancellor of Germany was in Canada. And that's why we talked about a green hydrogen solution.
This fucker's in the game.
I didn't interrupt you.
Nope. We have equal time.
The reality is we want a 21st century solution that looks at the climate change
reality. Do you just get like, is this just like a part of the run that I didn't like foresee? Just lol Entei? Like, oh, sorry, they have Entei. Guess you're fucked. This is just part of the run. You just get fucked by Entei. Dude, I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. Okay, what the fuck is how can I play around this? Okay. Don't be a little bitch. How do you play around this? How? Okay. Okay, sorry. This is like the fucking good actual content of this stream. Only took fucking 5.5 hours to get some real shit happening. Hey, it's got some attack EVs though. You know, maybe we can kill it. Okay, focus up. What's your moveset? Little cuck. Little cuck. It's gonna run away after one turn. We just need one turn for it not to attack us. HeartGold Soul Silver. It's got Flamethrower, Stomp, Roar, and Fire Spin. It's gonna fucking hit us. I can feel it. It's baited into Flamethrower probably as well. We don't have a Flash Fire Pokemon. Man, there are no outs. This is hopeless. This is actually fucking hopeless. I can't believe you can just get Entei fucked. Like, that's so dumb. Fuck. Does it have like a... Oh, bro. Why the fuck does this Entei even show up? I don't want this fucking Entei. I don't have a fucking Master Ball. I don't have anything. What are the odds we catch it? Fucking catching calculator. Catch rate calculator Pokemon. Do I even have any like Ultra Balls or some shit? And what? Did I spell Entei wrong? It's fucking level 40. Fuck! It's at level 100. I guess I can use an Ultra Ball. I probably have one of those. I have a 2% chance of catching it. Wait, this is a fucking Gen... No, I want Gen 4. Okay, are my odds get any better? I don't even know I'm looking this up. This is stupid. I don't even know what the point of looking this up is. Yeah, there's gonna be like a 0% chance I catch it. 0.8. Oh. Like, the run's just gonna end here. Like, I can't run from it either. No chance I run from it. Right? Like, 0%. All I can do is switch into Freeland and take the fucking bullshit ass flamethrower or whatever shit it gives me. Dude, that's so fucking stupid. You could just get Entei, like Entei can just show up and you just like lose the run. That makes me not want to play this game. Like this is the moment where I'm like, I don't want to play this shit anymore. Because every time you leave and come back into a route, there's a chance that you can get like run into an Entei and you just get fucked. Like I don't have Protect. If I had Protected, this would be GG. I just have to fucking pray it uses Roar. That's all I can do. Note to self, always have Pokedolls on you. I guess. Or some shit like that. Is a fastball particularly good against this thing? Is this gonna like give me like higher odds? Fucking fastball. Spinnerack. I mean, it increases my odds, but not by fucking much. Like, I don't know. my god. Like, I hate that there's, like, literally no out. Okay, do I have better odds of running away from it? Like, running away, calculator, Pokemon. Okay, how do I... the speed of the Pokemon running away. Or times you tried to run away. Image not found. If the S value, the image is not found. Successful runaway. Okay, wow. Escape. Okay. Generation here and here. Okay, odds of escape. So, if the active player is greater or equal speed to the wild Pokemon, a flee will always be successful. Otherwise, the chance of a speed being successful is... Okay. What is Entei? What is Entei's speed? Ninety 92. 92. This isn't a viable option either. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I don't want to do this. I just don't want to do this. Please. Like, it sees a kill, but it's a wild Pokemon. Entei, I know you just want to fucking run away. I know you do, bro. I don't have another out. Why don't I have a Pokédoll on me? Another 50-50. Slightly better than 50-50. Maybe if I just sit here long enough, it'll run away. Where's the fucking calculator for escape? Okay, wait, let's do the math. Let's do the math. Okay, so my speed is 34. Okay, so 34 player speed times 128. So, okay, so 34 divided by 97 is 44.8 plus 30 . 74? What's mod? What the fuck is mod? What is this shit? What is mod? Is there a mod button on my calculator? Modified by what? What is mod? Where player speed unmodified versus wild Pokemon unmodified. The number of attempts. A random number is generated between 1 and 2. If that number is less than the odds of escaping, I guess the mod is like what your modifiers maybe. So I have a less than 50%. If it's 78, then I guess at that rate, it would almost make more sense to stay in and go for the switch, right? Because if it's a 70, okay, wait. I don't know what the mod number at the end is though. Okay, so it seems like I have this number divided by 255 maybe. Just do 74.8. Is it really that low? Is it really a 30% chance? A 30% chance of escape, it seems like. By clicking run right now. So I have a 30% chance up front of escaping. If I press run. Then there's the chance he clicks roar. We have to assume that it's 1 in 4. That's another 30% roll. And then there's also a chance of him missing a fire spin. That's another 30% chance. So I have 3 30% checks. Potentially. Not quite though, because it would be 2 30% chance versus a 50. What is 2 30% checks and a okay, so we can rule out the fire spin one for the probability because both the spinner rack and the other option have the same. No, okay, it's always better to go for thing here, for switch here because if I swap, it's a 30% chance for me to swap. If I don't swap, like if I don't run away, then there's a 1 in 4 chance of, from that point on, of getting roar. But I have that same chance. The math just works out. Just fucking trust me. Please don't fucking do this. Please just fucking run. It ran away! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! It ran away! Yes! Let's fucking go! That's the shit I'm talking about. It didn't even fucking think about attacking me. Fuck you, Entei. Fuck you, Entei. Dick suck. Fuck you. Rip bozo. Suck my nuts. Suck my nuts. Fuck you. Oh, let's go. That is so hype. Holy shit, that was a fucking adrenaline rush. We busted out the calculator for that one. And it turns out it just ran away anyway. Didn't even get a fucking attack off. Damn, what a little pussy. We should have thrown a ball. In hindsight, we know now. We can throw a ball at it. Can't hurt. Can't hurt us. That's awesome. Okay. Entei is our friend. Entei can't hurt us. Good to know. Good to know. Entei friendly. That was fucking stressful though. Jesus Christ.
The Conservatives simply ignore. We want a new energy approach, and that's a 21st century approach. So we are in constant conversation with our European allies to make sure that they have the energy security they need, and we have jobs in Canada. That is what we'll do. We have innovation in this area in Canada. We'll do it. But there's no dribs and drabs. Let me tell you, we have been on this, and we're recognized in the world as a leader when it comes to Ukraine, and I'm very proud of that, and I think our whole parliament should be proud of that.
Mr. Genesis, just quickly.
Yeah, look, this is a war. When it comes to energy security, it should be an all-of-the-above approach. There's no time for the government's anti-oil and gas ideology here. Yes, clean tech. Yes, oil and gas. Yes to every kind of energy source that's going to allow Europe to get off its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. That would be the urgency that's required. And look, we can help the environment by displacing energy products that are in Europe right now. Some European countries like Germany had chosen to be reliant on Russian gas and are moving away from that. In Poland, they're heavily reliant on coal. Again, Canadian gas exports to Europe and other parts of the world can displace coal, can displace Russian gas. It's good for the environment.
There is an urgent need. There is an urgent need right now, too, Mr. Oliphant, for ammunition, and in particular heavy artillery shells that Ukraine needs to stop Russian advances and provide cover for their own troops. The lag time of that now has gone from 12 months to 28 months. Does Canada need to sign contracts with defense contractors either here or in the United States and put money into the more rapid production of the sort of ammunition that President Zelensky and his soldiers need?
So our specialty has been training, and we started doing that with training over 30,000 troops right after Crimea was invaded to prepare them to use the equipment that we would be getting to them. When it comes to contracts right now, we will do that with our allies. So we will be talking to our closest NATO allies about who has the procurement capacities that we need to do this. We don't do this in isolation. We don't do it as a silo. We work with the Americans. We work with the NATO allies, the Brits. We work
here. If we're just gonna like
who
be
has the
full,
best thing. So, you know, as we did
Ukrainian
with the
cocks,
tanks.
which I am.
We
I
have
am
4 of them.
Ukrainian
We
cock.
have
I love
now sent them there. Other countries have more.
Ukraine-based. Realists can suck my cock. They all suck. They don't know what the hell they're talking about ever. All of the time, they always suck. Then we can do this. He doesn't always make great videos, but I think, or maybe his videos are usually pretty good. I don't remember. But he made a video about realists, and I don't like realists, so critique of realism. So there you go.
This video is a critique of the foreign policy school of realism, which recently got a lot of attention in the news media because of the war in Ukraine. Many prominent realists, such as John Mersheimer and Henry Kissinger, have been giving talks and writing articles since then advocating for an end of Western support for Ukraine. The injection of political opinions in the news is something we're increasingly aware of, but it can be difficult to navigate, which is why I'm a big fan of Ground News. This website and app gathers related articles from thousands of sources in one place. And
sorry for the distraction, but we got fucking 12
sources.
hours, okay?
On the homepage, you'll see a wide variety of news stories, but what's unique is every story is accompanied by graphs and analysis to show you the political bias, reliability, and ownership of the
hold on, we don't need to play this.
There are many news stories on Ground News that are an interesting read as an addendum to this video. For example, if you search for Henry Kissinger on Ground News, you will get a list of all the news outlets reporting on Kissinger's calls for negotiations with Russia from 2 months ago. And then you can go through the tabs left, center, and right to see how outlets of different political bias cover and comment on what Kissinger has recently been saying. Interesting here is that Kissinger recently changed his position and now argues for a NATO membership of Ukraine. And you can now again see how different outlets of different bias report on this change of mind. I have used Ground News for half a year now, and by far my favorite feature is their Chrome extension, which pops up whenever I'm reading an article to conveniently show me who else is reporting on it and what the bias distribution is. Then I can just click through and read multiple perspectives on the topic in one place. Ground News is especially useful if you follow a lot of political news, and if you are interested in how political biases impact reporting on news. But it is also useful if you wish to be aware of your own biases and consider opposing viewpoints with an open mind. If you're someone like that, you are able to use Ground News specifically to seek out reporting and articles that you disagree with, to honestly challenge your own biases and escape a potential information bubble. If you want to sign up for Ground News yourself, go to ground.news/crowd or use the link in the
I like
description.
this because there's no harm here other than misclicking or a level 4 Tata being
grateful for
obnoxious.
the continued sponsorship of this channel. Hello, hey. A lot of you liked this video that I made a while ago, and you asked me to make another one like it. There's a video that a lot of you requested for a very long time, critiquing realism, Mersheimer and Chomsky, and here you go, this is it. But it's a bit of a longer one, so get comfortable. When Russia invaded Ukraine, many people began sharing clips of John Mersheimer, in particular far-left pundits who are critical of an interventionist American foreign policy, which is somewhat funny, but more on that later. Mersheimer argues in these clips that the fault of the war in Ukraine lies with the Americans.
Why are there so many level 4s? There's a 5% chance of rats showing up here.
Mersheimer has also been invited to several discussions after the Russian invasion to speak. Mersheimer is a realist, and it is important to outline here what realism is. I will try to do so objectively, but you are free to point out in the comments if I fail at that. Realism is not an idealistic position or a set of ideological beliefs. Realism is something completely different. Realism is a school of international studies in which people attempt to create a system of analysis that allows for predictive models of analysis of geopolitical developments, despite one's biases. It strives to create an objective framework from which to interpret geopolitics, and although I will argue against this claim to objectivity, I will present realism as faithfully as I can. Realism is a method of seeing and analyzing geopolitics, and not something driven out of any sort of
how many did we use?
Higher-minded morality. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Realism seeks to ground itself through three guiding principles. That men are self-interested and power-seeking, and therefore that ethics and what ought to be are not good tools to make or predict state policy, and that their natural condition is a state of anarchy. In many ways, shapes and forms, realism has existed for a very long time. In order to justify their starting assumptions, realists often make an appeal to human nature and in particular to history. One such example is Thucydides' famous account of the Peloponnesian War, which Thucydides describes as the confrontation between a honor-bound and, in principle, idealist Sparta with the strongest land army against Athens, the sea power, with a practical and cynical approach to diplomacy and war, who distinctly argue that morality has never triumphed over self-interest and superior strength. Debates over ideas, although fictional, litter the history of the Peloponnesian War, which is why it was not simply interpreted as an account of historical facts, but as the start of a theoretical work. Nowhere is this more evident than in the Melian dialogues, in which Athenians seek to capture the small, inconsequential, independent Spartan colony on the Greek island of Melos. I will leave a link to it in the description, as it is a really good read and helps understand, and I'll do a recording of it with a friend for those of you who are too lazy to read, so you can listen to it. The link will be in the description. The Melians, though militarily weak, do not wish to stray from the ideal that they have the right to be an independent and self-organized polity, and believe that the gods and their allies will come to their aid so that what is right and fair may triumph. The Athenians, on the other hand, seek to convince them to face the facts and surrender rather than face their extinction, and make the point that Athens must conquer them as a show of strength, lest it be thought of as weak. Because the Athenians are animated by the purpose of power, which seems to force their hand just for its own sake. In the end, Melos refuses to surrender, and all men of military age are killed, and the rest sold into slavery in one inconsequential skirmish.
I guess, wait, rats don't
I
rats
personally like using Machiavelli's The Prince to explain realism. Written in a time when Italy was dominated by city-states ruled by princes who vied for power and dominance over Italy. Machiavelli wrote that a good ruler cannot be driven by ideals, in particular those of the domineering religious morality, but must engage in the struggles of competing Italian city-states through hard-boiled calculations of what benefits the city-state's position. The prince, in order to succeed, has to therefore engage in actions and policies that may be deemed
Wait, this
as
is actually
morally
helpful. I did.
objectionable
I'm
or
taking
even
this class.
outright evil. But such objections based on ideals and conceptions of morality are a pointless sideshow and distraction from success in the game of power. The means, therefore, justify the ends in a way. But it would also be a grave misconception to present the realist school as one of people endlessly justifying bloodthirsty conquests and conquerors. There are many historical figures and events that realists like to study as a foundation of interpreting modern geopolitics, and that includes most notably peacemaking. One example is the Napoleonic Wars, in which realists disregard Napoleon and instead praise Metternich. Napoleon, from the realist perspective, is someone who destabilized the balance of European powers, where each one could more or less keep the others in check. He did so by driving French territory and sister republic buffer states deep into Italian, Austro-Hungarian and Russian lands, thereby turning them all against France in coalition.
it's gonna be funny. That was pretty silly, I thought. Speaking of sneaky, I should shower soon. Can I bring you with me? Yeah, you can come with me. That's silly. Yeah, I could. That'd be kind of weird though. It's just kind of weird. Oh, you mean I can walk around? Yeah, I can walk around. That part is nice. Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about. It's like, yeah, I could do that, but that would be pretty fucking weird. Sure, you could. Excuse me. Thanks. What are you working on right now? Probably. Probably got to sit in the back seat of the basketball like a loser. Oh. You don't even have COVID and you feel fine. You sound fine. Are you still negative? What are your boobs wrong with you? I mean, sure. I had the same dinner 2 nights in a row. I had the pasta again. Not the shrimp alfredo one. What's it called? What's the pasta where it's like it's like the cylinders. Yeah, I had red sauce. You should have. You fucked up. not too sure. I will. You don't have to make it. I won't be upset. What? Oh, you don't have to. I won't be upset. You don't have to make it. Okay, what? Okay, fine. For a lot of March, why is that? The craziest part is I don't remember asking. Why? Because I'll be there. I said why? Because I'll be there. Why not? I can't go to your homecoming show. Well, I'll find out. I'll get on the bus. I'll take the bus with you guys. I'll do a little cheer squad. The school's funding that? Why? But they're not funding the hotel? Oh, that's pretty fucked up. I'm sorry. Who do you think is going to be the next one? Sorry. What, will you go first? Why? Okay, I'll just watch it. But I can still watch it without you. Wait, why? I don't understand. We have another show. I would just like watch it before bed or something. Doesn't make any sense at all. That logic is so backwards. Okay, we'll take a break from it and finish watching Big Brother. How does that sound? And then we'll come back to it. I know. We'll finish Big Brother first. See, that's perfect. We can watch Attack on Titan after Big Brother. I'm gonna watch it. That's okay. Pardon? You're so silly. You don't like the show. Why are you still watching it? But you don't like it. You don't like it. It doesn't make any sense. What if I watched an episode tonight? I won't do that. You're gonna come to the episode and pick me up. All right, more podcasts. Sorry, I showered. Plus, that was it, actually. I did nothing else.
Different things. We have armored vehicles. Those are the specialty that Canada has. We'll keep doing it.
Heather McPherson, last word to you.
You know, again, I'm just going to echo that all parliamentarians are standing with Ukraine. Let's make sure we're doing it right. Let's make sure that we're actually getting the help to Ukraine that they need. And let's not do it slowly. Let's not do it bit by bit. Let's do it urgently. That's the best way that we can honor our relationship with Ukraine. We're heading into the one year anniversary of this illegal war. Let's end it now.
Illegal war.
We did this urgently, and we were.
Personally, I'm a big fan of legal wars. Illegal wars, not really my style.
Now we're in the midst of a number of recovery operations, both in the Yukon as well as in Lake Huron, to determine exactly what these objects were, what their capabilities may have been.
The downing of several objects over Canada and the United States is still shrouded in mystery at this hour. The chain of events began Saturday, February 4th. A U.S. fighter jet shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon off the coast of the Carolinas, estimated to be the size of 3 buses. Last Friday, a second object described as the size of a small car was shot down over Alaskan airspace. Then on Saturday, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau ordered the takedown of a cylindrical object flying above Yukon. And the latest, an unidentified object discovered over Lake Huron and ordered shot down Sunday by U.S. President Joe Biden. Well, today, the White House says it's possible the mystery objects pose no threat at all.
The intelligence community did say that they are considering or looking at this to be potentially benign. But of course, we want to make sure that we get the objects so we can actually, or the debris from the objects, just to be more clear, so we can get a sense of what the objects were for certain.
Dennis Molinaro is a professor of legal studies at Ontario Tech University. He previously worked as a national security analyst with the federal government.
I think evolving makes more sense.
Ontario. So, Professor, let's start on the latest out of the White House, that it's possible that the 3 objects shot down over the weekend were benign, not a threat at all. What do you make of that?
I think that's actually what all we're going to probably get, unless there's actual wreckage that is found. For the time being, that's really as much as they could probably say about these objects, because it's really the wreckage that's going to determine really where the objects were likely from and give us an indication of what they were doing here, essentially.
So how likely is it you think we'll actually get that wreckage? Because the Lake Huron stuff seems pretty hard to recover, and even the stuff in Yukon is pretty remote and in tough terrain.
108.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of recovery, it's not looking hopeful. One, you have, like you mentioned, Lake Huron, the depths of the water, it's particularly deep. We're also talking
198
about
and 108, and there's
a vast,
31 attacking.
In terms of the region, lots of square kilometers in terms of land
108 and 198.
Yukon, Arctic Ocean. I mean, this is not going to be easy. It's going to be extremely challenging, especially given the size of the objects that were reported. They weren't very large, so it's going to be incredibly challenging.
Right. The first one that the U.S. says is a Chinese spy balloon. The Chinese say is a weather balloon. That was big, right? Multiple vehicles in size. So these smaller ones, I mean, is it possible these were just devices tied to commercial or academic research? I mean, what could they possibly be if they're benign?
They could be tied to any of those things that you mentioned. However, the issue is that likely we would have known by now. I'm sure if it was a civilian craft, that somebody would have come forward and claimed ownership of this and essentially stopped the kind of interest and scare that was going on essentially in the national security community about these things. Somebody would have come forward and claimed them. So that hasn't happened. And given the size of them, even though we're talking about something that's, a size of a car or 2 school buses, whatever the measurements they were using, that's still pretty large for something to be flying at that kind of altitude. So we're still talking about the likelihood that it could have still potentially been something that was military in origin, but we're not going to be able to officially say that until we actually get the wreckage.
Okay, so could something actually be a foreign state actor and benign at the same time?
Well, it could be something that was more akin to something like a drone. It could be a type of balloon. I mean, for me, for them to scramble fighter jets to actually go up and take this down, it says to me that there must have been some indication of some similarity to the balloon. in some fashion, whether it was visual or perhaps some type of signature that was very similar. We don't know, obviously, but there was a reason for that. And so there was something that really
it will not kill a defensive level 4 Pidgey. That is
in addition
really
to
interesting.
It being in civilian.
Or it has a 75% chance to.
Certainly there's a lot of political reaction and pressure to respond, and people were kind of freaking out about it to the point that the Pentagon had to assure us it wasn't aliens. I don't know if that factored into the shoot-down decision. But you know, the U.S. as part of the reason that NORAD is suddenly seeing a lot of these objects is because it's recalibrated the way its radar works, right? It normally looks for larger, faster-moving objects, now looking for smaller, slower-moving, and picking up a lot of these. So does this suggest to you that there was an awareness gap sort of in our continental security setup?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it absolutely does. And that's really the part to take away here. I think ultimately the message to take away from this, like, we don't want to get to a situation where, we're overreacting or we're panicking to the situation. At the same time, we have to go with what we do know, and we know about the Chinese balloon. Mm-hmm. So we know enough to say that at least the United States and Canada feels comfortable enough to say that this device was used for intelligence collection. Intelligence collection of various kinds: images, signals, communications intelligence. And the fact that it entered airspace undetected, or at least have in the past, there's reports that it happened in the United States in the past and also other countries, and was lost and then picked up again, suggests that now we have a new concern, and it's the repurposing of older technologies to get around more modern ones. And that can be a problem, particularly when it comes to intelligence collection, but also if states are looking at getting more intelligence collection to think about in terms of war, for instance, testing someone's air defenses. How could they possibly get something in there without being detected? So really, I think it calls for more modernization, actually, of NORAD in terms of its capabilities. Even though it responded quite well, I think there's room for more improvement.
So I just want to circle back to China, which there's no dispute the first object was Chinese. The dispute is over its intention and what it was. But when given the opportunity to deny that these three mystery objects were Chinese, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry simply said, "I don't have anything on that." What should we read into that?
We should read that China would, like, if it was crafts that were connected to China of Chinese origin, it's more than likely they will not admit to it unless they are compelled to, because then admitting to that will probably sink diplomatic relations even lower than they already are over one object penetrating North American airspace for intelligence collection. Multiple objects, now we're into much more serious implications. And the idea always is, when it comes to intelligence collection of another state, intentions are notoriously difficult to hammer down. But it's likely that the United States is also, and Canada is also, relying not just on the actual takedown of the craft, because that's one thing. But there's likely other avenues of intelligence collection going on, signals intelligence, human source intelligence, that are filling in the picture of what the PRC is potentially doing with this balloon.
Right. I just wonder, though, you hear about spy satellites, right? I mean, what's the value of a dirigible or a balloon or something like this when you have satellite technology and the other methods that you mentioned?
Sure. Well, satellites are stuck in orbit, right? They move. So it's not as if it's going to be able to capture detailed images at a time. And everybody knows what the orbits are. The United States is fully aware of where PRC satellites are and what they're likely going to be hovering over at a particular point in time. A balloon, though, is different. I mean, you're talking about a craft that could, get into radar, be hovering over at a particular radar, but also hover for a much longer period of time, and also get much more detailed pictures. And again, it's not just about pictures. We're also talking about things like communications intelligence, right? We're talking about the fact that a balloon can be outfitted, as we've already heard, from the United States, with communications technology to pick up signals that are emitting from certain areas.
Oh, fuck the crow.
Monitoring sensitive sites like they were apparently in Montana, that can provide them with some more information, particularly if something comes to a conflict. What's the United States capability in terms of how quickly can they mobilize air defenses? What kind of vulnerabilities could they detect in terms of could they equip these balloons with a payload that could deliver a strike to take out the United States' ability to counter them in a nuclear conflict? I mean, lots of things can be done with this.
Okay, Dennis Molinaro, it's a good point to end it on. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Liberal MP Greg Fergus violated conflict of interest rules according to the Ethics Commissioner. Fergus, who is also Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, wrote a letter to the CRTC in support of a Francophone TV channel's application for mandatory carriage.
I am very sorry, and I do apologize to the people and to the people of Canada for doing so. Now, there are steps which have been taken to make sure that this won't happen again. As an MP, you certainly are allowed doing that. Parliamentary Secretary has...
Jesus, there's so many more Pidgeys than anyone else.
Now we're getting into the weeds here, but just so that you know, it's not against the code itself, it's against the rulings of the Ethics Commission that he has given in the Gill report, and I think there was one other report from that. It was my error not to take a look at that.
Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner Mario Dion is now recommending that the government consider mandating training for all ministers and parliamentary secretaries. In his report, he says this: over the last 5 years and on several occasions, I have observed senior officials being unaware of their obligations and mistakenly making assumptions. Offers to provide training and educational sessions on a variety of topics have been offered to all federal parties and to all regulatees, yet we continue to see a succession of mistakes that are largely attributable to the inability to recognize the need to seek consultation. Okay, there's a lot there to break it all down. It's time for the Power Panel. Jason Markusoff is with CBC News in Calgary. Shakir Chambers is a principal at Earnscliffe Strategies. Françoise Boivin is a former NDP MP and a political commentator. And Andrew Perez is a freelance writer and senior consultant at Hill Knowlton Strategies. Thanks for joining me, folks. Good to see you all again. And Andrew, it's nice to meet you. We're going to start with you. I mean, how does this look for the Liberals, given their issues with ethics rules, to the point that Mario Dion is now recommending kind of remedial ethics training for the cabinet and the parliamentary secretaries?
2-1.
It's great to be on the panel, David. You know, I would say in a sense this is much to do about nothing. Here you have a highly respected member of parliament who is black and represents a francophone constituency, who was really doing his job as a member of parliament, advocating for a specialty francophone TV station in its quest to get mandatory carriage. And so I think, you know, this is really what we should ultimately strive for with Parliament, to represent their constituencies and the diverse makeup of this country. I think obviously where Mr. Fergus missed the mark is, you know, the Act applies to ministers and parliamentary secretaries. He's currently the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister and the President of the Treasury Board, and so that's where he missed the mark. Had he just been writing this letter in his capacity as a local member of Parliament, there would be nothing to see here. And so I do think the recommendation to have mandatory training is a noble idea. I think, you know, not leaving the onus on members of Parliament, but actually requiring the mandatory training. And I just lastly mentioned that several members of Parliament over the last decade have written letters to the CRTC on this very issue and have been slapped on the wrist. In fact, former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty contravened the Act a decade ago when he wrote a letter regarding a local radio station in his riding of Whitby, Oshawa. And so I think the fact that this is not an isolated incident really paints the picture that we need some training that's mandatory.
No, Shakir, it's not the CRTC letters seem to be an epidemic of ethical violations for MPs when you go back over the years. And when you look at what's happened here, I mean, in terms of scandal, you know, a senior member of the Parliamentary Black Caucus writing to have more diverse...
3-1.
Pretty small potatoes, but this pattern of where they run afoul of it, right? And what does it say that Mario Dion feels the need to give everybody some basic boot camp on ethics?
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the conservative, from the conservative, you just kind of add it to the list, but this is not the most egregious violation of the Conflict of Interest Act. I think the biggest thing for Mr. Fergus is it actually seemed like, you know, he just actually didn't know. And I would say that's actually more concerning. I think Mr. Dion pointed out in his report the fact that Mr. Fergus sits on 2 committees that actually deal with ethics and House procedure, that he could just overlook this is actually a massive issue. I think in terms of federal training on conflict of interest, I feel like that for honestly a lot of federal politicians, do they really need to know about the conflict of interest? There's really no consequence when you actually violate the conflict of interest, right? You might get a few bad headlines in the media, you know, maybe a week or so of bad media stories, but there's no financial penalty. There's no obligation to lose any title or any role that you have in government. Nothing really happens to you of any serious consequences. So you can have all the mandatory training you want. I mean, I've had mandatory training before that I've stuck through on my end. So I feel like a lot of these federal elected officials are just kind of, okay, nice to sit in this room, but so what? So I'm not so sure that's going to be the solution. I think the actual conflict of interest needs some teeth and needs some bite. And I think one of the bigger things that we have to deal with is that the federal level is one thing, but if you're living in Ontario right now, at every level of government, you have an elected official, a leader in a leadership position, either admitting to violating ethical standards or under investigation for potential conflict of interest. I think that's the bigger issue. It's an epidemic across all levels of government where they just don't take conflict of interest that seriously, from what I'm seeing.
Shakir, that was the perfect segue for where I wanted to go next, because, Francoise, I'm struck by the contrast that there is an official report, for Greg Fergus for writing a letter to advocate, for diverse television. And you look at what's happening in Ontario with the Integrity Commissioners that reportedly cleared Doug Ford of a stag and doe for his daughter, hosting that where, money was given by developers as gifts to his family members, and that gets the all clear. I mean, the world of ethical guardrails in Canada are pretty wide.
Pretty wide, you say? It's absolutely mind-boggling. I look in Quebec, we have a prominent minister called Fitzgibbon, who's probably the go-to minister for François Legault, has all the economic portfolio. He's a super minister. I've been found contributing to the ethic codes at least 3 times. I'll be generous. I know it's more, but I'll say at least 3 times. Every time he slaps it away going, well, you know what? It's the code that's wrong. And I do what I do with the benediction of the government. So Shakir is so right in a sense that it seems that in Canada, we have those codes in every jurisdiction, but they have no teeth, they have no consequences, and that gives that impression to MPs not to think. So Mr. Dion can say all he wants to give course.
0-0.
But it's like until there's a bit more seriousness to the offense, if offense there is, and it's sad that we're taking the one on Greg Fergus, who I know very well, who's just outside the other side of the river from where I live, a good guy who works for his community, that it's on his case that we were trying to make those points, because he's probably the least offender when you compare to Doug Ford. I mean, I was in shock when I heard that story with the benediction of the Commissioner for Ethic in Ontario. I mean, after that, I think it's a license to do pretty much anything, anytime, anywhere.
Jason, where are we with sort of the ethics rules for politicians across Canada? I don't know what the regime is like in Alberta.
3-3.
But, the contrast between what's happening here in Ottawa and what's happening at different levels of Ontario, Shakir points out, is pretty stark.
We tend to get
4-3.
The periodical refresh and toughening of our ethics legislation, rules, and consequences tends to happen with new governments.
3-1.
I think about when Stephen Harper came in after the sponsorship scandal, drastically changed the conflict of interest regime. New premiers in Alberta replacing former ones have toughened things. It's not often you find in the middle of a government's lifetime, say Justin Trudeau, who has run afoul of ethics issues, ethics rulings several times, saying, you know what? I should be paying more for this. We should be tightening these.
I don't remember.
So next time I do this, it'll be an even bigger headline, an even bigger fine amount, maybe some consequences, maybe 3 strikes time out. We tend not to see that. So maybe this winds up becoming a ball in Pierre Poilievre's court, especially if he wants to paint the picture of the Liberals chronically doing this, and not just with several backbenchers like Yasmin Rantasi. We're talking about Mary Ng, the minister. We're talking about Justin Trudeau. We're talking about Bill Morneau. We're talking about this parliamentary secretary here, Fergus.
Right, and so Andrew, just quickly on that, I mean, the significance of this particular incident aside, it becomes just another tally, right, in the odometer of ethical breaches that, Mr. Poilievre and the Conservatives will certainly try to weaponize against the Liberals.
I think Mr. Fergus did the right thing and apologized and issued a statement immediately that he posted to his social media accounts. I really think this issue will be a one-day story. I don't see it having legs, and I don't really see.
I'm just going to kill Pidgeys until I get to the next level. Then I can pretty much guarantee that I have enough.
Has had in the past, and so.
Actually,
I would agree
we're not
going
to pay attention to our level. We're not going to add any more EVs until we get to this level, and then we'll assert. We'll try to guess what
because
what our attack stat is.
I think
because we know it's 31. It has to be
31. There's been many MPs over the
based
years
on the
who have been
EVs.
slapped
I'm so stupid. I'm writing
with
stuff. I don't have to be.
these notices, and nothing has changed. So I would agree with that, but I don't think it's part of a broader narrative really on this government.
Toronto Mayor John Tory says he'll stay on to lead the city through the 2023 budget. Meanwhile, there are ample social media reports suggesting several polling firms are asking residents for their thoughts on his resignation. And when asked, the mayor's office said in a statement, quote, "I want to be very clear. We saw tweets about these polls last night. That was the first we've heard of it. Mayor Tory and the mayor's office have nothing to do with any of these polls." As for the results of the polls, well, at least one, Forum Research, says that city residents are split on whether or not he should resign. That's according to the Toronto Star. To dig into this, the power panel is here. Jason Markisoff, Shakir.
No, they definitely did it. They need to stop pretending like they.
So we've got these numbers from the Star.
Their
Forum Research poll says that Torontonians are split on whether or not Mayor Tory should resign. 45% say he shouldn't quit. 43% say he should. 11% say they don't know. What do you make of that? You surprised to see a split like that?
Not really. I wouldn't be surprised if Mayor Tory just reverses his decision at some point and stays on, or at the very, very least puts his name forth running the by-election and let the voters kind of decide. I think for someone like Mayor Tory, when he's in his third term, there's like a legacy-building piece of this, even an egotistical piece of this, where I feel he's the guy who looked at Doug Ford and said, "I need strong mayor powers to help deliver on certain policy items." He wants to deliver on housing and transit, which can be legacy-defining pieces for the mayor. And I think the third thing for him is, finishing this third term, that's 12 years in power, and you're serving as the longest serving Toronto mayor in our history, right? These things all bode well for him, and I can see why he'd want to stay on. I think for him staying on for the budget as well, it kind of normalizes him being at City Hall. And I can see after whether there's 10 days, whether it's 2 weeks, however long that budget takes to move through, reassessing public opinion. And if it's favorable, I can just see him kind of stepping back on that decision and just riding this out for the third term.
Jason, what do you make of that? Because we know the results of the Forum poll. There's other polling out there asking similar questions. I don't know. The mayor's office says it's not them. I don't know if it's allies of the mayor, supporters of the mayor, or potential people just wanting to seek the office. I mean, what does it say that all of this polling is happening on this? And do you think Shakir might have something there when he says maybe he could reverse on this?
He could. I mean, there was all this talk after he abruptly quit on Friday. For the first time in so long, we found somebody who has shame, as opposed to such a long litany of prominent politicians who've had scandal, brought embarrassment to their city, including his predecessor Rob Ford, and refused to resign. Here was a politician who did something that was a no-no in the workplace, no-no as a family man, and did what we traditionally used to call in the quaint old days the honorable thing. For him to recant at this point, I think could cast a further shadow on his role. That said, why would Torontonians be saying maybe he should stay? Why would, as City News is reporting, people like Chrystia Freeland, the finance minister, Premier Doug Ford, and the
I definitely have all the speed EVs I can. I've maxed out on this. I'm very confident I have.
That's because people were, used him and they liked him. He was popular. He was acceptable. Bringing in a complete unknown individual is, very uncertain, especially
looks like our
in this
speed says 19, which isn't great,
stronger
but it's
powers
fine.
that Doug Ford endowed the Toronto mayor with. That said, I understand the merits behind him staying on during the budget process, not only to see through this process from a budget he created, but also just because we get a bit more time to run through this election. Otherwise, we're talking about having an election in probably May or June without much chance to really vet in a normal way we do in what is normally a year-long election process.
Yeah, okay, and just because you mentioned the City TV report, I reached out to people close to Chrystia Freeland to get some perspective on this. It's a report saying that she has encouraged him not to resign and stay on. And a source close to Freeland says, we do not know where this is coming from, and we do not know why this is being reported. So that's not a flat-out denial, but it's certainly a response of puzzlement. And Francoise, I wonder, that would seemingly be a little bit off-brand for the Deputy Prime Minister to be weighing in that sort of capacity. I have no idea where she is on this. But, we had David Ryder from the Toronto Star on the show last night talking about this, and he made the point that if he does reverse and does stick around, suddenly you've got an integrity commissioner report. Suddenly you have more journalism being done on all of this. Suddenly you have more scrutiny being put on the woman who has largely been unnamed, at least in mainstream media, which creates some difficulty for John Tory on that point.
That's why I have my doubts that it's coming from his side. I mean, there's other players in the Toronto sphere who probably feels that there is nobody really seriously willing to take the helm of that city. And that scares me, knowing that Toronto is the biggest city in the whole country, that there's nobody else that could do the job than John Tory. For himself, I doubt that it's coming from him, because I really felt that it was genuine. Yes, he did the honorable thing, but I think he did the thing for his family. So to reverse would exactly undo what he was trying to do, which was I bring the least possible disrepute to my family. I don't think he wants to play the Al Pacino and they brought me back, or it's way too exciting for the character that the personnage that he is. So honestly, I don't think Chrystia. I was really surprised also, David, to read in that City TV article. It's so, I know that there's some type of friendship from the Ford side and Chrystia Freeland. Maybe it's Doug Ford, who was, if I agree with something, I probably think that Chrystia agrees also, but maybe you should call her and get her approval before you cover that big a base. So I'd be surprised, but if he does stay, for me, it's actually saying that Toronto has absolutely nobody ready to run that city.
Well, Andrew, let's talk about that, because, John Tory seen as a small C conservative, sort of the mayor's choice of, say, the business community in Toronto. But he's been criticized by a lot of progressives for his policing policies, housing, his treatment of homeless people experiencing homelessness in Toronto in particular. Can progressives in Toronto find a candidate to rally behind with this opportunity, should it come to pass, that he makes good on his promise to resign and opens this up to election? Because there's been vote splitting on that side of the political ledger that has really helped candidates like John Tory in the past.
For sure. I think we live in a fascinating time. I've lived in the city of Toronto for more than 13 years now.
171.
And, I think Mr. Tory's brilliance as mayor was, he obviously had progressive conservative roots, but he was a mayor that bridged the liberal-conservative divide and even attracted New Democratic support. And so he had a wide coalition of voters from across the political spectrum that he relied on for 3 consecutive election wins. I mean, this is someone who won 62% of the vote a mere 4 months ago. And so, I do think his departure is unfortunate. I obviously do think it's a done deal. I think the challenge we see now, there are a litany of names that are being bandied about. I think the challenge for progressives is most of the names being cited in the media reports, and I know it's still very early days, are progressives, people on the center left with Liberal Party or New Democratic Party affiliations. And so if the center to center right is able to field one candidate and coalesce around that candidate, I think they'll have a strong chance. We've already seen that Junior Transportation Minister Stanley Cho in Doug Ford's government has been the choice of progressive conservatives. He would also attract Liberal Party support for sure.
Scary.
And so I think what we're going to see is a battle royale for the future of this city. Coming out of the pandemic, the challenges we face as a city have been exacerbated. Public infrastructure, transit, drug overdoses. This city faces real challenges, and I welcome an election that will take place in May or June, and hopefully will really be about the substantive issues at play in this city.
Right. No, certainly a good point. Go ahead quickly.
So I was just going to say very quickly, I think we do face a lot of challenges, but we just had an election and we had a record low turnout of 29%. Right. I'm not sure Torontonians are actually going to pay that much attention to what happens after the scandal moves away.
Right. No, that is a good point. And low voter turnout in municipal elections is a big problem, even in big cities. I can tell you one person who's not running, me. I don't live in Toronto, and I'm unfit for office. All right, we're going to leave it there. Thanks to the power panel, Jason Markosoff, Chambers.
What a useless fucking comment.
Thanks, Ken.
That was kind of unfunny.
Ukraine's resistance efforts are facing a new challenge, a potential shortage of ammunition, specifically artillery shells.
Ukraine has been at this for a year, and so they have used a lot of artillery ammunition. We're going to do everything we can, working with our international partners, to ensure that we get them as much ammunition as quickly as possible.
NATO says Kyiv is burning through artillery shells much faster than Western countries can produce them. It's a trend that has left many Allied stocks badly depleted. Here to dig into this challenge, retired Lieutenant General Andrew Leslie previously served as Commander-in-Chief of Staff of the Canadian Army. He's now a Senior Associate at Blue Sky Strategy Group. David Perry is the President and a Senior Analyst at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me.
Good to talk to you.
General Leslie, I'd like to start with you if I could. Ukraine is burning through artillery shells faster than the West can produce them. How concerning is that for you?
Very concerning. The Ukraine, of course, has its
not completely fucking unconcerning. Like, what is it supposed to say?
Against essentially the German army of many decades ago, and in that instance, firepower was seen as the solution with which to smash the enemy forces. Unfortunately, they are burning through ammunition at a staggering rate, up to 10 to 12,000 shells per day, and the NATO stocks are getting depleted.
So they're using
NATO stocks way down, guys.
Is that your sense on the battlefield, and that's why they're burning through their reserves so quickly?
I would hesitate to embrace that idea fully. Let's realize that the Ukraine is now the most combat experienced army in the world vis-a-vis modern warfare. And of course, they've been fighting a savage fight against the Russians since 2014, and of course, the latest invasion of last year. So they're substituting artillery firepower for conventional maneuver forces because they don't have a lot of those.
Look who it is. It's another cunt.
So it's all part of a wickedly complex problem. And quite frankly, from the Ukrainian point or the Ukraine point of view, I'm much
shit, we should have thrown a ball.
Absolutely sure that they would rather expend artillery ammunition than their soldiers' lives.
That's stupid.
Well, no, that's certainly a fair trade-off. And thanks for clarifying that for me. So Dave Perry, according to NATO, we're talking about an ammunition shortage. We're not talking about bullets. We're talking about the artillery shells. It's gone. Large caliber ammunition wait time has increased from 12 months to 28 months. How can the Western defense industry ramp up so that Ukraine doesn't run out of these shells?
Well, hopefully quickly, because it's not just these shells. It's a lot of different types of production, which Western defense industries in Canada and the United States and in Europe collectively just aren't really calibrated to produce to support this tempo and of type of conflict. So the general was talking about, there's different views about exactly how Ukraine is fighting, but I think one way to look at this is that this is an example that the potential future conflict for an industrial state power like this. So people talk about us being back to an era of great power competition. Great power competition looks a lot more like this kind of conflict with this type of rate of ammunition than, say, the last 20 or 30 years of fighting in the Middle East did.
So what does the defense industry need then to be able to ramp up and start meeting this demand, this tempo, as you've described it?
Partnership with government to work out, quantities, production schedules, getting contracts in place, likely financing in part, recognizing that, you can't just go on the open market or go to Home Depot and pick this stuff up. So you need to have government orders to actually have this ammunition in place. And I think in a lot of cases, we don't have enough production capacity, and those companies don't have enough staff. So they're likely going to have to scale up quite significantly. And I think the best way for us to do that would be to work in partnership with our allies in the United States especially, but in the rest of Europe, because this is actually something where Canada can meaningfully make a significant contribution both to Ukraine, but to the wider NATO alliance.
So General Leslie, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said the U.S. is working on tweaking the Ukrainian military tactics. He didn't call them outdated. He didn't use my word. But essentially focusing on changing those tactics from relying so heavily on those artillery barrages. Is that the answer here? Is that a viable option given the human capacity that Ukraine is dealing with as well?
It's going to have to be an option because the stocks are what they are. In Canada's case, we were a bit low before the start of the war. And everyone is desperately short right now. When I use desperately, I'm not overstating. From the Ukraine point of view, they've had to use that firepower to blunt the Russian attacks. And with very good effect, they've killed, as we know, tens of thousands, multiple tens of thousands of Russians. But it's not stopping them. And if I may, strategically, this points to the bigger question of how long does NATO now think this war is going to go on? And it's fairly obvious that it's going to go on for a long time. Look, either way, the Russian bear, if it wins, and I don't think it will, but if they win, they'll probably keep going. They'll do something else equally disastrous, savage. And if they lose, we'll have an angry, sullen bear, which will be not a reliable partner for peace. So it's wise to ramp up now because deterrence, of course, is cheaper than the war.
I like this fucker.
It takes a long time, as
he's a good bloke.
Dr. Perry pointed out, to
wise
get
guy,
production
smart
facilities
fella,
up and running to the wartime levels that are now
like his
becoming
propaganda
the norm.
levels are at a good.
You mentioned you just gave a strategic
in a good
analysis,
way,
but I
in
wonder,
a good way.
General
When
Leslie,
I say propaganda levels are high,
what would
I mean
a
in a very
change in
good
Ukraine's
way.
approach look like
They
on the
should be
battlefield
this high.
compared to what they're doing now with the heavy reliance on artillery?
Well, to be able to maneuver on a modern battlefield, you have to have a certain amount of air defense to keep the drones, helicopters, and aircraft off your back. You've got to have artillery fire to suppress the enemy. And also, most recently, over the last 15 to 20 years, you have to have precision guidance in the shell systems, or rockets or missiles, and as well an ability to see where the rounds are landing, which you now do through drones. So you have to get smarter technology, so it's one or two shots that kill instead of multiple hundreds that just explode uselessly in a field. So that reduces consumption.
201?
On the other hand, they need armor. They need tanks. They need protected vehicles to maneuver when other people are shooting at them, because they won't be able to suppress the Russians, to keep their heads down using artillery fire with the same numbers of shells as before.
Dave Perry, what's your take on that one?
I would just build on that to say that, I mean, they need all of these things in large scale quickly. So if we want them to not be using as many rounds of artillery ammunition in the short term, we need to expedite the delivery of the tanks that have been, in lots of cases, including Canada, committed. We've got them over to Poland. There's only 4 of them, and they're in Poland. They're not so useful on the battlefield unless they can get over the border. And there's also a requirement, as the general was pointing out, they need to have protected mobility, so vehicles that can carry troops around on the battlefield and keep them relatively safe, or provide some firepower of themselves. And they have requirements that they've been calling for over the last several months for hundreds and hundreds of both infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and hundreds of tanks. And that equipment all isn't there yet. So I think the ability for them to tweak their tactics is going to be relatively finite until they get the rest of the equipment that they've articulated they need.
So, General Leslie, we sent 4
only
tanks from Canada, and it seems like the military had to dig deep to get those. The West has funneled a lot of military equipment over there and ammunition into Ukraine since the start of this. I mean, have Western countries sort of jeopardized their own combat readiness in exchange for helping Ukraine deal with Russia?
Some will argue that they have. I would not fully support that argument because it's country specific. In Canada's cases, we have 81 gun tanks. We've sent 4, mainly because we only had about 20 to 30 that worked because of lack of spare parts, because of lack of funding, and you're back into the wickedly complex problem of defense procurement. The Ukraine needs more of everything, and sending money is great, which Canada, by the way, is amongst the world leaders. Having said that, it needs more than money. Writing a check is not the end game, if you would, for ensuring that the Ukraine gets the resources they can win. Because as Dr. Perry's pointed out, the stocks have been depleted across the board. So we've got to make sure that we purchase equipment for the Ukraine as rapidly as possible, and also for the Canadian Armed Forces, because the Russian bear is going to be around for a while. That's the hidden message behind all these ramping up of stocks.
So Dave Perry, last May, General Wayne Eyre, he urged the Canadian defense industry to get on a war footing to respond to the ongoing crisis. Do you think that's happened? Do you think we're there?
I don't. Just last week, we saw a visit from Minister Nan, Minister Champagne down to Washington. I think I'm hoping that some of those conversations were oriented around getting us to that point, which would really require a collaborative plan between the government and the industrial manufacturing base to move up to higher levels of production. So I was saying earlier, I mean, the companies can't just flick a switch and go to, triple production today. They need probably larger facilities in some cases. They need to hire more people, and you can't do that unless you have orders in place. So the government needs to work collaboratively, and I think the best way for us to do that is to work either with the United States solely or with the rest of the NATO alliance collaboratively to try and figure out amongst all the different allies how we can best produce the types of ammunition stock, small caliber ammunition, whatever it is, at a scale and pace that's relevant for modern conflict. Because I would take Ukraine as an indicator of what we can expect the future to look like, not our past experience in Afghanistan.
Okay. David Perry, Andrew Leslie, thank you so much for your insights today.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
That's it for today. Make sure you follow the pod so you don't miss any of the latest political news. And if you like this episode, share it with a friend. Thanks for listening.
Nice. After this, we're doing the realism video. Can't forget. I'm leaving that there on screen so I don't forget. Okay, give me like fucking, I don't know, 3 minutes. No, I'll be quicker than that. Don't worry. All right. Well, here's my thought process. Right, like I'm at the point where I can say fuck it and do 24. I think I can. I definitely can. I have enough energy. I see. So do I just change the title and do it? But I don't know if I'm getting picked up tomorrow. Like I'm leaving this house pretty soon. I don't know what time that's gonna be. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll change it to 24 hours. Oh, I don't know my description in here. Whoops, sorry guys. That's my bad actually. Okay, wait, let's go to notes. Where the hell are my notes? Documents? Desktop? Notes? Maybe it would be like... Hold on, if I go... Wait, I have to go into the notepad thing, probably. File. Open. Oh, here we go. "24-hour live stream. Live stream, maybe getting drunk at 2 a.m. to focus. Period." I really have not done a lot in 8 hours. I've done exactly like 10 levels, not even. I have not. I kind of suck, eh? Like that's pretty bad. That's pretty fucking bad. Not impressed, guys. Not impressed. Oh shit!
For more CBC
podcast ended. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the Crow video. We're not doing this fucker anymore.
But he could not hope
Back to
for
realism.
defeat.
Focus. Realism.
Metternich, however, is often regarded by many realists to be an ideal guideline of how to conduct foreign policy. Through hard-boiled calculations, ruthless power politics, the creation of an intricate network of alliances, taking account for the spheres of influence of others while not losing sight of one's own aspirations, Metternich, the de facto ruler of Imperial Austria, despite his country losing the most battles of the Napoleonic Wars, managed to guide the Austrian Empire to coming out on top at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, gaining new territories, securing and expanding its sphere of influence, and making it one of the most powerful powers in Europe despite its internal problems, and most of all, creating a system of power distribution, called the Concert of Europe, where every power was so expertly balanced against each other that there would be no major European war for almost a century. Bismarck is another historic figure that realists have much admiration for. His cold and ruthless application of power politics is famous, playing games of power and influence with Austria, Denmark, France, and the German states, carefully playing them out against each other, always careful to not overextend and be in a state in which he would be outnumbered by enemies, and transforming Prussia into a German empire. not through an offensive war of conquest, but rather by defensively unifying them against the French in a union so lasting it became
this EV
its
training
own
is
state.
boring.
We can learn more by
Boring
looking
as
at a
fuck.
historical figure for which realists
But it's
have a lot of
important.
scorn
You
and
need
hold
it.
up as the
You
worst
need it for,
geopolitical leader,
for
Kaiser
Elite
Wilhelm
Four
II.
training, to make
Because a
Elite
core
Four
foundation of
training more
realism is
bearable.
not just an advocacy
Everything I'm
of
doing is to
cold,
promote late
hard-boiled
game
power
success,
politics
guys.
with the intention of becoming the strongest power on earth. There may not be rules to game of power politics, but there are limitations. And these limitations are determined by the other players in the game. And if these players can't become the most powerful players, they will go for the second best thing, their own security and existence. As Hegel said, the state has no higher duty than of maintaining itself. Kaiser Wilhelm disregarded these other players, as well as their aspirations and spheres of influence. He managed to threaten simultaneously the French with the Agadir and Tangier crisis, the British with the building of the High Seas Fleet, and the Russians with the unconditional backing of Austria-Hungary, sacking three great powers against him for the price of a single dysfunctional alliance with Austria that was based more on misguided ideals rather than by geopolitical calculations, and another with the sick man of Europe, the Ottoman Empire. In the end, from the realist perspective, Kaiser Wilhelm, who did not appreciate the limitations that were set by other players in the game of powers, managed to unite all the other power players against him and lost what Bismarck had built. So take note of this, because this is something that many fail to understand about realism. Realism is not an instruction manual on how to gain unlimited power and influence based on an unrestrained application of power in geopolitics. Realism also argues
how do you
for
sync
restraint.
YouTube with
Realism
Discord?
argues that powers must appreciate that other powers also play the game of power. Realism argues that one should calculate one's geopolitical decisions of foreign policy in appreciation of those informal limitations set by other powers. To put oneself in their shoes before thinking to act to gain advantage, lest you lock each other in an inefficient and avoidable conflict. This very part is a weakness of the realist school. My friend Frog did a very good video presenting that weakness, and he helped me somewhat with this video, so
User
I will
settings,
leave a link to
activating
his
status.
video in the description here too. For my outline on realism, I'm going to use the author Hans Morgenthau, who is
Activity
one of the founding
status?
thinkers of modern realism as a school of international relations and geopolitics. This is not to say that he is the only one or the most important. There are many other important realist thinkers. Morgenthau just happens to be the one that I read and am more familiar with, specifically his book, Politics Amongst Nations. Like Thucydides and Machiavelli, Morgenthau argued that all international relations is driven by natural laws of struggles for power between states. His theory is not just descriptive, it has predictions. To formulate and implement effective policy, one should not build it upon one's ideals of what one believes is good for society, but study power dynamics, understand the natural laws that govern power struggles between human beings, and formulate one's policy on what would work most effectively in this power struggle. Morgenthau argued that nation-states are the foundation of all international politics, and that national interests were the main motivations behind all foreign policies, that the desire for and pursuit of raw power, at best to secure the existence and continuation of the state, was the reason for and by which nation-states engaged in the world to enlarge or defend their national interests. Power being defined by Morgenthau as the control over the minds and actions of men, in particular political power as the mutual relations of control among the holders of authority and between the latter and the people at large. Because of the fact that nation-states pursue an expansion of their sphere of influence in competition with others, insecurity and the threat of violence is a constant, ever-present state that will never go away. Hence, the full title of Politics Among Nations, the struggle for power and peace. That is because every nation-state is out there to use whatever means it can to expand its national influence, additionally being exclusively defensive in one sphere of influence rather than offensive.
Oh, I just want to be fucking done with EV training. I want to go grind somewhere else. I want to go do something else.
Because even if every actor was faithfully doing this, any defensive action taken by nation-states could be seen as offensive by its competitors, and therefore produce a counter-defensive action, thereby continuing a cycle of aggression. Realists call this the security dilemma. Morgenthau also argued that national interests are dynamic, meaning they change over time and are influenced by factors such as culture and technology. One has to constantly reevaluate what one's national interests are, for if they change and one doesn't realize this, it is possible to waste enormous resources only to just lose the game of power. Let me give an example. After the end of Mongol rule
Okay, this
over
video is
China,
way more boring
the
than I
Chinese
thought. I'm sorry,
spent
guys.
almost 600 years fighting and trying to conquer the steppe peoples of Mongolia and Central Asia. It was in their interest at the time. They wished to secure themselves from the invaders of the past, and they wanted to make sure that something like the Mongol conquest of China could never ever happen again. But in doing so for almost 600 years, the Chinese neglected every other geopolitical sphere, such as their eastern neighbors. They neglected their coastlines. They lost spheres of influence over Japan and the rest of Asia. They neglected seafaring. They neglected technological developments in ocean navigation. They neglected new military technologies that were not useful in fighting steppe peoples. They neglected bureaucratic and institutional reforms. They neglected the new economic developments around coastal commerce. And they neglected the resulting cultural and political developments in societies. Consequently, they did not realize the significance of European imperial powers arriving. By the 1780s, the Chinese had successfully conquered and pacified Mongolia, Southeast Siberia, and the eastern parts of Central Asia. But the peoples from these lands who they had conquered and who had, yes, menaced China for almost 2,000 years, had stopped being a threat to China 300 years before. Mongolia was no longer the priority national interest.
Should have done better.
Instead, the British opium merchants who arrived at the same time along the coast were. China did not realize that its national interests had changed, and consequently, China took a huge loss in the game of power. As this example shows, there is no such thing as a permanent national interest. A nation should not consistently pursue the same goal throughout time, because the environment can substantially change. Therefore, according to Morgenthau, one should continuously study and re-evaluate the national interests of a nation and adapt to changing dynamics of the power game. Morgenthau also argued that any idealism is entirely misplaced, self-limiting and pointless in the study of international politics. Nation-states, groups, communities and societies may develop concepts of morality and ethics, but a universal application of such systems of ethics is not possible because every moral system must be trickled down to the specifics of any given situation. Nations therefore ought to separate their own moral aspirations from ideals of moral universalism, legalism or sentimentality. Values and concepts of ethics should be strived towards discussion of implementation at home, but have no place on the international stage. The inspiration and historic events that led the political scientist Morgenthau to conclude this were the failure of idealistic international organizations and governing bodies such as the League of Nations in preventing the Second World War. In summary, Morgenthau argued that there are ultimately no ideals or rules that govern international politics and relations. Instead, international politics is driven solely by power politics, and the only rules that exist are informal and created not deliberately, but by the restraints of one's power by other powers. Morgenthau believed that international politics is somewhat like a poker game, that this poker game is played by great powers, such as the United States, the Soviet Union, and China. That these great powers have spheres of influence which contain smaller nation-states, and these smaller nation-states are the chips played in the poker game of geopolitics. Therefore, foreign policy should be driven with a disregard of idealism in favor of cold, hard-boiled calculations of how to play this poker game. But here's the catch. The game never stops. From the realist perspective, nobody can ever win this game. The poker game is assumed to be endless. The poker chips are constantly exchanged in an endless power struggle. Nobody can ever fully enforce their ideals over others, because this power struggle is shaped by cold national interests in power. Great powers may sometimes lose their great power, and thereby lose their spheres of influence to new great powers, but geopolitics will always be dominated by great powers and struggles over their spheres of influence. The potential for violence and escalation, therefore, never stops. The realist also assumes that if all players gang up on one, that one will stand up and draw a gun before losing to everyone. And it is that potential for violent escalation that the realist wants to avoid at all costs, in particular in the post-World War II era of nuclear weapons. Now, let me interrupt here briefly to address something. Many of you will have probably noticed and already pointed out in the comments how similar a lot of this is to the writings of very different thinkers from very different schools, like Habermas, Adorno, Carl Schmitt, Alfred Rosenberg, Julius Evola, Hoppe, or Michel Foucault. The underlying assumption that there are no values, that ideals and ideologies and rules are just lies and excuses, and that all that matters are power dynamics and the game of power. The fact that they all sound so similar is not a coincidence, and neither is it a testimony to the influence of Morgenthau. The reason why they all sound so similar is because of a shared historical experience. It is not a coincidence, but it is also not a conspiracy. They may all sound similar, they may have even partially read each other, but they didn't all conspire somehow to come to and promote similar conclusions. And that is because they all have their origins in the same thing, something called the crisis of modernity. What is the crisis of modernity? In the wake of the Enlightenment, there was a common understanding throughout political schools of thought that humanity could advance and perfect itself through the rational examination of the world it inhabited, bypassing the crude institutions of unjustified tradition and faith that held society back. There was a frontier to be won, and with it...
These are a lot of Pidgeys. I just want to get through one more cycle, and then I'm just going to spam A until I get
the French
to a level up
Revolution
and make sure that all my stats are correct. And then after
institutional
that, I
guidance
will
guided by bold propositions
go find a better
inherited
place to
straight from
grind.
the Enlightenment. Universal human rights, freedom, equality and brotherhood. Ideals that every contemporary liberal democracy is built upon. A few years into the revolution, Kant published Zum ewigen Frieden, or Toward a Perpetual Peace, a treatise of international relations that is the foundation of a liberal theory of international relations. Concurrently, advances in technology
and then we'll
and
see what
science
level we
revealed
need to
the
get to on this
uplifting of
fucker, and then
standards
we'll
of
go,
living, travel,
we'll go into
education,
it.
while the abundance of production increasingly melted away the
And then
entrenched poverty
we'll
of the
go
world,
into it.
together with breakthroughs in medicine and sanitation, such as through the eradication of germs. During this sudden hiccup of years of progress during the 1800s, what had seemed impossible for all of history, the methodical repealing of every horseman of the apocalypse, is made possible through rational examination of the physical world, and it yields many more bounties: knowledge over universal laws, mastery over nature. Hegel, the prime example of this historicism of the 19th century, observed the spreading of the Enlightenment
Almost there.
ideas
Come
and
on,
declared
baby.
that the
Let's go.
realization of human freedom is the ultimate goal of history, and that it will come to be through the creation of the perfect state. When he witnessed Napoleon defeat Prussia at Jena in 1806, he declared that this moment was the end of history. The French had created the political innovation of the nation-state, and all of history as a political development was just a process of achieving what the French had achieved.
There we go.
But that belief in progress through modernity that had so domineered throughout political schools of thought throughout the 1800s was shattered at the beginning of the 20th century. Verdun, the Somme, Passchendaele, Isonzo, Gallipoli. In the killing fields of the First Global War, where generations
Fucking did it.
experienced
Okay.
mechanized
Let's
death
just get to
brought on by
26.
technological
Make sure our
and
stats are correct.
scientific development.
Move on.
A war that was promised by
Come on.
those who believed in political progress that it would be the last war, only for their promise to be almost immediately broken by the Second World War, which industrialized the death process and spread it, by design, to civilian populations. It would be a mistake to assume that faith in modernity, which we understand as rationalist drives, was upended merely by the process of applied sciences. Almost every field is confronted at the same time by limitations of pure rationality. In mathematics, there is the foundations crisis, where formalists stand refusing proofs of the intuitionist camp, on the grounds that they require an infinite number of steps that can therefore not be reproduced formally. Yet this is how we proceed to build real numbers. Gödel throws the whole field into disarray when he theorized that the axioms of mathematics can neither be consistent or able to prove all true theories, sending all mathematicians ever since into an exercise of faith in their axiomatic systems. In physics, the quantum realm fractures the discipline into various schools, the schism being still unresolved. Among others, the uncertainty principle, that you can neither know accurately the position or the speed and direction of a particle, raises questions about the limits of rational observation and experimentation. In economics and international relations, paradoxes of rationality forced the injection of psychology in endeavors of formal rationalism, creating behavioralism where an arithmetic of wealth distribution and peacemaking was anticipated. In 1938, Husserl wrote in The
I don't think I
Crisis
can get
of
it on
European
this
Sciences and
cycle
Transcendental
of,
Phenomenology of a
whatever's-
crisis of European humanities, the disproportionate evolution of the hard sciences compared to the humanities. Though mathematical and physical problems may cast doubt upon the role of rationality as a driver of human progress, the worst development is not that the claim to modernity of the sciences is broken, but that the humanities broke before the sciences did. For example, humanity advanced into the nuclear age without the political tools to make humanity's survival in a nuclear age a certainty. And in our day and age, while having still not solved this conundrum of the nuclear age, a second, that of climate change, piles on as the gap between science and the humanities remains. Ironically, centuries before we faced these conundrums, figures of the Enlightenment itself were already aware of this conundrum and warned of it. As the French Renaissance humanist François Rabelais famously wrote, "Science without conscience is but ruin of the soul." Hegel's vision of a perfect state that would end history died in the early 20th century, in struggles and conflicts perpetuated by those who wished to achieve that end of history. What was left in its ashes was not an idealistic striving for modernity, but best described by Churchill, the worst system of government with the exception of all others. Churchill's rashness towards other forms of government stems from the fact that he spent a great deal of his career fighting them. The main political innovation of the 20th century, and a direct answer to modernity, were the fascist and totalitarian regimes whose main accomplishments were the destruction of idealistic institutions, violent lawless barbarism, and the creation of new crimes, genocide and crimes against humanity. In the Soviet Union, communism, a political force that supposedly would usher in the end of history through a supposedly scientific understanding of humanity and history, ushered in a regime of mass arrests, paranoia, gulags, mass graves, and famines. The fact that these systems, which were always constructed as a rejection of the modern world, not only existed but were able to seriously threaten modernity for the better part of the century, was felt as the final traumatic wake-up call from the historicism of modernity for many thinkers, at least those who made it out of the early 20th century alive. Stefan Zweig wrote a very quotable suicide note disguised as a book called The World of Yesterday, in which he reminisces the pre-war world which he adored, from which the fascists drove him because of his ethnicity, and gives an account of the losing fight that he and his fellow intellectuals fought to prevent its methodical destruction during the world wars. My friend Frog recommended me this book, and I highly recommend that book to you as well. Many political thinkers concluded from the horrors from 1914 to 1945 that modernity and the idea of progress was a lie. Almost all of them concluded that what mattered in the end were just power dynamics. The reason all the thinkers I cited earlier sound so similar is because they all have similar origins in a time period in which the concept of modernity and the concept of idealism was questioned. Fascists saw modernity as a manipulation. The Nazis saw it as a Jewish lie. The Nazis specifically believed that what ultimately mattered was competition for resources between races, and the power dynamics of a race war is all that matters. One of the foundational texts of Nazi political theory is Alfred Rosenberg's The Myth of the 20th Century, in which he outlines a theory of history as mainly driven by racial struggles and competition for resources.
No, I'm not getting drunk.
The Nazi
Stupid.
legal
I'm also not
theorist
staying
Carl
up. That's
Schmitt
also
declared
stupid.
the liberal state to be too weak for the preservation of a functioning social order, declared that all politics
Both
was
of these are
struggles
stupid
for power
ideas.
between enemies, that all disagreements were ultimately
When I'm literally
conflicts
going
between
home.
enemies,
That's so
and that
dumb.
therefore
I'm
a fascist
taking
leader
this
must
off.
attain absolute power. Carl Schmitt also applied this line of thought in his writings on geopolitics as
I'll do
driven by
20
nothing
hours.
but ruthless cold power dynamics in which might makes right. And the fascist political theorist Julius Evola wrote in his Revolt Against the Modern World that tradition was inherently a political force that lacked concepts of political theory and therefore contradicted the idea of progress or modernity, which had to be destroyed. Fascism fundamentally advocates for and is an ideology based upon the destruction of modernity and idealism, in favor of a lawlessness of power dynamics. But they were not the pioneers of the crisis of modernity. A century before the Nazis, Johann Gottlieb Fichte spoke a series of speeches, the addresses to the German nation, which was an attack against the ideals that the French occupation had imported to Prussia. Fichte in his speeches outlined a concept of the world as a power struggle among races, and in rejection of any ideals of universalism, freedom, equality, and brotherhood. Adorno, Habermas, and Foucault were leftists disillusioned with Marx, because the material conditions for communism that Marx had predicted never came to be. They therefore abandoned the traditional Marxist historical materialism as a driving mechanism of history. They abandoned the concept of progress as well, and instead analyzed history with a focus on groups who had historically been oppressed, be it colonized peoples, ethnic minorities, religious minorities, or sexual minorities. They concluded that there were no ideals or rules, but merely the power dynamics of oppression and liberation from oppression. Hoppe was a student of Habermas, who merely used the same conclusions to advocate for the abolition of any state concept of rules and ideals in favor of a ruthless, lawless, anarchist capitalism. And finally we get to Morgenthau, who came to his conclusions when faced with the rise of the Nazis and even argued explicitly in 1946 that belief in human reason was deficient because of the rise of Nazi Germany. It would be a mistake, though, to think of Morgenthau as a Machiavellian figure instead of a tragic one. Morgenthau was a German liberal and supporter of the Weimar Republic. He lived through its collapse and the rise of fascism throughout Europe. He despaired at this, fled into exile in the United States, where he was confronted with an American unwillingness to face the outbreak of the Second World War and its consequences, right up until those came knocking at Pearl Harbor. He despaired at what he lived through and concluded that what he had witnessed had happened because liberalism and the liberal state were shackled by its own ideals and put in the same danger that had uprooted his life. Morgenthau therefore believed that liberal democracies of the world cannot engage in a foreign policy that is based on liberal ideas, that the liberal power of this world, the United States, must act ruthlessly and often against its own liberal values on the international stage to preserve itself. Contrary to his recommendations, though, Morgenthau did stand up to US foreign policy makers in the name of his own morals on more than one occasion. For instance, he was one of the first academics to object to the Vietnam War. In 1966, in The Purpose of Political Science, Morgenthau wrote that the US had overlearned the lessons of realism and lost sight of the appropriate legal and moral limits to the
Oh, this guy seems pretty interesting. That's cool and all, but we gotta figure out how to kill this Gengar. So the Gengar is bold. Fuck that butcher. Change the plan. Switch that style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch. Back it up. Shit better get made in the palace. I can't treat like big deals. And no kids meals. And then I seen it. Fucking I seen it. They be fucking on my lyrics on Genius. These pussy ass critics repeat it. You can't hit that because you said that shit on your car. Like a VCR. Bald. Young Tarvey, I'm cashing it. What you doing, man? They gon' give you no swag. For real, for real, for real, for real. Whoa. Keep my business off the gram. Switch my style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch. Back it up. Shit big it, man. The palace. I guess we gotta get to level 40 somehow. What's the best way to... Okay, so we're getting to level 40. We know that. We need 114 attack, basically, is what we need. Cool. Swag. Cash. Money. Transition. Bald. Look how pretty this game looks. Okay, we gotta figure out where we're going. Where are we going to get levels? I think we go to whatever city. Okay, we should leave with Jindar or Hunter, as to not get totally fucked. Keep my business off the gram. Keep my business off the gram. Which I style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch. Back it up. Shit, gotta get made in the palace. Okay, so we got our Ariados. We gotta get to level 440 for big 4-0. Big birthday for the birthday boy, big 4-0. And the best place to do that is probably let's see. Let's pimp this out. Let's peek this out. First of all, I think we just need to say fuck you and get return. I think we need return. I think it's pretty important at this point. Or thief, or frustration, or just fucking anything to hit someone with, to be honest. There's no way it isn't max friendship. There's no way it isn't max friendship. I also think we should just listen to 9/11 conspiracy videos all night. Maybe I am schizophrenic.
It seems like you can't go fucking anywhere as a wizard these days without some little upstart shitter sorcerer trying to test their might against you. Learned how to conjure might, little nigga. I am the—
Damn. Ben Shapiro, why would you say that? Keep my business off the ground. Switch my style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch. Bag it up. Shit better get made in the palace. Oh yeah, I gotta be honest, this thing about realism is really fucking boring. He's just doing like a fucking review of it. Like, or not review of it, he's doing like a fucking... What's it called? Like explaining what realism is as if I'm fucking 12 years old. I know what the fuck realism is. Where's a good route? Where's a good route to like beat shit up on? Let's go this way. Well, let's see if this is a good route. Route 36 here. Traveling to Route 36. What about like the route beside it? Okay, Route 36. Either way, we're gonna have to go down to fucking thing to get the other thing though. To get what's it called? Keep my business off the gram. Switch my style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch. Back it up. Shit better get made in the palace. I don't like using moves like return though, because they're super unreliable. Like I have no way of knowing which return I'm getting. If I'm getting the correct return on my investment. Any more return puns? Any more returners? Okay, let's see if we can get the TM for Fashade. TM for Fashade is in the department store on Friday. Friday. Oh, would you look at that? Look what day of the week it is. Change. Uh-oh, that looks like a Friday to me. It's also somehow magically back to 10 a.m. That's crazy. Friday at 10 a.m. Who would have guessed? Bald. I look like Ray Allen. I didn't get this item yet. Didn't get that paralyzed heal yet? Damn, bro. Why is he so ass? I can't remember. I don't think I'm avoiding fuckers anymore. Oh. Apparently I was avoiding fuckers. It's a Vulpix. GG's, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I swear I just usually beat up all these trainers because I don't trust myself to go back and forth. Oh, Goldenrod department store. Honey. I'm department storing. Like, imagine if I had, what's his name out front there? I'd be fucked. From lottery. Oh, fuck that. And I can't. Not from the lottery. I mean, I guess I can try. Can't, it doesn't hurt to try, right? Where does the lottery take place? Floor 2, maybe? Is that where the fucking lottery takes place? Where does the lottery take place? We'll go to 6 and then go down. Fuck off, Hunter. Oh! Skill gap, baby. Look at that. Suck my balls. Suck my nuts. Skill fucking gap. Get shit on. If only you were as good as me. If only they were as good as me. If only they could be as talented as I am. If only, man. If only. That is a skill gap if I have ever seen one. Love me some skill gap right there. I'm just built different. I'm just better than all of the other Pokemon players. Because I know how to get that lottery, okay? What the fuck? That's so bullshit. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed if I was Chad. Yeah, that was a skill difference, to be honest. If we're being real, kind of a skill difference. Kind of a skill difference, if we're being honest with ourselves. 26, aren't we? 20, 25, 26. I think we're 25. The way that our Ariados' max attack is actually pretty criminal. Yeah, it is 26. Yeah, the way our Ariados' max attack is pretty fucking criminal. We know we need to be at 40 for this. Okay, so let's go. What's Stantler's probably the biggest enemy on this route, right? And there's no suspects of not outspeeding me, fucking me in the asshole. Like 13. Yeah, like no one's near my speed tier. I know that. I'm Fashade now. Fashade like a melody in my head that I can't ego. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. Fashade like a melody in my. So we don't kill Stantlers yet, which is pretty wild if you ask me. It's actually kind of crazy. I'm guessing we kill Pidgeys, probably. We're going to be running into a lot of Pidgeys. Level 15 Pidgey. Pidgey. Level 15. Max defense. What about the Growlithe? What about the Growlithe? Any Growlithe users? Any Growlithe fans? Any level 15 Growlithe fans? No, Facade still kills. I just want to make sure there isn't any bullshit going on. Same with the Pidgeys. Same with the Nidorinas. Same with the Hoothoots and the Stantlers. Just checking out the. Like, you're not gonna hit me with the flame body, are you? No, you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not Growlithe. I know you're not, little guy. Let's actually go max defense nature on Growlithe could still be an issue. Is that problematic? It is actually. Max defense, a perfect Growlithe could fuck me over. But other than that, this seems like a pretty good place to attack. So maybe don't go after like level 15 Growlithe specifically, because they could intentionally, like in theory, fuck you over. But once we're one level up, we're fine on the Growlithe as well. No moves in here that's gonna fuck me over. Nope, doesn't look like it. Growlithe, good to attack, good and clean. Get a good clean attack in. I don't think Pidgey has access to quick attack these days. It does at level 13, so we have to avoid Pidgeys. Okay, we're on Pidgey Patrol. No Pidgeys tonight. We could avoid Pidgeys by setting it to nighttime. What are the consequences of that? Seemingly there's none. We just run into Hoothoots instead. Okay, so we should set this to nighttime. Absolutely. We're setting this to 8 p.m. right this second. Okay, so Pidgey, no bueno. Could fuck me over. Nidorina female. Should be okay. There could be poison point, but that's fine. We just heal that shit back up. Although that is kind of scary. I see no quick attacks here. Nope. Poison sting. Nope. Nothing. I just want to double check. I'm not going to get... They do have poison point. Little scary. Little scary from the Nidorians. Nidorinas. Nidorwomans. Yeah. It's 30% as well. I'm gonna get hit by a lot of them. And the Nidoran males as well. Yeah, like they will have poison point. Oh wait, but I can't get poisoned as a poison type, can I? Ah fuck, we'll try it out until I get poisoned. Yeah, I don't think I can be poisoned as a poison type. Poison types can't be poisoned. That's stupid. I am a poison type, right? Yeah. This is just like a half poison, half bug team. You don't get quick attack either, correct? Hoot. Okay, no Hoot quick attack. So it looks like it's better to go to attack at nighttime because you can just spam facade. No quick attack on a young Stantler, right? No quick attack from the young Stantler. Doesn't look like it. No bueno, young Stantler. Okay, this is our new grinding spot then. Just set this shit to nighttime and we're good to go. 8:30 p.m. should be fine. To be nighttime, right? Is that nighttime? Fuck, I can't see. Okay, give me a few minutes. Everybody supersonic racing, gotta keep your hand on the ground. You're supersonic
application
racing.
of power and was even fired from his post because of his protest. In the early days of the Cold War, he was an opponent to policies of containment that could frivolously make enemies of the USSR. In the first edition of Politics Among Nations, he argued the changed structure of the balance of power has made the hostile opposition of two gigantic power blocks possible, but it has not made it inevitable, and considered a bipolar world having the potential for unheard of good as well as for unprecedented evil. At first he noted that bipolarity would fix in place the balance of power, alliances no longer being able to decisively affect it because of the sheer mass of the two superpowers and their ability to hold states in a bloc even against their will, thus creating spheres of influence.
Fuck off. I don't want your fucking phone number.
In the third edition of Politics Amongst Nations, seeing the new bloc of unaligned nations, the experience of the Korean War, he prescribed that Moscow and Washington should adapt their policies to the wishes of their allies if they wanted to draw maximum strength from their support. To summarize it, the United States are a poker player, Western Europe and South America are its poker chips. The Soviet Union is a poker player, Eastern Europe and Central Asia are its poker chips.
Wait, what ship do I have to
fucking be?
I have to be
stability
here.
And liberal democracy itself, American foreign policy must be focused on securing its own sphere of influence, while parallel to that, not infringing on the Soviet.
Alright, this is fine. I like this.
The end goal of this realist foreign policy is to find and maintain a balance between global powers. You probably already noticed, and you are correct, that realism played an important role in American Cold War foreign policy. After Morgenthau fled to the United States, his ideas were very welcomed among the leading political figures of the United States. Realism became the core foundation of American foreign policy for almost 50 years. It is the reason why the Americans did not intervene or do anything to help Eastern Europeans in anti-communist uprisings. From the realist point of view, these countries were in the Soviet and consequently Russian sphere of influence. Their aspirations for ending communist tyranny were irrelevant. They were in a Russian sphere of influence, and in the interest of maintaining a balance of powers, were left to whatever the Russians wanted to do with them. At the same time, the United States had to be utterly ruthless in maintaining control over its own sphere of influence, from the Cuban blockade to various American-backed military dictators, in order to secure its own sphere of influence. It should be pointed out there that realism does not offer some sort of singular objective formula that everyone follows through to the same conclusions. I mentioned before that Morgenthau was fired for protesting the war in Vietnam. There were realists who believed that Vietnam was in the American sphere of influence and crafted the infamous domino theory. But there were also prominent realists like Morgenthau who believed that Vietnam was not in the American sphere of influence.
13 on a Statler? Oh, no. We always run for Statlers because they probably
He believed that Vietnam was fighting a civil war. And even though there was a communist side in this civil war, this did not mean that the Communist Party of Vietnam was aligned to the Soviet Union or Communist China. So, as you can see, realism does come with disagreements amongst realists. The archetype realist statesman, who many realists praise, is Henry Kissinger. He disdained international, idealistic and rules-based organizations such as the United Nations, but still used it for a policy of détente with the Soviet Union to preserve a balance of powers, while ruthlessly playing poker with Chile, Argentina, Vietnam, Syria, Israel, China, India and Bangladesh over the American sphere of influence, irrespective of what the United Nations may think of it. The Nixon administration was the height of realism being America's foreign policy doctrine. And by the standards of realism, the Nixon administration were expert poker players and
this
are
shit,
the
man.
ideal
I'm just
of
so
what
much
American
experience.
foreign
This
policy
feels so
should
much
be.
better.
They played Syria and Egypt out against each other to nudge Egypt into an American sphere of influence. They ended communist influence in South America through empowering brutal dictators, and legitimized China as a player on the poker table to then leverage that against the Soviet Union for a policy of entente. And the architect of that realist version of American foreign policy was Henry Kissinger. Kissinger's honors dissertations that he wrote as an undergrad at Harvard attacked Kant and Hegel, specifically their notions of there being a process of historical progress. Instead, he argued that history was a continuous, chaotic process of power struggles, where ideological concepts and idealism over societal reform and progress were meaningless. Therefore, in no moral authority, concepts of ethics, no ideology,
Why the
no religion,
fuck is that
and
trainer
no
not
ideal whatsoever had any guiding
Shit.
role.
Okay, wait. We
Which
can kill this
Kissinger
tangle.
would later
I
murder
think with a
as
leech
US
life we can
Secretary
kill
of
it.
State, when he said that the Soviet Union was an ever-present danger to the international world that would continue to exist for centuries to come, and therefore the American public should get used to it. That any striving to end
what the fuck do you have? Level
pointless,
17
and that
Tangela?
instead
It's
one should
probably
come
not
to
EV
terms
trained.
with the fact that the future would be shaped by a geopolitical game of power and influence with the Soviet Union, in which finding a balance of power would be the ideal foreign policy. Realism continues to
it does
dominate
no
American
damage.
foreign
It does no
policy
fucking
right
damage.
up to the 1980s, when Reagan became US president. Reagan was not.
Man, this shit is so fucking stupid. Why didn't I clear half this shit out?
Destruction of communist influence, including in places that were
Why the
considered
fuck
to
didn't
be
I
a
clear
Soviet
half this shit out? I don't understand.
like Afghanistan,
This is so
East Germany,
fucking.
and Poland.
Shut the
And
fuck
it is
up,
the
crowd.
end of the
Man,
course.
I don't want to play this shit. Like if this is the shit where like I haven't cleared half the shit out for whatever fucking reason I've decided not to, I don't want to fucking play it. Alright, what the fuck does your GAT, like your stupid fucking tangle have? Like I don't want to play this out anymore. I just don't. If I don't know, I don't know. I have no knowledge of the save file anymore. 17 is, yeah, it's just gonna have a ton of shit to fuck me. It has a bunch of moves to fuck me over. There's no point in switching or anything like that. All we can do is hope for like stun spore growth, and then we just kill it with Matthew. This is fucking stupid. I don't like this. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? Like, there's no fucking point to any of this shit. This is so stupid. Like, if I haven't cleared half the shit out, okay, I'm just gonna ignore this. Oh, well. Never punished, I guess. Never fucking punished. That's so dumb. Like, why would I do that? Like, my dodging trainer skill, I just need to stop dodging trainers, because it honestly just bites you in the ass. Like, it doesn't do anything useful. It exclusively bites you in the... Like, this? I bet these are trainers right there that I haven't challenged. 100%, I haven't beat those trainers. I put my life on it. And I should beat them. Like, right now. I should go beat them right now, actually. Here, I'm gonna do it right now, because I'm gonna come back with a fucking half-depleted Ariados. And I'm not gonna be able to fucking do anything about it. Ready? I think that was the clip. Remember, I was like, "Yep, there we go." See, I need to do this, otherwise I'm fucked. You Shadow Ball that. You Flame Wheel that. Oh, you're static. It doesn't matter. Do I have a? By the way, do I have a poison thing just in case? Yeah, I have 4 antidotes just in case. Never fucking punished. Do I kill at 27? The fuck fell? Oh, it's my wallet. Like, fuck, man, what is that? Oh, my chances don't go up. Is it 28 where my chances go up? Oh yeah, 28's a guaranteed kill. Okay, so we just need one level. What about the Growliths? What about my young Growlith? My young Growlith at level 15 with the bold natures. At level 27. 27. Because I do have 70 attacks. Yes, do the 70 attack. It's not a guaranteed kill, so I need one more level. Okay, back to the fucking crowd video or whatever. Whoa! Get my business at the
realism
grand.
faced its greatest challenges. Because to many political theorists, the end of the Cold War and the death of communism proved that the realists had been wrong. Under the Bush 41 presidency, a new foreign policy doctrine was formulated from the success of the Reagan administration that saw the United States as the sole superpower, protector of the world's democracies, and the policeman who intervened when undemocratic regimes violated international rules. Bush also wanted Europe to sort out its own affairs and to refocus American attention on building deeper ties and alliances in East Asia.
Why did I run from that?
The ultimate goal of
Why the fuck did I run from
would
that?
be in the long term to repeat
Why did I run from that?
what had happened to the Soviet Union. Under Clinton, the US returned to
Okay,
realism.
at this point, I
That
just
may
press
sound
A. I have
surprising
nothing to
you,
run
but
from.
yes,
I have
many
nothing to be
forget
scared
that
of.
the
I just
Clintons
press
are
A.
students of Kissinger. So
And
we
I
saw a
run.
return to a foreign policy largely based on realist assumptions.
After this button.
The US had a guiding role over
Oh, let's
Europe.
go. I
India
just get to press A
was
from now on.
insultingly dismissed as a Russian poker chip,
Sucker
and
punch,
Russia
let's
could do what it
go.
wanted
I have
to
no
do
reason
with
for
the
what,
Chechens,
Nightshade?
and most of its neighbors had to tie in line with
Nightshade
Russia.
seems kind of
Bush
useless.
43 was part of a new
Leech Life is the
conservative
most
political
useless,
school
though,
that
for being
evolved from
real.
Reagan, the neoconservatives. Believing that Reagan's aggressive idealism had ended the Soviet Union, they advocated for an even more aggressive idealism, that America must enforce its ideal globally, and the worst violators must be militarily removed. As much as I want to try to be objective in this video, I think most of us can agree that that one was, in particular, a disaster. Obama was confusing. He basically tried to enforce its ideal globally, and the he was part of a new conservative political school that evolved from Reagan, the neoconservatives. Believing that Reagan's aggressive idealism had ended the Soviet Union, they advocated for an even more aggressive idealism, that America must enforce its ideal globally, and the worst violators must be militarily removed. As much as I want to try to be objective in this video, I think most of us can agree that that one was, in particular, a disaster. Obama was confusing. He basically tried to mix everything. Best example, he was a realist on Assad, who was permitted to massacre entire cities, while being an idealist on Gaddafi for threatening to massacre a city. He supported the Arab Spring, then backed those who undermined it, while doing an Iranian nuclear deal. He claimed to leave Europe to sort out its own affairs, but then he applied a realist foreign policy in Ukraine. Yes, many forget this, despite what Russian propagandists may tell you. In actuality, the Obama administration's policy on Ukraine in 2014 was that Yanukovych should stay in power and that Ukraine should remain in a Russian sphere of influence. Obama basically tried to use every approach and therefore ultimately did not achieve much at all, because his foreign policy lacked focus. Trump was a nationalist isolationist who shunned any and all idealism, but also shunned realist ideas. America had no values to stand for, but America also should not have a sphere of influence, only money to make through defense contracts and trade deals. His foreign policy soured American relations with her ideals-based allies and empowered the world's authoritarians. I personally would argue that a combination of Obama's misguided realism on Ukraine and Trump's isolationism played substantial roles in encouraging Putin to invade Ukraine. And now we have Biden. It is kind of too soon to tell, but I think he is picking up the project of Bush 41. I believe Biden would like the Bush 41 project to be the common bipartisan foreign policy of both American political parties for the rest of this century. Or at least until communist China collapses, since that seems to be its end goal. Realism still exists as a school of foreign relations and geopolitics. It does sometimes get limelight and even influence in American foreign policy. But ever since Reagan, it has to share the table with other foreign policy ideas. In the post-Cold War era, a core tenet of realism has essentially become that the ideologies of the poker players have become irrelevant. The fact that Russia is no longer the Soviet Union is therefore irrelevant. Now that may sound weird to you, but to the modern realist, in many ways, ideology itself is irrelevant, be it the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, or the modern Russian state. From the realist perspective, these are just flags. They're just symbols representing a great power or a poker player. In some ways, the ideologies professed by nations are seen as nothing but national makeup or costumes, trends and fads that change with time, while the underlying geopolitical power struggle never changes. From the realist perspective, ideologies do not matter anymore, and whatever ideologies the rulers of Russia claim to believe are irrelevant, because internal political developments do not matter. What matters from the realist perspective is that Russia is a great power, and that that great power has a sphere of influence on the poker table that others ought to respect in order to find a balance of powers. And because of that, when looking at the war in Ukraine from the realist perspective, it is the United States who violated the balance of powers by infringing on the Russian sphere of influence through the advancing of democracy in Ukraine. Over the course of the last year, ever since the Russians invaded, and ever since people started posting Mersheimer clips or repeating his talking points, I have no doubt that we have all seen many enraged Ukrainians, Poles, Finns, Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, Belarusians, Czechs, Hungarians, Romanians, Bulgarians, and Kazakhs who find realist talks, including those of Mersheimer, to be almost offensive. I am sure there are some of you in the audience right now as well. From the perspective of Mersheimer, all of you are in a Russian sphere of influence. And because of that, for America to maintain a balance of powers with Russia, it is in the interest of the United States that Russia gets to have a say in your politics. European realists are also outraged by this. From their realist perspective, Russia has no place in European politics. But European realists often forget that Mersheimer is not a European realist. He is an American realist. Mersheimer argues from a position of wanting to preserve an American hegemony as the great power of the Western Hemisphere. And from that perspective, America should try to preserve the status quo of the Cold War. And what you, the European realist, thinks is irrelevant. Mersheimer does not consider Europe to be a poker player, but merely a bunch of poker chips to be divided between the American and Russian spheres of influence. So, I hope this description of what realism is was objective and accurate. If you believe I failed, you should feel free to point that out in the comments. I look forward to reading them. But with that explanation out of the way, there is something that I need to address.
Oh shit, he finished the explanation, guys.
Elephant in the room. And it mainly has to do with you, the subscribers. Namely, those of you who asked me to make this video. And that is because most of you specifically asked me to make this video in response to Marxist pundits, publications, and politicians who started repeating realist talking points and posting Mersheimer clips. I will not do that. I'm sorry, but I believe that doing that would be a waste of time. And if you have watched this video so far, you will probably understand why. These Marxist pundits are basically promoting a political theory that has its origins in American Cold War politics and that argues for an American hegemony over a sphere of influence. And I'm pretty sure that most of them are too stupid to even understand that. If you actually look into what Mersheimer proposes and not just watch selected clips through confirmation bias, you will find that the reason he opposes Western support to Ukraine is because he believes the Americans should concede Eastern Europe to becoming a Russian sphere of influence as part of a deal America can make with Russia as an alliance against China. I think many Marxist pundits that have posted Mearsheimer clips recently or repeated his talking points don't realize that Mearsheimer is by no means left-wing, but belongs to a political school of old-school conservative American Cold War warriors, a la Nixon and Kissinger. Back during the Cold War era, Marxists were in fact some of the
Kiss and
harshest
titties, or what's it called?
realism.
Kiss and...
They described realism as
Dick
little
and
more
kiss?
than a thin veneer to disguise imperialism.
Classic.
The very fact that Marxists these days are repeating realist talking points is an absurdity. These modern Marxist pundits of our day and age, to illustrate just how clownish this is, are literally advocating for the foreign policy school that is the cause of the Cuban blockade and Pinochet's coup. You may now understand why I believe that it would be a waste of time to address them or to make this video about them. They are either too stupid to understand what they are advocating.
This guy's kind of based, like you're just saying. No, they're too fucking stupid to be in this conversation. They shouldn't even be fucking allowed in them.
Suddenly started arguing a realist position the moment Russia invaded Ukraine. I believe the only time you should waste on them is by pointing out that they are entirely dishonest and cynical. They themselves used to argue against realism, especially concerning the Cuban blockade. If you want to make sense of why they do this, I think you will get a far better insight by looking into something that Chomsky did in 2014. Back then he was given an award for his linguistics work by a Czech university. He then toured the Czech Republic to give various talks.
Ew, did I never give myself the badge for beating Whitney?
Far less than
I beat
South
Whitney,
Americans
right?
During their military dictatorships.
Yeah, I fucking beat Whitney.
That the Czechs
Fuck is wrong with me?
Exaggerating how much they suffered under their communist dictatorship.
Why did I never put that shit up?
Chomsky,
in
describing Czech history, magically begins in the 1960s and cuts out the Stalinist era of the 1940s and 50s, during which tens of thousands of Czechs were murdered, as if it never happened. He claimed that the only reason Czech anti-communist dissidents became popular in Czechia was because of an American propaganda conspiracy that
that's probably it. Chomsky's probably right about that.
Agents of American imperialism.
Fucking
that they were hypocrites. And
I like Chomsky. Yeah. Well, I actually don't like Chomsky. He's become pretty fucking stupid these past few years.
Basically, all of Czech history since 1945. The communist coup, the Stalinist purges, the Prague Spring, the thousands murdered and tortured, the period of stagnation, and the struggles of...
Yeah, that should never happen. Unimportant.
All of it is swept away as one gigantic...
yeah, it's just pretty fucking unimportant, if you ask me.
One big whataboutism. One can paraphrase Chomsky's attitude towards the Czech people basically with a, I will conveniently erase and ignore the suffering you endured throughout your history, demean and belittle those who resisted your oppressors, and in the end ask, but what about something South America, because you Eastern Europeans are irrelevant brats who are just ungrateful for what the Soviet Union
Wait,
did
Chomsky based?
If you are European like myself, you probably just know that this is something that you should just not say. Saying something like this to Czechs or Slovaks is just insulting, demeaning, offensive, and an immoral revisionist assault on their identity and self-understanding through their history. Most of us here in Europe know that 30,000 Czechs were murdered under a Soviet occupation, that thousands more were arrested. We know what the Prague Spring was, and how traumatic the Prague Spring and the period of Soviet occupation was for the Czechs.
Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Something
like let Chomsky cook. He's just saying random shit. Let him cook.
And offensive. And I think that this
Cry
is the
more
key
Europeans.
to understanding people like
Chomsky's a
what people like
idiot.
Chomsky say here, or Corbyn, when he
got a
keeps
pretty good
referring
video
to
going.
Ukraine as the Ukraine, as if it were still a Russian imperial subject, may remind European viewers of something else. German viewers may be reminded of a certain type of old German who, during conversations about the Second World War, says things like, well, at least Hitler built the Autobahn, or, well, the Poles also did bad things to us, yeah, and try to misrepresent the Second World War as a war of Polish aggression against a supposedly benevolent Nazi Germany.
It was a war of aggression. That's facts. He spent facts.
Who rambles about how the Algerians are just supposedly ungrateful people who do not appreciate all the great benevolent things the French did for them when thousands of Algerians were burnt alive in their villages by French napalm bombs.
What?
And British viewers may be more familiar with a type of old Brit rambling about the ungrateful Indians who do not appreciate that Britain brought them civilization through famines or something. I believe it is more helpful to understand people like Chomsky, Corbyn and Mélenchon by comparing them to people like that. Western Marxists had a vested interest in the
hold on.
continuation
I think I
of
can
the
kill
Soviet
this
bloc
thing.
as an ideological competitor.
Just out of
to the Western
curiosity.
bloc.
I think
They
I can.
believed that the
Wait, we should
revolution
move it
may
right
succumb
up,
to the
shouldn't we?
West, and that the communist
I know I've
bloc
done a
may
lot of
help
research now,
facilitate
but I
that.
feel like now I
Then,
want to kind of move
Eastern
it right up.
Europeans dashed these dreams when they did a revolution, ironically against communism, which was supposed to be impossible. Many Western Marxists have never forgiven Eastern
30%
Stellar
rates?
in Europe. I think
That's
some
fucking
Eastern Europeans
based.
may not even be aware of that. Your
Stanley?
history, your struggles, your cultural identity, your political developments, those are all irrelevant to many Western Marxists. Most of them don't even speak a single one of your languages. The only thing that matters to them is that you committed that cardinal sin in 1989.
Let's go.
To them, you're just traitors and ungrateful brats. It is for these reasons that this segment of this video is so short. I know that some of you specifically asked me to critique Marxists who are throwing around realist.
Oh, fuck, you can carry the berry.
Ukraine. And I will not do that.
Oh, fuck.
The
it has the fucking, the damage reducing berry, doesn't it?
Realists. I do not believe for a
Wait, hold on.
second
We're
that
watching the
people like
VOD.
Chomsky, Corbyn, or Mélenchon are genuine realists.
Doesn't do any higher quality than this? The fuck is my stream so low quality for? What happened? It just fucking lived for no reason. Hold on. It lived. It says it lived. But I can't tell you why. Wait, why did it live? This Stanley's level 15. With perfect defense Ivy. And I'm using Facade, it should always kill. I have 92 attack. Unless I don't have 92 attack. I do have 92 attack. Wait, why does this not kill? This is a guaranteed kill. Was it holding a Chillin' Berry? Or a Focus Sash or something? Can they hold like that item? I gotta double check this. Okay, hold on. Does a fucking thing so quickly? There's another line of text. There's another line of text. I need to do a frame by frame. Can I do that? There's something in there. 0.75.
9.
Let's go.
10.
I just need to see if this thing is holding a Chillin' Berry. I can't be fucking around on these routes.
Great.
It doesn't. Wait. There's another line of text. It just seems like. Wait, hold on. There's another line of text somewhere. Oh, it's stayed awake because of insomnia. Wait, what? Okay, does Stantler have an ability? Like, there must be something that's allowing the Stantler to live. The hit. There's something. Because this Stantler shouldn't live. This Stantler should never live this hit. Intimidate! It lowered my attack, the fucking cunt. Before I even got onto the field. Oh shit, I've been attacking Stanlers that could have been killing me this whole fucking time. Oh shit, I'm fucking lucky it did that much. Jesus Christ. Wait, just to make sure that is what happened, I think, right?
It is for these reasons that this segment of this video is.
That is what happened. I'm almost certain.
Civilization through famines or something. I believe it is more helpful to understand people like Chomsky, Corbyn, and Mélenchon by comparing them to people like that. Western Marxists...
Yep, intimidate. We almost threw. How intimidate? How many times, man? How many times am I almost going to throw this run for literally zero reason? Literally throwing, man. Fuck! Dude, I'm so stupid. So stupid, so stupid, so stupid, 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 stupido, stupido, stupido. That was a lucky ass Stantler roll too. It's probably a high roll and a shitty Stantler. Fuck, I'm so dumb. But I'm actually throwing. I shouldn't have this run right now. I should be back to fucking Route 1, looking for, what's it called? A good roll on a fucking Poutine or whatever. No, that's not what you know what I mean. You know what I'm getting at? You know what I'm getting at here, folks? I should be looking for a good, oh yeah, this looks even This is what true mania looks like. Does Growlithe get Intimidate too? Fuck, it probably does too. I probably didn't even pay attention to that shit. Probably does too. Yeah, fuck, it does. So shoot all these damage calculations like they're... I need to treat all these damage calculations like they're at -1. Yeah, fuck, I don't kill an Ariados. I don't kill, what's it called anymore? Stetlins anymore. God, I'm an idiot. That's so stupid. I don't do till 35, and I'm guessing the Growliths are the same. Growlithe. 15. Oh, I killed them quite early, actually. I am at -1, 2, 4. Okay, so I can continue to... No, I need one more level until I can kill the Growlithe. Oh, wait. I need to get the defense boost as well. Bold Growlithe. Bold Growlithe. Okay, like okay, at 33 I can basically do it. Yeah, I can basically do it. If I lose that roll, then Allah is not with me. If you know what I'm saying. It wasn't meant to be at that point. Can't really complain. No Intimidate on that Growlithe. Keep my business off the gram. Switch my style like I switch hands. Going to war in foreign land. Fuck out the way, bitch. Back it up. Shit better keep me in the palace. I can't treat like big deals. It don't come no kids meal. Been in down and seen it. And then when I fucking like Sheena. Look at my lyrics on Genius. And these pussycat critics repeat it. Been the same since Even Stevens. Wasn't like this season. I can't just love it or leave it. You know, you can't do it because you spent that shit on your car. Like heavy CR. Bold. It's crazy I didn't get punished for that. I really need to do better to look at abilities and shit. Like I should have picked up on the Growlithe, and that should have tipped me off to Stantler, because I should have been calculating everything at whatever. And then I would have been like, oh shit, this Growlithe, I feel like Stantler could get Intimidated. Because I kind of knew, like the second I thought about it, I was like, oh shit, Stantler probably gets Intimidated. And fucking sure enough, it did. Idiot. That was so dumb of me. Oh wait, I still have 2 more, don't I? Okay, let's continue to like fucking talk about realism.
Realist talking points to them are just temporary rhetorical devices used in a disingenuous way. They are not motivated out of any genuine political principle or theory, but out of a spiteful grudge held against the peoples of Eastern Europe. The only thing that I would have to say to an old British person who claims that Indians do not appreciate what the British Empire supposedly did for them is that the British Empire is dead, and that is a good thing. Now get over it, Grandpa. And in that same vein, the only thing you should say to a Chomsky or a Corbyn is that the Soviet Union is dead, and that is a good thing. Now get over it, Grandpa. So, before I end this segment and go into my critiques of realism, I kind of want to end this segment by quoting someone. Alexander Vondra. He was a Czech dissident during the Soviet occupation of Czechoslovakia. a leader of the Velvet Revolution, a Czech diplomat who spearheaded the process of historical reconciliation and agreements of future friendship between Poland and Czechia, and is currently a Czech representative in the European Parliament. When Chomsky called people like him cowards in 2014, Alexander Vondra responded with the following. I cannot understand how anybody can respect the reasoning of this poor man, in our country in particular. During the same days when Václav Havel was serving time in a communist prison cell because he advocated for basic democratic values, Chomsky was sitting around Boston cafes, penning articles in full support of Pol Pot's genocide in Cambodia. If the world continues to listen to the bullshitting of such people with an intellectual admiration, we will once again end up in gulags and concentration.
Oh, fuck.
Now, the next segment are my
Damn, bro. Chomsky just took a fat L on
the
that
Ayatollah
one.
Disapproves. Ayatollah Khomeini's Iranian Revolution and the resistance against the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan.
Damn, you're gonna hold that, Chomsky? Me personally, I wouldn't take that shit. I'd swing.
Blindsided. Here, a political system emerged that wished to side with neither participants in the supposed global game of poker. But Islamism also refused to play poker and deliberately played by its own rules outside of the framework of realism. In other words,
see that intimidate? No bueno. Not doing it.
Outside of the rationale. Confusing? Let me explain. Realism, as previously explained, is a theory built on the idea of conflict through the striving for power between nations.
No intimidate there.
But the political forces unleashed by Iran, Afghanistan, Saudi
now we're
Arabia,
looking
and
for
further spread throughout various movements and religious sects are forces to whom the nation state does not matter.
This is a god spider. If this run makes it, like, his no business being here. We've bullshitted our way through so much.
Institutions that completely disregards the nation state. It is a system of social organization and political power that seamlessly crosses modern sovereign borders with no regard for any boundaries set by nation states and any rules of engagement between nation states. It is a system of politics that exists outside of the concept of the nation state and can therefore effortlessly operate from outside of the nation state's constraints. To this very day, no foreign policy theory of engagement by anyone has found a way to effectively confront Islamism as a political force. The main reason is that Islamism is based on ideas and not just a striving for power. To counter ideas, you must confront them with opposing ideas. Additionally, realism, a theory built on a foundation of conflict between nation states, is utterly useless in confronting political institutions like Islamism, which do not rely on and are not built upon the concept of the nation state. When confronted with Islamism, realism has helped bring forth some weird curiosities in American foreign policy, such as its alliance with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, theocracies that from the realist perspective may be an American ally, but also actively work on undermining and attacking the American sphere of influence through means that are not bound to nation-state concepts of power games, and therefore cannot be confronted or contained by the strategies and policies of realism.
Oh, should I kill Stanlers now?
And builds upon the foundation of an immaterial belief in a God and his supposed cause. Because it is based on faith, Islamism in political terms transcends the nation-state. Nation-state concepts of power such as professional armies, diplomatic rules of engagement, military rules of engagement, or commercial treaties do not matter. The Islamist movement can randomly assemble power from outside of the confines of nation-states from various different national and cultural backgrounds and make moves that violate any and all diplomatic norms. It can set up its base in any power vacuum and also does not care about the rules of engagement between nation-state concepts. Modern Islamism proves that ideologies matter.
I didn't see it intimidated, that's why I did it.
Strive for raw power and for the exercising of that raw power. No, people strive to act out what they genuinely believe, and Islamism...
Fuck, I really hope these guys can't hold chillin' berries. I'm just gonna say, we need a chillin' berry clause. We need a chillin' berry clause.
Modern world.
Can we get a chillin' berry clause?
The self-fulfilling prophecy. To most of you,
there should be a chillin' berry clause. I would put forward a chillin' berry clause.
Is probably not surprising. I am largely an adherent of institutional economics. I believe that the most deciding factor in political development are institutions, ergo the internal political developments of societies. Institutional economics is about the study of laws, social contracts, and economic structures of the past and present societies to develop policies to improve
these 5% sailors are showing up quite a bit.
Proven to work through observation and examination. Anyone who studies the development of institutions and believes that there is such a thing as political development by either progress or regression through policy will inevitably
Damn, that guy kind of fucked up. That
guy
kind of fucked up Chomsky, yeah? Where he said, you'd be fucking...
That includes realism. My biggest gripe with realism is that to the realist, internal developments do not matter and are irrelevant. It is very tempting to adopt offensive realism when looking at the world of geopolitics, to see the world like a nation-building strategy video game. The idea that one can base foreign policy on hard-boiled, rational, and almost mathematical calculations on predictive models built on observed behaviors, as most modern economists do. Doing so provides a sense of certainty and security. But the way realists boil down politics to nothing more than analyzing power dynamics reminds me of something else. In economics, there is a phenomenon called physics envy. This is when economists pursue the goal of boiling the study of economic success or failure down to hard-boiled rational calculations with predictive power that mimic the predictive power of theories in the natural sciences and ultimately fail. Crafting such models provides a sense of security, but it is ultimately a false sense of security. Numerous economic theories have been built in attempts to create rational mathematical formulas or behavioral models for economic success, which however ignored an incalculable or overlooked social factor and therefore failed to predict an economic crash. To ignore internal social, cultural, and political developments, as realists demand one does, is certain to, and has in the past, ignored enormous social variables that completely disrupt the equation. One of the most glaring things about the previous example of the emergence of Islamism as a political force is that realism was entirely unable to predict it, not because of a miscalculation through the use of the formula or the pursuit of power among nation-states, but because the formula itself is flawed.
Chillenberries. No chillenberries.
Internal political development.
Chillenberries.
Political, demographic, geographic, technological or other, is one of the most deciding factors in understanding geopolitical developments. And many conflicts, which realists would like to explain away as a mere pursuit of power by nation-states, are in fact the result of internal developments. One of the pre-Cold War statesmen, much admired by realists, is Metternich, the foreign minister and de facto ruler of the Habsburg
Wild Rat. Okay, it's just Wild Rat as there are. No one else will Chillenberries.
Of power politics, Metternich managed to become the most powerful statesman in Europe and secure a balance.
Just don't ever battle rats. Just avoid rats. Rats are scary.
But from Metternich also comes his famous quote: "You can do many things with a bayonet, but you cannot sit on it." Metternich presided over a police state that attempted to crush and subdue any revolutionary nationalist political sentiment, which happened to be the preeminent force of internal political development of that age. And to do so, he needed a bayonet, which was his police state. But he could never sit on that bayonet. His police state had to continuously subdue internal political developments expressed through the desires of the German people to have a unified nation-state, and the various ethnic groups of the empire to have their own nation-states. These political developments kept boiling beneath Metternich's bayonet like under a pressure cooker until they finally blew up in 1848, a year of Europe-wide nationalist revolutions known as the Spring of Nations. The Spring of Nations, in return, spawned numerous conflicts, most prominent among which are the German Wars for Unification with Austria, Denmark and France, the Balkan Wars for Independence, Balkan nationalist wars over territory, a Hungarian uprising, several Polish uprisings, the Italian Risorgimento, or Wars for Unification, and they may have also contributed to Arab uprisings against the Ottoman Empire. I would argue that the realist claim of the world inherently being a place of inevitable conflict is in some ways merely a self-fulfilling prophecy in a circular logic that spawns that conflict through its own policies. By ignoring or even subduing internal political development in favor of seeking a balance of powers on a global stage, it enforces a social stagnation that hinders political development, thereby leaving the demand for political development to boil like under a pressure cooker, to later explode, to create the very world of conflict that realists insist isn't caused by the process of internal political development that they so deem as irrelevant. Third, the death of communism. I bet most realists are sick and tired of this one, but I had to bring this one up. I'm sorry. But yeah, the era of offensive realism being the predominant force of American foreign policy ended when the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War came to an end. Ever since, realism has mostly been confined to being mainly an academic topic of discussion in the field of international politics and in political science. And many realists today put a lot of effort into rebuilding the credibility they lost when the Berlin Wall came crashing down. This is because the collapse of the Soviet Union proved the core tenet of the realist theory, namely that conflict was an inevitability and that the world would continuously find itself in a state of game of power between leading nation states. Remember Kissinger's justification for his foreign policy, that the United States would find itself in a conflict with the Soviet Union for centuries to come and therefore had to enforce a balance of powers. That was proven false. Previously, I pointed out that ideologies matter. This point is reiterated here through the striving of the various peoples of Eastern Europe to be liberated from the tyranny of communism. But it also shows that the failures of ideologies matters, and that in some ways, the failure of empires and the failure of imperialism matters. The way communism died, collapsing on its internal contradictions by being unable to provide a decent living standard or even just basic dignity to its peoples, on a socio-economic system that was pretty much in decline since the 1970s, showed that nothing about a possible end of communism was an illusion, but in fact something that was desirable and very much achievable. In the end, the idea that the Soviet Union would continue as a geopolitical threat for centuries was the actual illusion. What followed the collapse of the Soviet Union in Europe was an unprecedented era of democratization, peace, and stability, an era in which European nations were able to engage in political development outside of their role of being supposedly American poker chips. And the only reason why we are seeing a return of war to Europe right now is because Russia wants to turn Europe into poker chips, and not because Europe is a bunch of poker chips. The Europeans created the European Union, an institution whose existence is meant to destroy the balance of power games that has drawn this continent into so many catastrophic wars. Rather than striving for spheres of influence and balances of power, European nation-states are encouraged to reconcile, overcome historic enmities, and cooperate. A process successful between Germany and France, Germany and Poland, Germany and the Netherlands, Poland and Ukraine, Italy and Greece, Greece and Bulgaria, Czechia and Poland. Many American realists either pretend the European Union does not exist, argue for its dissolution, or predict its imminent collapse and return to a Cold War era American sphere of influence. There's a good reason for this. The idea of a national cooperation between the poker chips outside of a sphere of influence tears the realist idea of a great poker game of power to shreds. Cold War realists therefore often have contempt for transnational organizations like the European Union, Mercosur, ASEAN, or the African Union. To many Europeans, the political lessons learned from the end of the Cold War is that geopolitical power systems or spheres of influence and great power are something to oppose and dismantle. And to those who cannot make sense of geopolitics without these, this idea is often something they just can't get over. Ironically, the realist reaction to the collapse of the Soviet Union was to propose a continuation of realist foreign policy by artificially continuing the potential for conflict between nations and great powers. Some of those proposals were just outright bizarre, to say the least, such as a proposal to artificially prop up and continue the Warsaw Pact to ensure two different competing geopolitical power blocs in Europe, who could then continue to vie for power in Europe and thereby create an artificial balance of powers in Europe between East and West. Basically, a demand to create a potential for conflict and war in Europe, not for any real ideological purpose, but just so that the game of power can continue forever, no matter the cost. Or a really bizarre proposal by John Mersheimer in 1990 to give an arsenal of nuclear weapons to a unified Germany to create an artificial balance of power between European nuclear powers. Yes, this was actually proposed. This is not a joke. He actually proposed this. Basically to recreate the geopolitical environment that led to the First World War, but with nuclear weapons. And promising that it won't lead to war because there's nuclear weapons. Oh, God. Well, not one realist assumed that European democratization and integration as a process for peace and stability in Europe could actually work. But so far, that process of European integration has proven them wrong. Realism is a foreign policy doctrine of the past. It served in ages of empires and the Cold War. Continuing a realist foreign policy after the Cold War in a post-imperial age would be like for a patient to continue taking addictive painkillers long after the patient has already recovered from a painful injury. Fourth, the empire's missing cloves. This is a point that sort of is an addition to the previous point. Something that is often overlooked today is that the Soviet Union was an empire, and that there's important insights to gain from viewing its history as the history of an empire. All empires are built on lies, and I am not just saying this as some wishy-washy rhetorical device. Empires are built on political fictions, and it is the preservation of these fictions that serve as the justification for empire that all empires invest in. No empire can give you a satisfactory answer to a very simple question. Why? As in, why are you an empire? Or what, to be more precise, gives you the right to subjugate and rule over others? Examine the political foundations of almost all empires in history, and you will never get any satisfactory answer. I bring this up because even though some modern Marxists now repeat realist talking points, ironically the Marxists of the Cold War era had a really good point when they dismissed realism as little more than a thin veneer to disguise imperialism. The same question that you can ask from an empire, you can also ask from a realist. Why should there be great powers? Why should some nation-states merely be poker chips? How do you decide who gets to be a great power? What are the factors that make a great power? Think of Vietnam. Yes, many realists protested the American war in Vietnam, but I believe that a mistake that even those realists made was to see Vietnam as little more than a poker chip that was played by great power poker players. To realists who opposed the Vietnam War, Vietnam was seen as a Chinese poker chip, and therefore they argued that the Americans have to pull out and leave this poker chip for China. But right after the Americans left Vietnam, China invaded Vietnam because Vietnam refused to be a Chinese poker chip. Are countries really poker chips? As we have seen in almost all earlier examples, as much as you may like to assume that some countries are merely poker chips in a game of great powers, almost all countries will universally refuse to be poker chips. And this goes as far back as the Malian dialogue. From the Malians to the Vietnamese, throughout history, idealism consistently persists, despite the ambitions of power of those that disregard idealism. Most claims to great power today are built either on claims of ideology or on claims of history. The United States claimed to be the great power of democracy and almost instantly drove that claim into an Iraqi ditch. What possible humanitarian or geopolitical reason could there still be to continue the blockade of Cuba? It is in our day and age really just an unnecessary cruelty. The Chinese claim to be the great power with influence over much of Southeast Asia is based on a bunch of century-old maps, as if nobody else has ever drawn maps before. Some of the most prolific cartographers of the past were medieval Moroccans, so by the standards of China, Morocco has a historical right to rule the entire Mediterranean. The Chinese stories of history of fraternal peoples with Uyghurs and Tibetans is just as much of a hollow fiction as Habsburg fictions of fraternity with the Czech people. And then there's Russia. Russia is an empire state, that being a nation state that attempts to preserve the borders of an empire. And it does so during a time and in a region of dead empires. Russia's claim to spheres of influence in Eastern Europe are in part built on fictions of fraternal peoples that are just as hollow as other fictions of fraternal peoples, but by and large Russia claims that history is the judge that decreed Russia to be a great power. Well, what does history tell us about great powers in Eastern Europe? Turn back the clock 200 years and the predominant great power game for Eastern European power struggles was actually a game of power between Germany, Austria and Russia. Turn back the clock another 100 years and the predominant power in Eastern Europe was Poland. So maybe Russia should bow before its historically legitimate overlords in Warsaw. Turn back the clock another 100 years and Sweden was a great power of Eastern Europe, vying for power with Poland. Turn back the clock another 100 years and the Ottomans were the great power trying to cement their claim over Eastern Europe. Turn the clock back another 200 years and the predominant power of Eastern Europe were the Duchy of Lithuania and the Mongol Golden Horde. Another 200 years and you end up with the Kievan Rus, which is the ancestral state of modern Slavic culture. And if you were to even go further back from there, you end up with Huns, who were also Turkic, then the Goths, who were Germanic, and eventually the Sarmatians and Scythians, who are ancestral peoples of the modern Iranians. If history really is the judge here, then the Iranians have just as much of a legitimate claim than anyone else. Although the Soviet Union was the only imperial entity to unify the entirety of Eastern Europe, it only lasted 70 years. And Russia, or the lands we know as its western core, was throughout much of history a bunch of isolated backwaters, border forts, from where the Kievan Rus, Vikings and Poles bought the pelts that they sold to the Ottomans. Muscovy started out as a small fortress ruled by a robber baron. A robber baron, by the way, is not an insult, and it is not meant here in the 19th century definition of an industrial oligarch, but a historical term for a type of feudal lord of the Middle Ages. Feudal lords who did not rule over any valuable resources tended to raid the lands of their neighboring lords, or extract tribute from them by threatening violence. And the Prince of Muscovy, who basically ruled over a small backwater fortress in a swamp, was such a robber baron. Any historian will tell you that using a superficial reading of history as a foundational claim of modern political power is a bad idea. It will always lead you to places that prove you wrong. By standards of historical claims, Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Austria, Germany, Mongolia, Turkey, and also Sweden all have just as legitimate a claim to being the predominant power of Eastern Europe, because all of them engaged in policy.
Alright, something interesting might be happening soon.
Spheres of influence to attain that status of empire.
Relatively
History
interesting.
is not a standard by which one can justify claims to empire. History is full of empires that faded into nothing. If history teaches us anything in regard to empire, it is that empire dies. There's a Chechen proverb which claims that the mountains of the Caucasus are white because they are built from the bones of Persians, Greeks, Romans, Goths,
We
Huns,
did it, I think,
Sarmatians,
coming
Arabs,
up.
Tatars, Mongols, Turks, and Russians. And it is because of that recorded history of rising and falling empires and all the suffering and misery that came with it that Europe no longer wishes to have any empires or any great powers. But most importantly, it is also why Europe no longer wishes to have any wars. I believe many who are not from Europe often fail to understand this point. The creation of the European Union, the idea of a European corporation, then competition, is meant as a process to overcome a history of European empires.
Look at this shit.
And to build something new in its stead that provides a sharing of resources without having to forcefully construct any spheres of influence. It is precisely for this reason that everyone in Europe, including those outside of the European Union, object and stand in opposition to Russia's invasion of a European country. This is a continent drenched in centuries of blood, and nobody here wants to see a return to European bloodshed. Many non-Europeans were surprised by the eagerness with which many Europeans rallied behind Ukraine. We usually tend to be far less hawkish, so it does not surprise me that this hawkish European response to Russia may surprise a lot of North Americans, South Americans, Asians, and Africans. A big reason for a visceral reaction to Russia's invasion is because Russia opened up the specter of something we believe to be long gone and the horror of a distant past, the prospect of a return of European empires. Fifth, the curse of Bismarck. The way I was introduced to realism was ironically through Bismarck. Realists admire Bismarck, and this is something that strikes me as a bit of weird. There's a modern phenomenon, in particular among English speakers, to idolize Bismarck. You may have seen YouTube videos by history YouTubers from the UK or North America who uncritically idolize Bismarck, or you may have even read English-speaking historians who write of him with a degree of praise. This is weird to me and curious because in Germany, the exact opposite is happening. German historians used to write in glowing praise of Bismarck right up to the 1980s. But the common consensus among German-speaking historians today is that Bismarck was a disaster for us. The consequences of Bismarck have been a catastrophe for Germany, for Europe, and for the world. And I agree with this assessment. Bismarck violently ended a German political tradition of negotiation, compromise, and regional autonomy. In its stead, he forced an authoritarian Prussian militarism and its militaristic institutions upon Germany as its political core foundation. His policies of discrimination against the Poles planted seeds for ever deeper resentments, and the foundational myth he created for a unified German state was one conditioned on a vengeful humiliation of France, built on a militaristic identity of the Germans as history's eternal enemies of the French people. I do not understand how realists separate Bismarck from Kaiser Wilhelm, or portray Kaiser Wilhelm as the man who ruined what Bismarck built, because the catastrophic decisions that Wilhelm made were enabled by Bismarck in the first place. Bismarck paved the road into the First World War that Kaiser Wilhelm then marched down. I know military historians have a special romantic image of Prussia, but Prussia was a disaster for everyone. I intend to eventually make a video on the political development of Germany, but just to spoil one thing in advance, look at the worst catastrophes that befell Europe over the last century. They all have their origins in Prussian militarism, in the Prussian political institutions, and in the Prussian striving, calculations, and politics of great power. The way realists separate Bismarck from Wilhelm with a simplified "that is the good one" and "that is the bad one" is just false. Historical developments tie and weave into each other. You can't just pick what you like and dislike as one would.
Where the fuck is the gym?
The selective realist interpretations of history are more often than not simply false. We already went through another realist idol, Metternich.
All right.
How Metternich's subduing of internal development
I'm looking
points
it up.
to another failure of
Morty
realism.
Jim.
But there's something else too. Metternich's Congress of Vienna was supposed to enable a lasting peace in Europe through a
Wait, where the fuck is it?
Well, did it?
Oh.
The decades after the Vienna Congress were dominated by an Ottoman collapse and an aggressive Russian expansion into the former Ottoman Empire. We also saw the previously mentioned revolutions that occurred across Europe, driven by internal political forces.
Let's just make sure this kills.
The Crimean
It should kill.
struggle over power and influence in Europe.
And then
there was a
take it slow
hyper-aggressive
for the
Prussia
fucking
that
video
went
or
to
whatever.
war with almost all its neighbors and destroyed the faulty balance of powers that Metternich had created, only to replace it with another faulty balance of powers that led to another European catastrophe. This period of balance and...
Thanks, Croat. It's a cool story, bro. But be back in a second. Wow, it only took 9 hours to get here. Swag. Turn my swag on. Okay, so we have a level 41 Ariados. It is 117 speed. This is true. 61 speed. It can outspeed that motherfucking Gengar like crazy. That Gengar has no shot. Has 0% chance of outspeeding us. That guy's getting shit on right now. Genjar. 63 speed. Oh yeah, he's got 12 in every stat. And look at that. We can successfully kill. Wait, but it is bold nature. Don't forget that. It's bold nature. It is holding a citrus berry, which is not going to do it any good. It has levitate, so no curse body to worry about. No ground type moves to worry about. The other Ghastly has spite, sucker punch. Alright, I think it's going to be quite easy. Because no one else has higher defense than that Gengar. No one else has any, no chance. Alright, it's time. Spinnerack time, baby. This is gonna be a tough one. We need to click Shadow Sneak a couple times. That's a beautiful sound right there. Sending out the Haunter. Scary, folks. We're getting right into this one. This could go either way. Big Shadow Sneak. Big Shadow Sneak's gonna fuck that Haunter up. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Let's go. The Gengar. Here's the scary part. Don't fuck it up. Oh shit. It's the Gengar. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? God, let's go. Fuck out of here, Gengar. It's never been more satisfying to be Morty. Oh shit, shit, shit! Wait, we fucked up the overlay. We fucked up the overlay. We literally have our Spider Boy right here. And he's not on the fucking screen. What the fuck is wrong with me? I even have Spinnerack. I even could have put up Spinnerack that whole time. Well, fuck, my bad. There you go. There's Ariados. Ariados is on the team, guys. Didn't pick up on that until now. What the fuck is the point of Grappler again? Oh yeah, the next two are Elite Four Pokemon, so we'll just be riding with these four for the next little while. Haunter. We're gonna have to fucking grind for a what's it called? A Gyarados, aren't we? Oh wait, this battle isn't over. I'm stupid. Not over yet. You still believe you should stop fucking fighting, buddy, because you're getting your shit pumped in. Fuck out of here. Fuck you, Morty. What do we need to do next again? It's probably get Magikarp to level 20. Can't I just fucking catch something? It's like, I don't think so. I don't think it's possible. I think I have a Shadow Ball. That's pretty good. Too bad I already have it. I would, but I don't have access to that, so I can't. Fuck, what do you want, Mom? Oh. Shit, that's actually helpful. Oh yeah, I forgot. I told my mom to take me some of my money. Cause you get good items from it. Like, you can potentially get, like, really good items. Like choice specs or shit like that. Or you can get a fucking repel. Yeah. I should really answer my mom more often, because we actually need choice specs. Probably had to pick up a couple kills. Probably. Yeah, the only problem with not starting with Totodile is you have to raise a Gengar off of Metapods. It takes longer. But it makes early game more consistent because you don't have to deal with catching Rattata. So it's a trade-off. It's probably a faster time save in general, but it is a trade-off. I don't know. I have this Togepi in my party. It's just chilling. Yeah, it serves no purpose, but yeah, it's chilling. I guess it's gonna have high friendship, so it's ready to evolve it. It'll be good to go. Oh, this Gengar is gonna be a fucking bitch to raise. I really just want experience here, man. Is there anything you can catch that has Surf? It's like guaranteed to catch. Like, I guess I'm catching a Dugong at some point, but in order to get to Dugong, I need to have a Surfer. Yeah, I think this is the fastest way. I don't think there's like a ball that'll... Actually, netball? Do I have like an easy access to like can I netball something with 100 accuracy or whatever? Because that was the case with Spinnerax. We could buy a netball and then hello? Actually, I shouldn't buy right now. We should check though. Okay, so let's see. Wait, that scares me. I'm gonna save. Only 68 hours. That's kind of pussy numbers, to be honest. When are we gonna get kicked out of the game again? Probably 1,000 hours. Alright, we got lots of time then. What would it be? What would it be? What would it be? I don't know. What would it be? What was I just talking about? Why did he get a Pokemon that... Yeah, okay, so catch rate, calculator for Gen 3. So we want to catch... Okay, wait, hold on. So Surf is the next thing. Surf HM. Who can learn Surf? Pokemon that can learn Surf. Is that a thing? By TM, HR, whatever. Nido Queen can. Can we catch a Poliwag? Is that an option with the old rod? Oh wait, our specific rod probably only allows us to catch like one Pokemon though. Damn. Wait, can you even learn Surf? Can Bitchman even learn Surf? Okay, yeah, he can. Damn, bro, I think we're actually gonna go switch train. That kind of sucks. Alright. That's kind of boring. Glad we beat that, just to go fucking switch train for 8 hours. So we can get it's literally just so we can get a good HM Pokemon. Like, it's not even, it doesn't help us progress, like, in any way other than getting a good HM Pokemon. That feels so stupid. Am I gonna get outspent and like deal damage to it level 10? Like, am I gonna have to double switch train? No, I'm level 22. I really should be fine. I mean, speed stat 22. I should be fine. Get this fucking audio off. Yeah, I have a 22 speed stat. I should be fine. And then we just switch into whatever and kill it. Yeah, it's fine. Does that mean we change the time of day again to like 8 a.m., 5 a.m. or whatever? AM. Damn, I like how they have multiple, what's that called? Male and female overworld sprites. I'm pointing at the fucking camera, but that's where my screen is. Because that Magikarp has white, what's it called? See, white whiskers? That means it's a female Magikarp. It's kind of interesting. Okay, I'm gonna get some cereal. Give me a sec. This is off the ground, switch my style like I switch lands, going to war, foreign land, fuck out the way, but wait, I need the badge. And I can use Surf now. Fuck you, big suck. Oh, fuck. Can we watch 9/11 conspiracy videos yet? Are we done with this? Can we do it? Are we allowed to? Do we have permission? Sorry, just testing out if that shit still worked. Oh, fuck. No, we can't, because we have to fucking do this Magikarp. Yeah, that's why I put it on screen, so I'd come back and remember that we had to still level up this fucking Magikarp. It's fucking cold in here, though. I'm getting a sweater. Give me a second. Fuck that ball. Fuck that shit. Switch my style like last week. Fuck that tomato back it up. Better get banging the palace. Oh, I forgot about layers on jeans. This pussy ass trips repeated. This is easy. Okay. Okay. Huh. Okay, finish the crow video, and then we're gonna set up the good shit.
Peace, realist claim
we're gonna debunk some conspiracies on stream.
Complex than they claim.
Well, playing
Pokemon. Do not
Pokemon
even mention how
for 7 hours
outside
straight.
of Europe, it drove a brutal European colonial expansion and wars throughout the world, which many realists just pretend like they never happened. Realist calculations, though, were one of the main drivers of that colonialism, especially in Africa, where many participants wanted colonies not just for resources, but to undermine the power structures and ambitions of others. The supposed balance of powers and peace in Europe just led to European power players taking out their frustrations on unfortunate peoples outside of Europe. The system of power balance were exported to Africa through the Berlin Conference. They were not previously a part of Africa and were artificially established there through imperial power games by Europe over a power balance. Realists are guilty of something.
Man, I'm not sick anymore. I can't sit down for fucking 8 hours straight.
Myself is guilty of.
I'm
Selection
autistic.
bias. Anyone who does not admit to this is lying, by the way. And it is the main challenge of all of us who interpret history to be aware of this and to not ignore the historical events that challenge our narratives of interpretation.
Shut up, Chomsky.
These were my points of criticism on realism.
Oh, this is just going to take so long. There must be a better way, man. There must be a better way.
Perspective on the origins of the war in Ukraine. The perspective of internal
Hold on.
As mentioned before, I come from an almost completely opposing perspective to realism. So it probably does not come as a surprise to you that I disagree with it. Not only am I an idealist, but from my perspective, internal development is the most important factor in political development, and a determining factor also driving geopolitics. As such, I believe that this war was mainly driven by internal forces. When I look at Ukraine, I do not simply see a poker chip that merely exists to be played with by greater powers at their leisure, just as little as Vietnam or Afghanistan were poker chips. As much as you may wish to see Ukraine as just a poker chip, it will refuse to be such, and consequently also refuse to be played as such in any hypothetical game of great powers. I do not believe that the origins of this conflict lie within notions of great power or spheres of influence. I believe the origins of this conflict lie within the internal political and economic developments of institutions in a post-Soviet Europe.
Milk tank Tauros for it.
This conflict begins with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the death of communism. The collapse of the Soviet bloc.
You can get whoopers near Violet City.
One of its winners was the Czech Republic.
You
what
can
sets
catch
Czechia
whooper.
Apart from other former
They can use
Eastern
whooper
Bloc
to
countries
catch
is that the 90s were
lappers on
dominated by a
Fridays.
police
You can
crackdown
use
on
whoopers
organized
to
crime and white-collar crime. Czech viewers will probably know that Czechia was attempted to be used as a base by Russian organized crime.
You can surf
to
on a whooper?
facilitate
That's
illegal
legendary.
business in Western Europe. Most
Near
famously
Violet
through the
City.
Russian mafia boss Semyon Mogilevich, who previously operated in Budapest and tried to set up shop
Really,
in
can
Czechia
you?
after the collapse of the Berlin Wall.
Can you
The
get
Czechs,
whoopers?
in response, cracked down on and expelled these crime
Okay,
syndicates.
tell me where.
And this
Tell me where.
often overlooked policy measure had an enormous impact and separated the
Where are
Czechs
the
from
whoopers?
other former Eastern Bloc countries because it prevented the
Fuck is the
establishment
whooper?
of an oligarchy gaining a Russian-style political influence through its wealth. These Czech anti-white-collar crime policies may have initially been intended to crack down on Russian organized crime, but were also in the end used to crack down on oligarchic structures in general. They therefore had the wider effect of purging Czech
Red
institutions
32,
of
Joda.
corruption. There are still some figures in Czechia
it's probably out the water, isn't it?
Oligarchs, or kind of oligarchs, such as Andrej Babiš.
Wait, it's in the grass? You can get them in the grass?
The communist regime was a spy.
Wait, at nighttime in the grass?
Communist dissidents, and after communism, built
on
a business
around 23
by acquiring a former communist agricultural and chemistry company, Agrofert. And from there expanded to become influential as a right-wing populist political figure.
Let's go,
compared to other Eastern European oligarchs, his power
and I'm guessing
very
it can
limited.
just be whatever
mainly went
from
into politics to save himself and his wealth from ongoing corruption investigations into his various business dealings, rather than to acquire more power. The Czechs, then, without a post-Soviet oligarchy controlling the economy and influencing politics, set out to build
not a guaranteed chance to get it. What about level 6? Okay,
managed to build an economic structure that enabled educated professionals and independent entrepreneurs, while also building a functioning, free representative republic that guarantees the liberties of its citizens with separation of powers under rule of law. Prague is seen today as one of the leading cities of the emerging European tech industry, rather than just some shabby corner of Eastern Europe. In fact, the Czechs are increasingly seen as a leading
It's a good reminder that I don't have
overtaken Western European countries in modernization and development. In contrast, one of the post-Soviet collapse's biggest losers was Hungary. In Hungary, corruption and white-collar crime festered deep into the economy and state, thereby creating a system of clientistic favoritism in political institutions. The economy is run by a handful of oligarchs whose wealth is based not so much on entrepreneurship as on favoritism and backroom deals with the state. As an example, the aforementioned Russian mafia boss Simon Moglevich was able to continue his business in Budapest during the late 1990s, after being unable to run his crime syndicate in Czechia. In Budapest, he ran human trafficking, illegal prostitution, and finance scam rackets until he had to leave Hungary due to getting the attention of the FBI.
We need to name it after a Canadian
were able to
political figure
operating in Hungary after Moglevich was gone. The Hungarians built a functioning state after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but the callousness with which corruption...
A Canadian political figure that looks like a whooper. What Canadian political figure do I know that reminds me of young whooper here? I want to just name it Dream, because that's what I usually name my whoopers, but I feel like I should name this one... Fred. What about? It's kind of dopey. It's kind of like a bumbling fool. It's a little bit dopey, but he's kind of lovable. Who's like a lovable, like dopey, bumbling fool? Like fucks up a lot, but you know, it's kind of like cute. But I got it. Wait, fuck, it's female. Shit. I was gonna name him Ford. I was gonna name him Doug Ford. People love Doug Ford, but he is a fucking idiot. Okay, like a bumbling female idiot that people are like, that's, you know, it's... Because Danielle Smith wouldn't fit this criteria, in my opinion. She doesn't really fit the whooper criteria. She's a little bit more... I find her a little bit more cunning than Doug Ford, who I think is less literate. Man, an illiterate female in politics, Canadian politics is kind of difficult. Because I could call her Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think that would be a good one for the U.S., but... We don't really have like that bumbling female idiotic character in Canada. Maybe like a It's not like a Chrystia Freeland. No. They've already fucked her life up as well. Maybe it's a... What about... Man, I can't think of one. I really can't. I really, really can't. Man, I can't think of one. Okay, I was just testing out the audio. I want to see if it's peaking a lot or not. It's not peaking. If you put it that high, it's really not peaking. I got nothing. Nothing. Huh. Like, we're doing politicians specifically too. We can't be doing like I can't be doing like pundits or shit like that. It doesn't count. We're doing specifically politicians. Okay, let's just look up here. Let's go into another tab here. Female politicians, Canada. Rachel Notley, no. Daniel Smith, no. Fuck. Dominique. Oh, wait, this bitch. She kind of is a bumbling idiot. This could count. This could be it. I've seen a lot of really dumb things from her. Clara Beck, I don't think so. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of her. This could be Elizabeth May as well. She also has the ability unaware. I would consider Elizabeth May to be quite unaware. Should I name her? Yep. We're going with Elizabeth May. I like it. Quite unaware. Yep. A complete bumbling idiot that's unaware. Couldn't think of a better Pokemon to name her after. Perfect. Flawless. I was gonna like push him away like I was killing him, but chose not to. This grunt just having a coughing, right? It's in the Aquatique City building as well. We discovered, well, through reading that post. Shut up. Single coughing, can't do anything, just does a shut up ball. Then we get Surf. Oh, he gives a Surf, I guess. Thank you. And now we can teach Surf to Whooper. Whooper, Whooper, Whooper. Dun 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 dun. Whooper. Learn Strength too, Whooper? No, you can't. Don't be ridiculous. Whooper can't learn Strength. Alright, look at this, guys. We're actually gonna make some fucking progress here. Hell yeah, brother. We need to finish the video. Getting behind. Getting behind on our schedule. We're gonna be late.
Allowed for an oligarchy to be rejuvenated under the rule of Viktor Orban. The state is run by an autocrat who uses the oligarchy to gain far-ranging control of national media to disguise the undermining of independent civic institutions, a system that is only kept from collapsing by European Union subsidies, which the European Union is currently debating if it should cut down. As the leading example of this system, we can use Hungary's richest man, Lőrinc Mészáros. He was a gas station fitter in the 2000s and went from that to being Hungary's richest man within just a few years. But this is not a romantic rags to riches story. Lőrinc Mészáros is a high school friend of Viktor Orban, and that is the source of his wealth. When Orban became prime minister, Mészáros opened a construction company, and his construction company proceeded to receive state contracts for building bridges, stadiums, and other public infrastructure. Lőrinc Mészáros is basically a state-subsidized billionaire created purely through insipid nepotism. Among the winners and losers of the Soviet collapse, Russia and Ukraine both initially fell into the same loser traps. The Soviet-era industries were seized by ruthless and often criminal Soviet-era bureaucrats, who used these to create a clientistic system of favoritism with the state. Throughout the 90s, politics in both Ukraine and Russia was mainly the plaything of oligarchs. However, the big difference between in Russian and Ukrainian political development is Putin. When Putin came to power, he managed to subdue the oligarchs in Russia and made these oligarchs subservient to the policies and demands of his newly reinforced, centralized, authoritarian Russian state. A system that is eerily similar to the Kremlin system of Imperial Russia. But this development in the mid.
Okay, so that guy's just got a whooper. There's one bitch up here that has flaffies that will probably die. We want to really avoid the bird keeper who has Dodibos that I'm pretty scared of.
Kuchma and his successor Viktor Yanukovych.
And then there's a Mr. Mime that I'm also not particularly fond of getting in a fight with. So we should just avoid as much as possible. Let's see what it says I have to do.
Interestingly, Yanukovych was prevented from.
It says I just have to fight an Octal. Apparently I can make it through this.
Ukrainian public who did not like the oligarchs, but disliked the idea of a centralized authoritarian state.
That's the bird keeper. That's the guy I really want to avoid.
Because the establishment of a strongman authoritarianism failed in Ukraine.
If I have to battle this guy's whooper, it's not the end of the world.
Political development in Russia and Ukraine. In Russia, there was a conflict.
This, however, is the end of the world. Fuck.
The oligarchy lost, while the Russian public doesn't really have much of a say in politics at all, because there is no politically enfranchised public in Russia.
Shit. Okay,
contrast,
I need to
in Ukraine, political development,
use repel here if I can.
Since 2004, has been mainly marked by a conflict between an oligarchy and the general Ukrainian public, with the authoritarian strongmen increasingly eliminated from the picture. This is not to say that Ukraine is perfect, but there is a substantial difference in political development here. Ukraine developed a politically enfranchised public. Russia does not have a politically enfranchised public. The predominant internal political struggle of Ukraine is between the public and the oligarchy. The predominant internal political struggle of Russia is between the autocrat and the oligarchy. The Putin regime sometimes refers to Ukraine as an anti-Russia, and in many ways, this is actually correct. Especially if you rephrase it to Ukraine is an anti-Putin Russia. Both countries in political development made the same mistakes at the beginning of the post-Soviet era. But Russia ended up creating a strongman dictatorship, while Ukraine ended up with an enfranchised public. This is a thorn in the side of the Putin regime. I have no doubt that Putin pursues the conquest of Ukraine out of fantasies of empire as well, but I do believe that the political development of Ukraine also factors in, because Ukraine, as it
wait, there's another. Oh, this is the fucker with the Mr. Mime. That's fine.
See what life would be like in a
let's just make sure Mr. Mime doesn't have anything stupid. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't.
I'd like to end with a final note on political.
This should be an easy one shot.
Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, some of us unfortunately like to look down at Eastern Europe as backward, as that place that is recovering from communism. Those countries that supposedly have yet to learn to be like us in Western Europe. This is not true. In fact, I would argue that the opposite is true. Eastern Europeans are actually ahead of us in political development. Let me explain to you why I believe this. A core political struggle that we all, not just in Europe, but in democratic societies across the world, face is a confrontation between oligarchy and democracy. Neoliberal policies since the 1980s have generated huge wealth, but they also generated an enormous wealth inequality. Throughout the world's democracies, what we are increasingly seeing is the formation of small, wealthy oligarchies that increasingly challenge the political norms and institutions of liberal democracy. And Eastern Europe, well, they are ahead of us. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, an extreme neoliberal policy of shock therapy was placed upon much of the former communist bloc. In essence, to use a term from gaming, Eastern Europe did a speedrun through the process of creating an oligarchy that we in the West are only just undergoing. The development into an extreme wealth inequality and the development of tying private wealth together with political power happened faster in Eastern Europe, and in many ways Eastern Europe already underwent a development that we in the West are still to face. And once you realize this, then you will also realize that the politics of Eastern European countries is far more important than many assume at first. Figures like Putin, Yanukovych, and Orban are a warning of what can happen when oligarchy wins that struggle. Eastern Europe is not a window into a backward past. It is a window into the political struggles of our future. We should ask ourselves, facing our own struggles in wealth inequality and oligarchy, if we wish to do something more along the lines of what the Czechs did, or end up like Russia under Putin, or do something entirely different. The very political struggle that caused this war, a struggle between oligarchs, strongmen, and the public in Ukraine and Russia, will be something that we could face too. Yanukovych is not some backward Eastern tyrant who could never happen in Western Europe. No, he is a challenge we will face in our future too. And to an extent, we already do. It is eerie to me how Yanukovych's campaign manager was also the campaign manager of Trump and basically imported a post-Soviet methodology of oligarchic power politics into American politics. The reasons for this war are not to be found in Cold War-era assumptions of great powers, because the future is not the past. The causes of this conflict lie in the recent past and present politics. Geopolitical conflicts are not spawned through lofty notions of international power games. In this case, they lie in the political developments that are a consequence of oligarchic challenges to public sovereignty. And if you ignore these internal developments and do not try to learn from them to avoid their consequences, you will doom yourself to facing that very conflict yourself at home. Thank you for watching this video. If you want to discuss this video with the community, do not forget to join our Discord.
Okay, I'm playing kind of scared, I'm going to be honest.
I feel
underleveled.
When you share my
I feel very
videos around with
underleveled.
your friends or on social media with your followers. If you want to support my channel, you can do so by becoming a channel member, or by becoming a patron, or by making a donation via PayPal or Coffee. Links are all in the description. Since YouTube has demonetized every video I ever uploaded, and I never made any ad revenue from any of them, any donation from you, no matter how little, is very appreciated. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you all soon again with another video.
What can I do here? Oh yeah, we're doing, what's it called? The new... No, I want the documentary. Like the fucking 8-hour one or whatever. This is it? Is it only 4 hours?
On the very day of September 11, several commentators drew a parallel with the historical events of Pearl Harbor.
And it's a day that will, as was the case with Pearl Harbor, live in infamy in American history.
The last time there was an attack like this on the United States was Pearl Harbor.
Reminiscent of another terrible day, the attack on Pearl Harbor.
But there was also someone on the same day who offered a prediction.
After the attack on Pearl Harbor, guess what we did? We went back and found out that, yes, the evidence was there. We should have known. And again, I think what we're going to see, even in this instance, this Pearl Harbor of the 21st century is very much the same kind of thing.
In fact, the more information that has been emerging about September 11, the more we have come to realize that many different aspects of the two events bear a chilling resemblance to each other. While both events were needed by the U.S. to go to war, in both cases, the ultimate goal was not the one initially stated.
Roosevelt knew a surprise Japanese attack would enrage the public and jumpstart the American war machine. In this way, FDR would get backdoor entry into what he really wanted: war with Hitler.
According to their own documents, before 9/11, the neocons knew that a surprise attack, like a new Pearl Harbor, would enrage the public and jumpstart the war machine against Afghanistan. In this way, they would get a backdoor entry into what they really wanted: the war with Saddam Hussein.
From the very beginning, there was a conviction that Saddam Hussein was a bad person and that he needed to go.
He says that going after Saddam Hussein was topic A 10 days after the inauguration, 8 months before September 11th.
Before and during the war, the propaganda machine made a relentless effort to create a direct connection between Hitler and Japan.
One poll taken immediately after Pearl Harbor showed that more than 60% of Americans believed that Germany was behind the attack.
The Bush-Cheney propaganda machine made an even harder effort to create a direct association between Iraq and Osama bin Laden. By the end of 2003, nearly 70% of Americans believed that Saddam was implicated in the September 11 attacks. Top levels of the Roosevelt administration knew in advance that Pearl Harbor was going to be attacked.
General Marshall and Admiral Stark, and indeed FDR, indeed knew that Pearl Harbor was being painted for a bombing run by the Japanese.
Secretary of State Cordell Hull even knew the exact day of the attack, a week before it took place.
Cordell Hull was Secretary of State, and he called me on Saturday morning and he started to relate that Pearl Harbor would be attacked on December the 7th.
Before September 11, many in the intelligence community knew the attacks were on their way.
There was so much discussion about this attack. Everybody was talking about it. George Tenet had some meetings. Other analysts had meetings at the White House.
Vital information on the Japanese attack was kept from those who could have used it to defend the Hawaiian port and to minimize the number of American casualties.
Two men could use that information immediately: Admiral Husband Kimmel and Lieutenant General Walter Short, the commanders at Pearl Harbor. But they never get it. According to Hill, that was no mistake.
If FDR and his administration deliberately withheld the vital intelligence from Pearl Harbor,
Alright, fuckers, my bad. Before we get to the good content, I got the good content right here, okay? Look, this is the perfect fucking content. Before we get to this shit, though. Perfect. Before we get to this shit, though, I have to respond to a fucking email, so give me a second. Here, you can actually let me actually. How did I answer last time? I don't fucking remember how I answered last time. Okay. An older man was impatient at the hospital, had serious health issues that are not at the moment life-threatening. At the same time, a man's wife also in the hospital. Unbeknownst to the man passed away. Their daughter. Older man was impatient. Wasn't impatient. Old man wasn't impatient. Impatient? Wasn't impatient at the hospital and had a serious health issue. What the fuck is this word? Impatient? Like, I thought it's referring to him being a patient. Not a patient? Is that what that means?
Impatient.
Yeah, that's impatient. Okay, I'm not schizo. It doesn't make sense with the sentence though. An older man was an impatient at the hospital and has a serious health issues and has serious health issues that are at the moment life-threatening. At the same time, the man's wife, also in the hospital, unbeknownst to the man, passed away. Their daughter is their POA, power of attorney, and has legal right to handle the information concerning the mother's death. The older man is in the early stages of dementia. It is unclear how he will handle this information concerning his wife's death, so the decision concerning how to handle the information of the wife's death is left with the daughter. With this information in mind, the daughter makes the choice to withhold the truth about her mother's death for fear her father will lose the will to live. Consequently, the man will miss his wife's funeral and have to deal with the shock of finding out his daughter lied to him about his wife's death. Was the daughter's choice to withhold the truth justified in this case? Why? Answer in a similar way to the last one to grant participation marks. The problem is, I don't remember how I answered the last one. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, so reply. Thanks for the prompt, Justin. Doxing my TA. I'm gonna assume he's a patient at the hospital. I do not believe that the daughter is justified in this case. there's a clear level of ambiguity to how the older man will respond to this information. He could react poorly, but it's outlined for the sake of argument. Let's assume that learning of his wife's death does put him in a depressive state. Although this doesn't seem like a favorable outcome, it does not respect the demands fuck. Not divulging this information although this does not seem like a favorable outcome, not divulging this information to the man, in my opinion, is a violation Hold on, there's an item. Item alert. Why is my fan spinning again? Stop spinning. Berries. Nice. Look at this consistency. Okay. Not divulging this information to the man could deny him the ability of closure, potentially making the problem worse down the line. If this wasn't punishing enough, additionally, the man's is called into question by not disclosing the information. Why does the daughter have the ability to decide this person is fit to hear information about somebody about the person that he's seemingly been married to for decades. If this person is fit she could be completely even if her judgments are correct, this is very dangerous logic that could be applied to different situations that are more clearly harmful. As an example, what about a situation where as an example, what if instead the daughter was withholding information about either eventually to find out and it does not seem fair to dictate a counter argument to this could be that I don't know. Could be that under the law, the daughter has every right to withhold the information, and she is most likely what is best for the old man. This line of reasoning is wrong for a couple reasons. Firstly, just because something is legal does not mean it is just. There are laws What's like a abhorrent law in Canada? In Canada, it's legal to cheat on your spouse, but that does not mean it's just. To a traumatic event. Traumatic events are large, often come with unpredictable responses, particularly if dementia is Okay, it's good enough. I'm gonna fucking edit this shit tomorrow. Fuck that. Bold. Okay, we're almost at 12 hours, and we're not going to get through this whole movie because I don't want to, but we'll try.
And all the evidence indicates that they did. Then it was certainly a deliberate conspiracy to set Pearl Harbor up for a total defeat.
Before September 11, important information was kept from counterterrorism czar Richard Clark, who could have organized a defense and even have prevented the attacks altogether.
You have to intentionally stop it. You have to intervene and say,
I'm so tired,
no,
man.
I don't want that report to go. We therefore concluded there was a high-level decision in the CIA.
Let's just watch
ordering people not to share that information.
In both cases, the pre-knowledge by the U.S. government on the upcoming attacks was denounced in front of Congress.
In September 1944,
Republican
Representative Forrest Harness of Indiana made the first congressional charge about a Pearl Harbor conspiracy. He said that 3 days before Pearl Harbor, the Australian government had warned Washington that a Japanese aircraft carrier was headed towards Hawaii. But, he said, that information was withheld from Kimmel and Short.
After September 11, Republican Congressman Curt Weldon denounced the pre-knowledge of information on the upcoming attacks, which was intentionally withheld from the intelligence community.
This is an attempt to prevent the American people from knowing the facts about how we could have prevented 9/11, and people are covering it up today.
When honest officials stumbled on important information on the Japanese attack, they went straight to their superiors, only to see that information ignored, diverted, or suppressed altogether.
The Chief of Naval Intelligence in Washington, Captain Alan Kirk, recognized the message as plans for a bombing raid, but his persistent attempts to warn Kimmel ended when he was assigned to other duties. At Pearl Harbor, the Admiral had no way of knowing that Kirk had been repeatedly refused permission to warn him.
In August 2001, FBI agent Colleen Rowley discovered information that could have led to uncover the September 11 plot. But her memos never got past her superiors, while she was prevented from pursuing the investigation any further.
Finally, it turns out they were not read by the lawyer in the FBI who had the duty to send those over to the Department of Justice.
Hours before the Japanese strike, Roosevelt's chief of staff, George Marshall, became suddenly unavailable, delaying the process of communication within the chain of command.
General George Marshall, the man who should have acted, was nowhere to be found. Colonel Rufus Bratton was responsible for keeping Marshall supplied with such vital information. For Bratton, Marshall's sudden unavailability at a time when America was on the brink of war could not have been accidental.
In the crucial hours of September 11, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and other top military became suddenly unavailable, hampering the decisional process within the chain of command.
For 30 minutes, we couldn't find him.
Withholding information, however, may not have been sufficient to guarantee the success of the Japanese attack. The military capacity of the Hawaiian port was also kept below its requirements.
General Short, faced with the need to send out long-range patrols, had only a handful of suitable aircraft. His demands for more were not seen as a priority.
On September 11, only 4 jets remained on alert to defend the entire sector of the country most likely to suffer an attack.
I've determined, of course, that with only 4 aircraft, we cannot defend the whole northeastern United States.
President Roosevelt gave direct orders not to interfere with the Japanese attack.
President Roosevelt told General Marshall to send a message to the Hawaiian and Philippine commanders, don't interfere with Japan's overt act of war. The United States desires that Japan commit the first overt act.
There's no argument about what FDR meant. He meant that the U.S. naval plan to defend Pearl Harbor should not and cannot be executed.
On September 11, Vice President Cheney gave a direct order regarding the plane headed towards Washington, which in fact resulted in the plane reaching its target without being shot down.
The young man said, Vice President, the plane's 10 miles out. Do the orders still stand? And the Vice President sort of whipped his head around and said, of course they do.
It was thanks to the indignation for the 3,000 sailors killed at Pearl Harbor that President Roosevelt could finally enter a war the U.S. had been prepared.
We got enough, shitty propaganda for the first like fucking so here's the main problem with all this shit, right? Give me a second. The main problem with all this shit is it's fucking snake oil, and here's why. We don't know what the standards are. So at one point they were talking about the one girl that has the report, right? And she's like, I think there's like a high probability that there's going to be a terrorist attack in the Northeast. It's possible, right? They probably get 100 of these per month. So like, there's only so much. Like if you're getting these reports, like, fuck, there's probably a shit ton of them like right now. And for I don't know if this is true or not. But what I'm saying is, it's very unclear to the degree in which these reports are filed, like how often there's information about, like, how often like the whistle's blown, hey, there might be a terrorist attack in the next couple of months or whatever, right? This whistle's probably blown quite a bit, is my guess. Like, this probably happens a fair amount, especially when you're dealing with something like someone as unpredictable as like Middle Eastern forces. It would have been pretty hard to know if they were going to attack or not. And then I don't know anything about fucking Pearl Harbor. A lot of the shit that they're spinning right now, just it's feeding off my bullshit detector. Like the what's it called? Like the fuck. Like the FDR orders feel like they were given, like, they're taken incredibly out of context. Like, he's probably saying, don't attack Japan first, you idiots. Like, defend yourselves if they bomb the fuck out of us, which the United